City of Chicago, City Council, Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant-at-Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant-at-Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted. Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant-at-Arms such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant-at-Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner.
Good morning, members of the City Council. Good morning. The meeting will begin shortly. Please remember to log into your devices. Thank you.
May lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted. Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms, throwing any item, whistling, booing, shouting, or other loud utterances, are not permitted when in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant-at-Arms such actions are disrupting or impeding the orderly conduct of the meeting. Any item that poses a potential safety hazards, as determined by the Sergeant-at-Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to, 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted. Disruptive or distracting actions, such
Good morning, members of the City Council. The meeting will begin shortly. Please remember to log into your devices. Thank you.
of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 2027. Pursuant to Rule 58 of the Chicago City Council Rules of Order and Procedure, the Sergeant at Arms sets forth the following rules of conduct for members of the public. These rules shall be in effect at all times that a viewing gallery or room is open for a meeting of the City Council or any of its committees. All individuals and their belongings are subject to search at entry or upon request. Individuals must remain seated at all times except 1. When entering or exiting the gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council. Profane, threatening, harassing, abusive, or defamatory behavior or speech, which in the judgment of the meeting's chair or the Sergeant at Arms may lead to a breach of the peace or disrupt the orderly conduct of the meeting, is not permitted. Disruptive or distracting actions, such as the stomping of feet, waving of arms.
Good morning, City Council. Good morning, City Council. Please use your e-device to log in. We are about to begin. Please use your e-device to log in. We are about to begin.
as determined by the Sergeant at Arms, is prohibited in the gallery. Such items include, but are not limited to: 1. Any pointed objects, including knives of any kind. 2. Banners, flyers, or other forms of signage. 3. Food and beverages, including in glass or metal canisters. 4. Backpacks, large bags, and sealed packages. Clear bags, not tinted in color, that do not exceed 12 inches by 6 inches by 12, are permitted and subject to search. And 5. Firearms, ammunition, fireworks, laser pointers, stun guns, tasers, mace pepper spray, and toy weapons. Cell phones and other small handheld recording devices must be placed in silent mode, can only be used while seated, and can only be used in a manner that does not interfere with the ability other individuals to view or hear the proceedings. Individuals or groups failing to adhere to these rules will be subject to removal from the remainder of the meeting by the Sergeant at Arms. City of Chicago City Council Rules of Conduct for Public Meetings, 2023 to 20.
Good morning, good morning, good morning. Can I please have, could everyone please start taking their seats? City Council will start shortly. Can everyone please start taking their seats, please? Thank you.
Gallery. 2. When providing public comment during the portion of a meeting set aside for that purpose. Or 3. When asked to rise and be acknowledged by a member of the City Council.
Good morning. The council will come to order. Good morning. The council will now come to order. If we can have quiet in the chambers, please. Good morning. If you could bring your voices down, please. The city council will now come to order. Madam Clerk, please take a quorum roll call.
The quorum roll call is now open. It is now open. Please use your e-device. The quorum roll is now open. Please raise your hand if you need support. I will now call on those that have not used the e-device. Alderman LaSpada. Alderman LaSpada is present. Alderman Dahl. Alderperson Dahl is present. Alderperson Robinson. Robinson not present. Alderperson Yancey. Yancey is present. Alderperson Hall not present. Alderman Mitchell not present. Alderwoman Harris. Harris is present. Alderman Beal. Beal is present. Alderwoman Lee. Lee is present. Alderwoman Gutierrez. Not present. Alderman Lopez. Not present. Alderwoman Coleman. Not present. Alderman Moore. Moore is present. Alderman Curtis. Curtis is present. Alderman O'Shea? O'Shea not present in chamber. Alderwoman Taylor, not present in chamber. Alderman Rodriguez, not present in chamber. Alderwoman Scott. Scott is present. Alderman Cicho Lopez. Cicho Lopez is present. Alderperson Fuentes, not present in chambers. Alderman Burnett. Burnett not present in chambers. Alderman Irvin. Irvin not present in chambers. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez, not present in chambers. Alderman Quesada. Present. Alderman Sposato. Sposato is present. Alderman Riley. Riley is present. Alderman Gardner. Gardner is present. Alderwoman Clay, not present in chambers. Alderwoman Mana-Hoppenworth, present in chambers. Alderwoman Haddon, not present in chambers. Anyone I missed? Alderman Lopez is now present. Anyone else I missed walk in? Okay. The quorum roll call is now closed. Oh. Okay. Alderman Irvin is present. Alderman Burnett is present. Anyone else? Last call. Okay, the quorum is now closed. 37.
Very well, thank you, Madam Clerk. There are 37 members present, 14 that are absent. We have a quorum. Alders Coleman, Clay, Haddon, and Taylor have requested to participate in today's meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Madam Clerk, can we confirm their attendance online?
Alderwoman Coleman.
Coleman is present.
Coleman is present. Alderwoman Taylor.
Here.
Taylor is present. Alderwoman Clay.
Present.
Clay is present. Alderwoman Haddon.
Present.
Haddon is present.
Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. All four members have confirmed their presence online. Can I get a motion for remote participation? All right, there's a motion to add the following alders to the quorum roll call, participating remotely. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Please add those four members to our quorum roll call.
Mayor, we also have Alderwoman Gutierrez who just walked in.
Very well. Please add Alderwoman Gutierrez to the quorum roll call. Very well. Thank you. Let's rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please remain standing for our invocation, which will be delivered today by Rabbi Shoshana Conover from Temple Shalom of Chicago.
Thank you. So it's wonderful to be with you today, where we are in this month with so many heritages, including Jewish Heritage Month. So I'm very grateful to be here with you. I want to do a thought experiment and then a real kind of participation and then a blessing at the end, because all within 1 minute, because why do a prayer if you could do a blessing? So firstly, I want you to think about what first got you involved in wanting to be part of civic life. What first got you involved? Who was it that said to you, this is important? What issue was it that really got you to say, I need to protect this? And what would you do in order to walk with others in order to do so? If you could think about that for a moment. And then, if it is that it's justice and liberty and freedom for all, or thinking about the way in which you want to see kindness and mutual respect more present in our society, or if you want to have it that there is worthy dialogue to take place in a respectful manner, whatever it is, I want you to imagine how it is that you put it at the center of what you do. Because I want to share with you that in this week's Torah portion, what I am able to study and I'm grateful for, we hear about how there were many different tribes, 12 of them, who were stationed around the tabernacle as they were journeying through the desert. And they were wanting to know how it is that they could protect and safeguard what they wanted to have at the heart of their society: justice, freedom, righteousness, kindness, mutual respect right at the center. And so they had it that all the different tribes would be surrounding it, as well as then the priests at the very center, making sure that they would safeguard it. But here's the thing, they didn't only stay within their tribes, they made sure that everyone was going in a similar direction. And so today, I pray that all of us will make sure to think about what it is that we want to have at the center of our city, at the center of the way in which we go about protecting the rights of all in our city, and how we do that together as a city. And so it is my great honor to bless you in English with a blessing that we hear from this week's Torah portion, when the priests bless the people in their tribes and beyond their tribes as a people, as one people. So I'll do it in the English with a little bit of a variation because I'm not a priest. And so I'll say to you, may God and whomever you believe in, may that protect you and bless you. And may the light of goodness shine upon you and be gracious to you. And may you always feel lifted and well girded in all that you do. May you find paths to walk together. And may this bring not only you, but all of us peace. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. You may be seated.
Public comment, right?
Yes.
This is the portion of the meeting for public comments. Mr. Clerk.
The council will now begin the public comment period, which is limited to a maximum of 30 minutes. Each speaker is limited to 3 minutes. Speakers cannot yield or transfer their time to another speaker. Any written comments that have been submitted will be posted and made available for automatic review. Our first speaker this morning is Sam Toya.
Good morning. My name is Sam Toya, and I'm here on behalf of the Illinois Restaurant Association. I'd like to start out by thanking Alders Burnett, Quinn, Villegas, and Nugent for their tireless work on the tip credit issue. I want to be clear about one thing. We do not support the elimination of the tip credit. We believe the tip credit is an important part of our industry, compensation model, and one that benefits many tipped employees. The proposal we put forward during negotiations would have guaranteed tip workers a wage equal to 124% of the standard minimum wage. We believe that was a meaningful step forward toward more predictable pay, which has been one of the main concerns raised by supporters of eliminating tip credit. We felt this was pragmatic and progressive. Under our proposal, operators who committed to the higher guaranteed wage would have been able to maintain the 24% tip credit. We continue to believe that was their policy. If tips were strong, the worker benefited. Tips were low, the employer had to make up the difference. The employer could keep the tip credit only by accepting the risk of guaranteeing the worker more than the minimum wage. Again, more than the minimum wage. That approach was simple, clear, and balanced. It showed that preserving the tip credit and protecting tip workers do not have to be in conflict. That said, we recognize where the discussion stands today. This ordinance is not the ideal outcome for our industry, but it is more workable and less harmful than allowing the current phase out to continue. The most important part of this ordinance is that it extends the current 24% tip credit allowance through June 30th, 2028, and slowly phases it out until 2030, except for the smaller operators. The additional time matters. Chicago restaurant industry is in crisis. According to the Federal Bureau of Labor and Statistics, Chicago's full-service restaurant industry lost 21 jobs in 2025. Additionally, in the first half of 2025 alone, nearly 500 restaurants closed. Restaurants are facing increased costs for labor, food, rent and insurance, utilities, taxes, and fees. Operators need time to adjust so they can keep their doors open and their staff employed. Predictability matters for workers too. Abrupt changes can lead to reduced hours, fewer shifts, higher menu prices, more service charges, and fewer opportunities for tipped employees. So while this ordinance is not perfect, it gives the industry more time to adjust and better manage increased labor costs. For those reasons, while we will always oppose the elimination of tip credit, we can support this ordinance as a compromise. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker this morning is Katia Balba.
Thank you all. Thank you, City Council and the Mayor. Good morning, Alders. My name is Katia Balba, and I'm here on behalf of Alliance of the Southeast, a community that has been fighting for environmental justice and economic justice and housing justice for decades now. This morning, we're urging the City Council to act on three fronts. We support Hazel M. Johnson Cumulative Impact Ordinance because our community on Southeast knows what it means when pollution gets zoned into neighborhood generations after generations. Landfill after landfill, truck depot after truck depot, each one approved in isolation as if cumulative weight on our air, our health, and our children doesn't exist. Cumulative Impact Ordinance fixes that. It requires the city to assess the full burden of a community already carrying before adding more. Putting health data and community voices into the permitting process before the damage is done. And it honors the legacy of Hazel M. Johnson, who spent her life naming what is happening to us as environmental racism. And let's be clear, people should not have to leave their homes to find a clean environment. So the Southeast side is our home. These are our blocks, our churches, our schools, our families. We're not asking to be relocated. We're asking for the same clean air and healthy neighborhoods that other parts of the city already enjoy. Cumulative Impact Ordinance is how we get there, by stopping the next polluting facility before it gets approved, not after the harm is already done. And that is why we urge you to support the Accountable Housing and Anti-Discrimination Waitlist Ordinance, or AHAD. Environmental justice and housing justice are not inseparable. Not because people should have to move, but because no one should ever be trapped in a polluted neighborhood with nowhere to go either. AHAD immediately makes 3,700 units of affordable housing easier to find and apply for, cutting through discriminatory barriers that have locked working families out for so long. Together, the Cumulative Impact Ordinance and AHAD ensure that every Chicagoans can live in affordable housing in a clean environment right where they are or wherever they choose to be. None of this is sustainable without making corporations pay for their fair share. The same companies profiting from Chicago's workers and infrastructure exploit tax loopholes while working families absorb the health costs and housing burden. And the disinvestment their decisions leave behind. When corporations pay what they owe, Chicago can invest in affordable housing, public transit, healthcare, and living wages that strengthen our communities. Alders, these three campaigns are one fight: clean air where we live, homes we can afford, an economy that works for working people. The Alliance of the Southeast urges you to vote yes on Cumulative Impact Ordinance, yes on AHAD, and yes to corporate accountability. Our communities deserve to thrive right here, right now, right where we are. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jessica Swim.
Hello, as I said, I'm Jessica Swim. I'm a Chicago resident and I'm the Advancement Coordinator at Women Employed. Before coming to Women Employed, I also spent a total of 6 years in the restaurant industry, working various positions, including manager, bartender, and server. We know so many of us are struggling financially right now, businesses and individuals alike. As a small business ourselves, we at Women Employed have been watching our budget every day due to the rising costs. But employee wages are just one component of our overall budget, just like any small business. We also earnestly believe that no one deserves less than the minimum wage, no matter their station in life, gender, race, age, ability, anything, particularly when even our current full minimum wage is not an actual living wage. But we are grateful to and stand in support with the city council members who have worked with us the last few weeks to fight back an even greater blow to workers. The fact is, the sub-minimum wage means that the most marginalized are the ones we are telling to accept less than the minimum. Servers are the majority of workers in these tipped positions, and women make up almost 2/3 of servers. Full-time, year-round women and people of color who are servers earn less than their male counterparts in every single state. This is mainly due to women and people of color being more likely to work in low-paying sectors, such as casual dining, instead of fine dining establishments where tips are usually higher and where there are many more white men working. I've experienced the stress of living on tips firsthand, not knowing if I'll make enough to pay my bills, dealing with sexual harassment and dehumanizing treatment because I didn't want to risk losing my tip. At the same time, we can see that businesses in our most vulnerable communities who employ our most vulnerable workers need support. The compromise amendment to the One Fair Wage Ordinance will give those small businesses who are struggling the breathing room they need. But the reality is that this 4-year pause and the longer phase out for those smaller establishments also means that the gender and racial wage gap will increase. Since Black and brown women are the most likely to be working for those small businesses, they will have to wait 2 years longer for their base pay to increase. While this amendment may be an agreement, we must name that impact. We know it's a huge shift and effort to try to reverse something unjust that is still deeply ingrained in the business model. But we all lose when we try to solve our business problems on the backs of workers, especially when the ones asked to sacrifice the most are workers of color and women. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Alban Puthrail.
Good morning, everyone, and I thank you for allowing me to speak today. My name is Alban Puthrail, and I'm speaking on behalf of Southwestern BP and Cermak BP in the 25th Ward. Alderman Byron knows me and my family well, as we are an active family that has businesses in this ward. My family and I have worked hard for many years to build our business and serve our neighborhood. With the upcoming vote on sweepstake machines, I felt it was important to come here today because decisions like this directly affect small businesses like mine and the neighborhoods we serve every day. A lot of people only see these machines and make assumptions, but for many of us, this is what has helped keep our business alive during very difficult times. These machines help us pay employees, cover payroll, pay our mortgages and rent, and continue operating in neighborhoods that depend on us every day. We are not large corporations. We are small business owners trying to survive in an economy where everything continues to get more expensive. Our stores are part of the community. Many people come to our locations every single day, not just for gas, but for milk, bread, groceries, drinks, household items, and things they need for their families. For many residents, especially seniors, working families, and people without transportation, we are their grocery store. We are their convenience store. We are part of the communities where there are food deserts in place. If these machines disappear overnight, many small businesses will be forced to raise prices on everyday goods just to survive. That means higher prices on milk, bread, eggs, drinks, household items, and everyday necessities such as medicine. And who pays the price for that? The consumers. The same working families already struggling with inflation and high cost. I also want to say clearly that we understand the importance of regulation and accountability. Illegal operations should not exist. We support oversight and responsible business practices. We pay tax on this money every year when we file through our 1099 that is distributed annually. But I respectfully ask that the city not punish responsible small business owners who are operating legally and trying to provide for their families and employees. These are real jobs, real families, real neighborhoods. For many of us, these machines have allowed us to continue employing people from our communities and continue investing back into our neighborhoods we serve. Instead of banning everything, I ask the council to consider a balanced solution. Regulate legal sweepstake machines, create license pathways, enforce strict oversight, and continue targeting legal operators. Please give small businesses a chance. Please think about the impact that this decision will have on neighborhood stores, businesses, employees, and working families across the city. Thank you again for your time and for listening to our concerns.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Jordan Sorrell.
Good morning, Mayor Johnson, Clerk Valencia, members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Jordan Sorrell. I'm here on behalf of my mother, a 39-year resident and retired public school teacher in Hyde Park, as a past board president and current board member of the Southeast Chicago Commission. On Sunday night, she called me concerned. She saw youth and young adults coming from Promontory Point, moving behind the Hyde Park Shopping Center, walking in the street, stopping traffic, and in a few cases, stepping on cars. For her, and for many longtime neighbors who have seen increased activity and teen takeovers recently, the concern about safety, while still believing our public spaces should remain open, welcoming, and used responsibly by everyone. But we also have to acknowledge another truth. Chicago has a long, complicated history of policing Black and brown youth. That history shapes how young people move through our city and how they respond to authority. We cannot talk about public safety without holding that reality. And gatherings in Chicago are not new. People come together at the lakefront, in parks, on commercial corridors every day. But when those gatherings grow too large, without structure and lack of coordination, they become quickly a potential issue and liability for the community. When coordination falls short, the impact is immediate on seniors getting to the store, workers coming off a long shift, parents with children, small business owners operating in stores, and the young people themselves. I want to acknowledge the leaders working towards solutions, including Alderman Yancey, Alderman Robinson, local CPD district, and the many community groups and youth service organizations stepping up to strengthen public safety. So here's my ask. We need deliberate coordination, real-time communication, and the agility to adapt as circumstances shift. CPD, elected officials, community organizations, and neighborhood institutions must work together. And yes, accountability must be real when laws are broken without tipping into over-policing or inaction. Hyde Park, like all of our 77 neighborhoods, are communities built on belonging. Sunday challenged that. So our job is to restore it through clarity, coordination, and care. Thank you, Mayor Johnson, members of the City Council, for your service and attention to this matter. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Jane Ruby.
Good morning. Dear members of City Council, my name is Jane Ruby and I serve as president of the League of Women Voters of Chicago. On behalf of the League, I am proud to submit public comment in support of the Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr. Fair Access to Democracy Ordinance. At a time when democracy is facing mounting threats at every level of government, Chicago has both an opportunity and an obligation to lead. This ordinance reflects a visionary and practical commitment by the Mayor's Office and City Council to assess the gaps in our local democracy and take meaningful steps to make elections safer and more accessible, and more trusted in both short-term and long-term sense. The League believes that fair, free, and accessible elections are the foundation of democratic government. That means protecting voters from intimidation, protecting election workers from harassment and doxing, and ensuring that every eligible voter can participate without fear, confusion, or unnecessary barriers. The provisions in this ordinance address real and growing concerns, including threats to election personnel, barriers to vote-by-mail access, and the need for sustained public engagement around voter access and election safety. We are especially supportive of the creation of a working group dedicated to strengthening access to democracy in Chicago. This kind of ongoing structured review is exactly what responsible democratic governance requires. Elections do not run on ideals alone. They depend on infrastructure, public education, community trust, safe polling places, accessible systems, and the people who carry out this work every election cycle. Taking the time to examine those needs and recommend improvements is not symbolic, it is essential. Naming this ordinance in honor of Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr. is a fitting tribute to a Chicagoan whose life's work has expanded the meaning and promise of democracy. The League of Women Voters of Chicago commends the Mayor's Office, the City Council, Rainbow Push, Chicago Votes, and the broad coalition of community and civic organizations supporting this effort. We urge the City Council to pass the Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr. Fair Access to Democracy Ordinance and help ensure that Chicago remains a national model for voter access, election integrity, and democratic participation. Also, as we look further at what we need to do to protect Chicagoans here in the city, please support and pass the Hazel Johnson Cumulative Impact Ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Darren Bailey.
Mr. Mayor, City Council in Chicago, a good morning, and thank you so much for this amazing opportunity that the people's voices are heard. My name is Darren Bailey, and I'm the Republican nominee for governor of the state of Illinois. Now, I'm not originally from Chicago, but I've recently moved here because this is where I want to be. The only way to get what's in my heart to this city, for this city, to the people of this city, is to be present, to be active and informed, so here I am. Now, to this city, I owe you something. I owe you an apology. I said some things about Chicago that were wrong. What I meant was that the political class is failing us, and I should have been more clear, and I wasn't, so I apologize. If I'm elected to be your next governor, my 3 priorities will be affordability, public safety, and education. And nowhere in Illinois do all 3 of those converge more urgently than right here and on the south and on the west sides of Chicago. I want to work with the city and use CHA, HUD, and every state budget and policy tool available to turn renters into owners and build generational wealth in neighborhoods that have been promised development for 50 years. Friends, that's not Democrat, that's not Republican, it's justice. On education, J.B. Pritzker left 15,000 kids lose their scholarships, most of them Black and Latino, most from households earning under $50,000 a year, gone because he hates Trump more than he loves Chicago. I know this city believes in investing in schools as a path to educational equity. I respect that conviction. I believe every family deserves the freedom to choose the school that's right for their child, and that competition makes every school better. Chicago, my offer is simple. I want to work with you and make this state better. So please share your ideas, frustrations, and concerns. Believe me, I will listen. When Cindy and I lost Zach, Kelsey, and our grandkids in that helicopter crash, we were forced to understand just how short and precious life is. That tragedy accelerated our fervor to want safety for our children. And I don't mean that in a judging way. It's coming from a place of care and concern. J.B. Pritzker has been governor for 7 years. Chicago is still waiting for fully funded schools, still waiting for a plan. Friends, I'm not interested in waiting, and I know you are not either. Thank you so much. God bless you. God bless this great city. Reach out to me, Darren at Bailey for Illinois. I want to get to meet you.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Thank you for your comments. Our next speaker is Shakila Fro.
I would ask that the members who are joining us in the audience is if they will remain with some level of decorum. So thank you all. Our next speaker, please. You may commence.
Good morning,
Good morning.
everyone. My name is Shakila Fro, and I represent Apnagar, an organization that provides critical, comprehensive, and culturally responsive services while advocating to end gender-based violence in immigrant and refugee communities. We strongly support the data disaggregation ordinance because disaggregated data is essential to ensuring that our community are accurately represented in public systems, policies, and decision-making process. Far too often, Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities are grouped into broad categories that erase the unique experiences, needs, and disparities faced by the individual ethnic groups. Many of the immigrant and refugee communities Apnagar serves experience language barriers, economic insecurity, housing instability, and challenges access healthcare, legal assistance, and culturally responsive services. Without accurate and detailed data, these disparities remain invisible, making it more difficult for community organizations and policymakers to advocate for equitable resources and targeted support. We also recognize the importance of collaborative initiatives like Change Insight in advancing equity through community-informed data practices. Apnagar participated in Change Insight Needs Assessment Survey in 2022 and 2023, which focused on screening for social determinant of health within Asian American and Native Hawaiian Pacific Islander communities to better understand health disparities and improve equitable access to care and services. Through this work, we witnessed firsthand how meaningful disaggregated data can identify gaps in services and strengthen community-based responses, and ensure that underrepresented populations are no longer overlooked in public systems. At Apnagar, we work directly with survivors whose experiences are shaped by culture, language access, immigration status, and systemic inequities. Improved data collection and reporting would help ensure that service funding, outreach efforts, and public policies are informed by the real needs of communities that have historically been overlooked. We urge the City Council to pass data disaggregation ordinance and affirm the importance of making all communities visible in Chicago.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Pastor Sandy A. Norman.
I first honor God. I honor the council. I honor you, Mayor Johnson. I honor everybody that's in this building today. I want to be very brief and I want to be quick. I'm not here to play politics this morning. I believe in being on the side of truth. I do want to say, the Lord allowed me to be able to speak today. I think my name was picked for a reason. And sometimes God will have you to be a voice to those that are not able to speak. And so I want to first say, Flip Red, Chicago hear you. I want to commend you, Danny, as a black woman for standing up for the city of Chicago and even running for mayor. That's something that's noteworthy. I was told to disassociate myself with Flip Red because I would never be able to get help from the city of Chicago. But because I stand for truth, I'm not going to disassociate myself from people that I know that are coming down here that are speaking the truth about what's really going on in the city of Chicago. When I see property taxes on the west and south side of Chicago and people that I know lives being damaged by corruption, as a pastor, I can't be silent about that. We did have a constitutional ruling, whether you want to hear it or not, where it was brought out that a judge ruled that it is the truth. But we have nobody to say anything about that. I want to acknowledge Darren Bailey, because I've never really heard any politicians to publicly say, I owe you an apology, or I owe Chicago an apology. And I do think that is noteworthy. I want to say, I do violence prevention in the city of Chicago as a pastor. I'm on the street corners. Me and my team, they're here all throughout the week. You can find us doing the work. And so I want to say the way that we have been treated and the way that we have been disrespected is just so dishonorable, Mayor Johnson. I want to say to you, Alderman Garner, my team came today, and I have my team here. I'm not racist. I got a white man, a Hispanic mother, and an Italian mother with me, okay? I want to thank you for coming out and being a part of what we do. I want to thank you that because you're from the 45th Ward, that you had enough heart to say, I see the violence that's going on over there in Garfield, and I'm going to come out there and be a part of what you all are doing. You walk with us, you stood with us, and you talked to business owners, and you did really that day what an alderman is supposed to do to show compassion. I look on TV, I see you're suing the city. I was told that, you know, some things about you, but I really want you to be encouraged too, because from what I saw, and even the corruption, it allowed me to know that it's not just against people, but it's people in here that are in the same situation that you're in.
For the people of Chicago, I've seen her pour out her blood, sweat, and tears out on the streets on the west side. We go to where nobody really wants to go. I call them the forgotten people, but we don't forget them. We go there. We were just Friday on streets where it's not, a nice place to go. But what does the youth say? Thank you for coming. We need you here. This is who we are. We do a violence intervention prevention all over the city of Chicago. We feed about 200 people per outreach, and we do about 3 per month. We do prayer walks. And so we fund ourselves. Apostle Sandy has funded herself. We have asked, written letters, emails, talked with city officials that say, we're going to help you, and no, they did not. We asked, can we just get a garbage can when we're out on the street? Can we get a porta potty? Yes, we will help you, and nothing. And so I'm here to say that the work that Apostle Sandy does is from her heart. And so I've seen her turn in guns. I'm an eyewitness, and eyewitnesses tell the truth. And so I'm here to tell the truth that I've seen her where there is maybe a lot of violence, guns are coming out, and she is in the midst of it, and stopping what could have been a real disaster. We are asking, we're not begging for money here because God is our source, but we know that there is money that is allocated for violence intervention prevention organizations, and we just want to be considered for that. So thank you for letting me speak today from the heart, and God bless you all.
Thank you very much for your comments. Your Honor, there are no further speakers who have timely signed up for the public comment period.
Thank you. This concludes our public comments. For resolutions, before we attend to the resolutions, we have 8 acknowledgements. The first acknowledgement, the chair recognizes Alders Dow, Harris, and Rodriguez, who would like to acknowledge Older Americans Month. Chairwoman Dow.
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Are we putting any of them in the box this afternoon?
For acknowledgements, they should be a part of the audience, and so if they're here, those older adults,
hand, you guys, you older,
if you wish to
you
stand.
older adults here, please stand.
There we are. Let's give it up for our older adults.
Thank you, Mr. President. Every May we celebrate Older American Month. This is the time to recognize the contribution of our seniors and reaffirm our commitment to them. You know, this is a club that if we're lucky, we're all going to become a member of someday. And today I'm delighted to present Ms. Geneva Searcy, a proud resident of the 3rd Ward who retired from AT&T 29 years after 29 years of service with that corporation in 2021. Ms. Searcy, could you just stand and let people see who you are? I know you're behind the pole. I know you're there. Geneva lives in the South Loop and has been an advocate for other seniors in the South Loop community. She's made it a focus to help make the built environment more comfortable and more accessible for seniors who live in the area. She's a leader in her building, and she has been outspoken on resources that help seniors age independently in place. Geneva is pleasant. You will never see her looking like she's upset. She has a winning smile, and I am grateful for all of the phone calls and information that she gives me to be able to continue to provide services to all the seniors in the South Loop. Geneva, on behalf of the members of the City Council and the City of Chicago, we thank you for your work and for your contributions. And I want to also acknowledge and congratulate all of the other seniors who will be acknowledged today. You are all an inspiration to us. But I would be remiss before I take my seat if I did not acknowledge Margaret LaRaviere and Yolanda Curry from the Department of Family and Support Services. For the care and the love that they show all of our seniors across the city of Chicago. We could not do this work in our own wards without the support of you two and the department. Thank you so much for your service. Again, congratulations to our seniors for Older Americans Month. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. This being Older Americans Month, the 8th Ward is proud to celebrate 2 outstanding community leaders, Mrs. Sandra Patterson and Mrs. Sherry Rogers Hamlin, whose dedication, compassion, sorry, I can't see y'all, whose dedication, despite the glasses, whose dedication, compassion, and lifelong service continue to inspire residents of all ages. Sherry, are you up?
She is
Sherry,
standing.
stand up, girl.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, nuh-uh. Through their unwavering commitment to uplift seniors, strengthen neighborhoods, and mentor in future generations, they embody the spirit of leadership and community pride. Their work has made a lasting impact across the ward, reminding us that older Americans are not only pillars of wisdom and experience, but also powerful forces for positive change in the city of Chicago. So today I acknowledge these wonderful women who have changed my life in ways that they will never know. They have become an inspiration to me and to the ward. And so I am so proud of both of you for all the work you do inside of the community and the partnerships that you have made across the ward. So thank you for your service. I gotta say that Margaret, come on, stand back up. LaVavier, come on, stay back up. She comes to every meeting I have. And I want to say thank you for the Department of Aging, along with my partner in crime, Alicia Henry. You all are partners who always show up and show out in the community. I am grateful for your leadership and the fact that you take so much time with communities and older Americans across the city of Chicago. So I thank you both, Sandra and Sherry, who have become such an integral part of my personal life. So thank you for your friendship and everything you do. I appreciate you so much, and I'd like to congratulate every older American that is here with us today. Thank you for your service.
Thank you. Alder Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. And I'd be remiss if I didn't also take an opportunity to recognize Margaret. You know, we worked together.
One stop.
Can we make sure that, oh, very well. Thank you. Thank
We
you for
worked
meeting.
together on the other side of the building at the county together in child and family protection for the county. And your excellence is easily noted. I want to thank you for all your work. Thank you and the mayor for bringing me on, as well as Alderwoman Dow, onto the advisory committee here for our aging adults. It's a task that I don't take lightly, that I really enjoy. I have an expressed opportunity to, a happy opportunity to acknowledge two individuals who are leaders and legends of the 22nd Ward. First and foremost, Andrea Munoz. If you would stand, Andrea. Andrea, yes. She is, and talk to her and you will find out real quick. She's a Boston native. But she was serving as a nun when her young, handsome, farm worker organizing husband, who worked side by side with the farm workers and Dolores Huerta, Marcos Munoz, swept her off her feet, and they came together to live in Little Village as one of the first and probably the foremost supporters of our late, great aldermanic candidate at that time, Rudy Lozano, who together were firm supporters of our first black mayor in Harold Washington. Andrea was a founding board member of then LVCDC, which is now in Las Chicago, a public health leader and advocate, served our county at Cook County Hospital, was one of the leaders of the campaign to open the Jorge Prieto Clinic in our neighborhood. Andrea, nowadays you'll find her at home helping her neighbors, at home filling out Social Security benefits, pension benefits, all for free, but don't line up, folks. You have to make an appointment and you have to make sure she knows you're coming. She's also currently leading a campaign to rename a school 2 blocks from her house that's named after an anti-immigrant, anti-worker judge of the late 1800s, Joseph E. Gary. She's leading that effort to rename that school. Please join me in thanking Andrea for her leadership. And I have also the pleasure, and please stand up, Ronell Mustin, of recognizing my mentor, many people's mentors. You know, Ron is actually a lifelong Chicagoan, born at Cook County Hospital, graduate of Phillips High School, politicized by activist leaders who were involved with the Freedom Rides and lunch counter protests. He graduated from a great HBCU, and where he was a non-silent dissenter to the Vietnam War. He's visited Cuba twice. He was a part of the Venceremos campaign, where he helped build housing in Cuba. He was an advocate for the ANC, hosted a fundraiser at his home with Rudy Lozano and Harold Washington present. There's a beautiful picture in my office on the second floor. I think a couple of you guys have been in my office. That picture is in Ron's basement. After the assassination of Rudy Lozano, he helped the 22nd Ward IPO together with his brother, Jesus Chuy Garcia, becoming Chuy's first campaign manager. And today, he is very active. 45 years as a precinct captain, and I gotta say, look, I don't do politics too much here, but the #1 precinct in the city of Chicago for Juliana Stratton was Ron's precinct. #1 precinct, right? We were also the #1 ward, but I'm not gonna go further on that. Largely due to Ron's efforts, and he had some fights with Juliana actually early on in the campaign, moved her on some issues. But he continues to be an advocate. Side by side, we marched together this May Day for workers' rights. He's an advocate for federal voting rights legislation and locally for the fair treatment of migrants. Give it up for a true leader, Ron Mustin.
Thank you, all three of you. Next, Alder Ramirez would like to acknowledge Imagination Library, the team, and their work in the 12th Ward and beyond. The chair recognizes Alder Ramirez.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President, all of my colleagues. I'd like
Morning.
to have our representatives from Conlin Public Strategies, Share Our Spare, and Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. I have placed a folder on everybody's desk so you guys can reference this. I wanted to bring awareness to Imagination Library. So prior to meeting with this amazing coalition, I actually signed up my son with Imagination Library. In enrolling my son, he receives a book every month until his 5th-year-old birthday. He will receive a book in the mail, and let me say it's the cutest thing that my son gets mail with his full name. I would love to have all of our wards to engage our residents and take advantage of this program. So Share Our Spare is a local nonprofit focused for ensuring that all Chicago area children ages 0 to 5 have the essentials like diapers, baby care items, and clothing, all things that they need for a healthy development. Share Our Space is the local program partner for Dolly Parton's Imagination Library here in the city of Chicago. Inside of your folder, you will see all of the zip codes that can go on shareourspare.org to sign up their children for free books. So please give it up to Dolly Parton's Imagination Library. Thank you.
Again, thank you, Alderwoman Ramirez. Next, Alder Moore would like to acknowledge Ms. Irma Jean Barnes for her contributions to the community. The chair recognizes Alder Moore.
Alderman David Moore, right? Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
First, I would like to, Ms. Irma Jean Barnes to please stand. There you go. You're standing already. She is so beautiful. Y'all don't even know why y'all clapping yet. Anyway, there's a saying that said, it takes a village, and she exemplifies that. Ms. Irma Jean Barnes has resided in the Art Migration community for well over 50 years. She's 87 years old, but she looks like she's in her 50s, looking good. She's run this daycare through Little Folks Daycare. She has helped raise 3 generations of children, leaving fingerprints of love, care, discipline, and compassion on an entire community. In a touching reflection of her devotion, she has kept the same home phone number for over 50 years, so her kids could always find her. Today, she is a proud matriarch of a beautiful family that includes her 7 children, 16 grandchildren, and 17 great-grandchildren. Mrs. Barnes is not only a beloved wife, mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother, she is a community treasure, a living legacy, and a woman whose love has shaped generations. Let me tell you, her impact also shapes this city of Chicago, because it's our own Deputy Mayor, Lori Lipson, who was at her daycare and started out in her daycare to become the young, successful young lady that she is today. And so you all helped me honor this great lady for running a daycare for well over 50 years. Kids on run daycare. Irma Jean Barnes.
Thank you, Alderman Moore. Next, we have Alderwoman Tabares, who would like to acknowledge the Hubbard High School JROTC program. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Tabares.
Yes, hi, good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to ask my guests to stand up, please. I'd like to ask the Hubbard High School's JROTC cadets and instructors to stand up. This morning, I am very honored to acknowledge and congratulate Hubbard High School's JROTC cadets and instructors for qualifying and competing in this year's United States Army JROTC National Championship. They are the only CPS school in Chicago to qualify and compete. This group works very hard, and they have had the opportunity to show what skills they have gained on a national level. I want to recognize Cadet Command Sergeant Major Juan Espinosa and Cadet Battalion Commander Ricardo Duran. Congratulations on your dedication and leadership to your platoon. I also want to take a moment to thank those who have supported these cadets on this achievement. First Sergeant Spearman, Lieutenant Colonel Franklin, Hubbard Principal Angelica Altamirano, and all the parents who have watched these cadets grow. You have made our city proud, and we wish you continued success. Let's give them a big round of applause and congratulate Hubbard High School's JROTC cadets.
Chair recognizes Alderman Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also wanted to echo Alderwoman Tabarros's words here. Uplift Hubbard and their great tradition with their ROTC program. Ms. Altamirano has been a rock star on the Southwest Side for many, many years. So thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you,
You're
Hubbard.
welcome. Thank you, Alder Tabarros and Alderman Quinn. Next, Alderwoman Cruz would like to acknowledge the centennial anniversary of Jonathan Y. Scammon Elementary School. Alder Cruz, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President. If Scammon Elementary School leadership please stand. I am honored to acknowledge 100 years of Scammon Elementary School, 100 years of academic excellence, a century of learning, growth, and community. Today we recognize students, parents, families, educators, and staff who have shaped this school for generations. But I also want to say thank you to our teachers, staff, and administration for their leadership, dedication, and commitment to student success. And today we have our outstanding leadership from Scammon. We have Principal Dr. Madden, we have Assistant Principal Mrs. Grimaldo, and also the instructional coach, Mr. Zuniga. But also a special thanks to Friends of Scammon, who has shaped students' and parents' experience outside of the classroom. And today we also have Katie Schaefer with us, the president of Friends of Scammon and a member of LSC, which I have to say Scammon is very lucky to have Katie be part of their team as well. Scammon legacy is grounded on community, resilience, and the belief in power of education. So I want to say congratulations to everyone who is part of Scammon story, whether it's past, present, and future. Please join me in celebrating 100 years for Scammon Elementary School.
Thank you, Alder Cruz. Next, we have Alderman Conway, who would like to recognize ALS Awareness Month. The chair recognizes Alder Conway.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for allowing me the opportunity to recognize May as ALS Awareness Month. ALS, as many of you know, is a devastating disease that robs people of their ability to walk, talk, eat, and breathe. Estimates vary, but at any time, 6,000 Americans are living with ALS, and it is also worth noting that U.S. military veterans are more than twice as likely to be diagnosed as other Americans. ALS also impacts thousands of caregivers, family, and friends of those living with ALS. I'm sure many in this room have a personal connection. I myself do, as my stepmother passed away from ALS just a couple years ago. Now, there are many groups working to increase research funding and caregiver support in this area, but I especially want to highlight I Am ALS, a national organization founded here in the Chicago area that has worked tirelessly to pass the federal Act for ALS law, which is the single largest source of ALS research funding that's led to groundbreaking clinical progress and expanded access to treatment across the U.S. So I want to thank you all for recognizing ALS Awareness Month. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Alderman. Thank you. Thank you again, Alderman Conway. Next, Alder Vasquez would like to acknowledge the 5-year anniversary of Daniel T. O'Connor, which is the Great Lake Jumper. Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President, members of the City Council. As you stated, I stand in proud support of this resolution recognizing Daniel O'Connor, a 40th Ward neighbor, I like that, AKA the Great Lake Jumper, who has demonstrated incredible tenacity by jumping into Lake Michigan for over 2,000 days in a row. What began as a search for calm for Dan during the pandemic has now evolved into a tradition that brings joy to so many people in our city. The practice also reflects Dan's deep commitment to the community. Dan has used the attention he's gotten to support organizations amplifying independent music and performing arts in Chicago, like the Chicago Independent Venue League. His dedication embodies the resilience, grit, and generosity of true Chicagoans, and his continued willingness to embrace this challenge every day in the spirit of our great city has been an inspiration to so many. I'll say we have a lot of folks who've gone through a lot of challenges during the pandemic. I think people were very much traumatized, and so when we all think about how we try to pull away from those kind of moments, I know I've never thought about jumping in the lake, so I got to give some respect for that. But to be able to take that kind of time and to have that kind of commitment and have so many other people be drawn in and find other ways to reflect and to pull themselves away and be in the moment, I think is something we should all appreciate. And so I very much want to thank Dan for everything you do, for being a great 40th Ward neighbor, and a great Chicagoan. We're proud to honor him today through this resolution, and I'd like to pass it off to Alderman Martin, who also would like to share any acknowledgments. Thank you,
Very
Mr.
well,
President.
thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning, colleagues.
Morning.
When most of us look at Lake Michigan in January, I think we look at it and we say, absolutely not, under no circumstances. And maybe with the exception of Alderman O'Shea in February or March, that's what we're saying. But Dan looked at it for 2,100 consecutive days and said, absolutely. It was raining, didn't matter. If it was snowing, wind chills, 90-degree temperatures, the Great Lake Jumper was there. Dan turned this personal ritual for mental clarity during the pandemic into a public symbol of perseverance. And he didn't just jump for himself, as Alderman Vasquez mentioned. He used it as a platform to uplift the Chicago Independent Venue League and our local musicians. And in the process, reminded us that while the lake might be our backyard, our independent venues are the city's heartbeat. What started as a solo mission for shared civic experience brought together first responders and neighbors and strangers, turning the lakefront into a place of healing and connection. 5 years, that is an absolutely staggering feat. And Dan is a testament to what happens when you show up for your community and yourself every single day. I think you've, Dan, officially earned your place in the lore of Chicago traditions. Your boldness and big shoulders are things that we will talk about for the remainder of our time in Chicago. Dan, thank you so much for reminding us that even in the coldest Chicago winters, that there's warmth found in community and humor and a very cold splash of lake water. Congrats.
Thank you to both Alders Vasquez and Martin. And now our final acknowledgement is brought to us by Alderman Irvin, who would like to congratulate Darlene Jackson on her retirement and her 44 years of service in the city clerk's office. The chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to first tell Andre to go jump in the lake. Second, I want to recognize Ms. Jackson. Darlene Jackson has been a fixture in the Garfield Park community all of her life, but she's been, more importantly, she's also been a worker in the city clerk's office. Her tenure spans some, I think, 8 mayors. I don't know how many clerks, but Darlene has always been a very conscientious. She's been a election judge for umpteen years. She's been a great asset and a person that's been a part of the fabric of the community on the west side of Chicago. Even though she doesn't live in the 28th Ward, her heart, and actually I met her as a precinct captain in the 28th Ward, and she was one of the people that kind of showed me the ropes of everything that I know and do today. So again, just wanted to take this opportunity to acknowledge her service to our city and to our community. And I believe the clerk may want to add a word on that as well.
That is fine. Leave from the body to allow our clerk to speak on behalf of the 44-year retirement. All right, very well. The chair recognizes City Clerk Valencia.
Miss Jackson, 44 years of service. Give it up. No, you all need to stand. You all need to stand for that. I just want to say when they talk about what a public servant looks like, it is exactly Miss Jackson. Here at 31 years, at 31 year young and wise, I came in as your city clerk, and she could have been like, who is this young person? What are these crazy ideas? Some were good, maybe some not so good, but she was so helpful to me, encouraging to the rest of the office, I think convinced the rest of the office to give me a chance. And not only that, she brought in joy, decorated for every holiday, created a culture that was inclusive, always was the life of the party. I don't know who's gonna plan all of our parties. I guess that goes back on me. But she has such a love for this city and her neighborhood, and someone you could always depend on. And so I just want to thank you, Miss Jackson, for giving this city 44 years of your love and loyalty, and I hope that you enjoy this next chapter. Thank you.
Very well. Thank you so much for your indulgence and your patience. And thank you again, Alderman Irvin and Clerk Valencia, for that recognition. Now, we do have 4 resolutions today. We have a memorial resolution honoring Amisha Patel. We are celebrating Jewish American Heritage Month, Haitian Heritage Month, and Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. So Alderman Mitchell for a motion for the suspension temporarily of our rules.
Mr. President, I move for temporary suspension of rules for the immediate consideration of this resolution.
Very well. Hearing no objections, this is so ordered. Now, in the interest of time and respecting the people's presence here, we will forego reading the resolutions. We will go straight to the remarks from City Council. And again, our first resolution is a memorial resolution honoring Amisha Patel. Are there any members that wish to speak to this resolution? The chair recognizes Alder Quesada.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in full honor and respect and admiration for my former colleague and comrade, Amisha Patel. In the short amount of time that I've been engaged in community organizing for the past 13 years, there is a mentor that I think about, someone who has communicated a lot of wisdom in our coalition spaces and our progressive movement. And Amisha Patel is one of those architects of our great progressive movement here in the city of Chicago. I'm very grateful for all the lessons that Amisha has imparted on new organizers, old organizers, and helping build and unite working class people across our city to fight against the closure of our schools, to fight to tax the rich, to fight against the rise of authoritarianism and fascism in our country today. We owe a huge debt of gratitude to the great work of Amisha, and I'm grateful that we're honoring her today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution honoring one of Chicago's best. You know, Amisha was a strong organizer, and her strength could never be more witnessed than the last term of her life, where she taught us how to live. I can't remember how many social media posts when I would go to and see her positivity, her sharing of her own hurt, but in a way that was so powerful and impactful that made me as a living human feel the need to carry on her legacy, to understand that what she stood for doesn't die with her, it lives with her spirit and all the work that she's done over her years. To all her family and very close friends in the box, my brothers and sisters, we stand together today in recognition of a life very well lived, a life that continues to be lived through all of us. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alder Fuentes.
Thank you, Mr. President. Amisha lived a life with purpose. She knew every single day what she sought to achieve. She was a master organizer, and the level of mentorship and training she has given so many of us is why we were able to achieve $15 minimum wage when we were doing the Fight for 15, why we were able to prevent school closures, why so many of us have come into elected office. When we think about conflict, Amisha always led with love and restorative justice, and so many of us learn these skills to be able to be in tough spaces, to have tough conversations, and to be critical in our self-reflection on how we fight for our community. And in the last few months of Amisha's life, I feel as if she lived more with purpose and clarity, and she left us very clear mandates before her departure, and that is the fight for liberation is a fight in perpetuity. We may not see the things that we are fighting for in our lifetime, but we must continue to fight for them because that is what is just, what is right, and what we must do for the people of the city of Chicago and ultimately across the world. To her partner, her family members, and all of the organizers who felt Amisha to be family beyond blood relation, we are extremely sorry for your loss, but we feel Amisha every day. We feel Amisha in the organizing, in the work, and in her legacy that so many of us here in City Council will fight like hell to continue on. Thank you all for being here, and I'm proud to be associated with this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alder Fuentes. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution? Very well. I do want to thank Nina, Amisha's wife, Kasum, mother, Varsha, her daughter, Natine, Weewin, Anjali, Caitlin, Maya, Nadine, Abby, Illenberger, and all the individuals that are in the box today. I stand with this entire body, the City Council, and speak favorably for this resolution. Amisha was truly an amazing human being, a Chicagoan who fought for social, racial, and economic justice. Some of the most dynamic organizing happened under her leadership. She truly dedicated her life to advancing and uplifting and empowering the very people in this city through organizing and education. I did have the chance to work even closer with Amisha back in 2023 when she served as my senior advisor on my transition team as I prepared to take this office. We spent many hours working to ensure that my administration started off on a good foot, one where people were put first and where progressive policies can truly make a difference for the people of Chicago, no matter the zip code that they live in. The contributions that Amisha made to Chicago and the people will truly be felt for generations to come. And I'm truly honored that she decided to make her mark here in our beloved city, and that I had the opportunity to know her and to know her family and to, most importantly, stand with her and the people that she was fighting for. I, along with the entire city of Chicago, we send, of course, our deepest condolences to the Patel family, and we'll always remember some of the most radical transformation that ever happened in this city was because of the organizing of the great late Amisha Patel. We honor you all. Let's allow just a few moments for the Patel family and the friends to exit the box for our next resolution. In the meantime, I understand that Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez has requested to participate in today's meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Mr. Clerk, can you confirm, or Madam Clerk, apologies, confirm if Alder Rodriguez Sanchez is actually available?
Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez, are you there?
All right, very well, thank you. Our next resolution is a resolution honoring Jewish American Heritage Month. My apologies. We did clap for Amisha Patel, but we did not make the motion to pass the resolution. And so with that, Alderman Quesada, can I get a motion for the passage of this resolution? All right, it's been moved. Thank you. All those in favor signify by saying aye. All right, and opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. This motion passes. This resolution passes. Very well. Again, our next resolution is celebrating Jewish American Heritage Month. Alderwoman Silverstein has asked to open the remarks. And with that, we will acknowledge Alderwoman Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand in full support of this resolution. As Alderman of the 50th Ward, home to the largest Jewish community in the city of Chicago, and as the only Jewish member of this city council, it is a special honor to rise today in recognition of Jewish American Heritage Month. We are honored to be joined today by representatives from several outstanding Jewish organizations, and I thank you all for your leadership and your partnership. This month gives us the opportunity to celebrate the generations of Jewish Americans whose contributions have helped shape our nation and our city. This year's resolution recognizes the Jewish Americans who have been part of Chicago's story since the 1840s, when Jewish immigrants first arrived here seeking freedom, opportunity, and a better life. They came with little, but helped build so much. They helped grow Chicago's commercial sector, opening businesses and building industries that transformed our city. They founded vital institutions like Michael Reese Hospital and Mount Sinai Hospital, institutions rooted in the Jewish value of caring for others and preserving life. Jewish Chicagoans strengthened our labor movement, advocating for workers' rights and dignity in the workplace. They enriched our neighborhoods with vibrant synagogues, schools, community centers, and institutions. And Jewish Americans helped define Chicago's identity in ways many people may not even realize. From Viola Spolin, whose groundbreaking theater work helped make Chicago the birthplace of modern improv, to Sid Luckman, the legendary Chicago Bears quarterback who led the team to 4 NFL championships. Jewish Chicagoans have also led through service and philanthropy. Julius Rosenwald, president of Sears Roebuck & Company, used his success to expand educational opportunities across America, directing more than $70 million towards public schools, colleges, and African American institutions. Hannah G. Solomon founded the National Council of Jewish Women and helped pioneer social reform efforts that improve the lives of women, children, and immigrants throughout this country. And today, we continue to see extraordinary courage from people like Chicago-born Rachel Goldberg-Poland, whose advocacy followed the abduction and eventual murder of her son Hirsch after the October 7th Hamas attacks, has inspired people around the world with her strength, dignity, and moral clarity. These stories remind us that Jewish American history is not separate from Chicago's history, but it is woven into it. But as we celebrate, we must also confront a painful reality. Anti-Semitism is rising in deeply alarming levels. Across our country and here in Chicago, Jewish residents are facing harassment, threats, and violence simply because they are Jewish. That is unacceptable. The fight against anti-Semitism is not just a Jewish issue. It's a moral issue. When hate targets one community, it threatens every community. So as we honor Jewish American Heritage Month, let us do more than celebrate history. Let us recommit ourselves to standing against anti-Semitism in all its forms and to ensuring that every Chicagoan can live openly, proudly, and safely in our city. Thank you, and happy Jewish American Heritage Month to
Thank
everyone.
you. Thank you very much, Alderwoman Silverstein. The chair recognizes Alderman Lawson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to support this resolution, and I want to thank my colleague, Alderwoman Silverstein, for bringing it forward. I would like to have Lakeview East added to the cultural important neighborhoods for our Jewish community, an area that I'm so proud to represent. I have many friends that are in the box, and of course, Rabbi Conover is a Lakeshore Drive rabbi. So I just also wanted to acknowledge the increasing anti-Semitism, which has not stopped as other hate crimes have gone down. The other targeted community is gay men. And we have to find ways to work together that are specific to address anti-Semitism, to address anti-gay hate, and all of those others. And so I know we have partners throughout this room, throughout this city in doing that, and we all stand together while celebrating our diversity in our communities that make us great, especially our great Jewish community. So thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman
to my Jewish
Lawson.
friends.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this resolution. I love the month of May. We get to celebrate so much, and I love that Asian American Heritage Month is the same month as Jewish American Heritage Month, because I get to talk about a couple of my favorite topics: food and games, mahjong, which we share, which is having a moment right now everywhere else, you know, and wontons and kreplach, right? So our love of meat that's wrapped in dough and served in soup. All joking aside, though, we do share that. We share so much more culturally. Our communities share so much in terms of the struggles that we've had, both in coming to this country, preserving our culture, which is so important to all of us, and our focus on family and education, and ensuring that our communities continue to thrive no matter what. So it is really an honor for me to stand here before you in support of this resolution, and to stand with you as anti-Semitism is on the rise. We know that hate in all forms is terrible, and I thank you for your support, especially during the times during COVID, especially when the rise in anti-Asian hate was happening. You stood with us, and I appreciate that. Thank you for all that you do, for every single member in the box here, for what you do every day for the Jewish American community. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderwoman Lee. Alderman LaSpada.
Thank you so much. I am very proud to rise in support of this resolution. As I was walking down the hall of council yesterday, where we have these wonderful photos and exhibits of Jewish Americans and their contributions to our city, I saw Maurice Sendak, and of course what is pictured is Where the Wild Things Are. But the book of his that has been most influential in my family is actually one called Brundabar. Are there folks here who know? Okay, I see you nodding. So this is a book that is based off of a children's opera that was originally written in the 1930s. It was originally performed, mostly originally performed in a concentration camp by children, most of whom perished during the Holocaust. But it was refound in the United States through a children's book as retold by Tony Kushner with illustrations by Sendak. I found it at a used bookstore reading with my daughter, and she could not stop talking about it. Like everything from Kushner and Sendak, it is deeply wonderful, has a wonderful strangeness to it, but is so beautiful. And what I love most about it is, as has been taught to me by most of my friends in the Jewish community, a deep sense of empathy, a deep sense of community, and a deep prevailing sense of justice. And to have a book that is so accessible that I can share with my daughters, that has lessons still to teach to me, is profoundly important to me. And so I'm grateful for all of these contributions and how they still live with us. And to bring in the Chicago connection, the first performance of the Sendak Kushner version of this was actually by the Chicago Opera Theater in 2003. It's a marvelous history. It's a marvelous book for adults and children. I would encourage everyone to check this out. But thank you again to all of you and for this resolution. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alderman Knudsen.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
I also stand in strong support of this resolution. I want to say that I have the honor of representing a really strong Jewish community on the near north side in Lincoln Park and the Gold Coast. I want to give a special thanks to someone in the box because she's our constant partner on so much. Jane, you're amazing. You're so helpful to both me and my office in trying to solve issues fast and really look into the future on how we can make our community a more positive place to live for all people, including Jewish people. I want to give a shout out because I think it's really cool that in the resolution we are talking about Sid Luckman. In the 43rd Ward, we have a resident who is 100 years old as of last year, Marv Levy. Marv was the longtime coach of the Kansas City Chiefs, and he appeared in 4 Super Bowls and won 11 playoff games. Marv comes to our community meetings still when we have them in the lakefront. And I want to give Marv a huge shout out as well as his wife, Fran, because I think whereas the legacy lives mostly in Kansas City, we really honor him in Chicago for being a 43rd Ward resident. So with that, I just want to say to the box and anyone listening that you have my commitment to continue to pass and look into legislation like the Stop Hate Littering Ordinance that we passed now over a year ago to try to hit back and reduce hate speech of all kinds in our city, especially the rise in anti-Semitism. So I thank you all for being here today and for being our constant partners.
Thank you. Thank you. Both teams, the Chiefs and the Buffalo, it's fine. We get it. All the sports fans, he did coach for the Chiefs, but the Super Bowls, of course. All right. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good morning, members of the City Council, and good morning to our guests. I rise as well in support of this resolution, but it's very difficult to do so when we're in a room that intends to call for the release of someone who was convicted of trying to throw Molotov cocktails at Israeli soldiers in Israel. This same body that is standing with the Jewish community now is going to stand with their adversaries in 2 hours. Which side of the mouth are we speaking out of today? What is truly going on in this room? Because in this building, yes, we talk about we stand with the Jewish community. Yes, we're proud of and appreciative of their contributions, but yet we simultaneously will also whitewash a report that single-handedly describes the fact that Jewish hate crime, anti-Semitism, is on the rise 58% year over year. But yet we want to equate it, dilute it, and say it's no better, no worse than any other one else's hate crimes. That is a fallacy, ladies and gentlemen. And if you are truly going to stand with the Jewish community, then you need to understand, appreciate, and say with as loud a voice as you can that they are being targeted specifically in this city. If you can't commit to saying that, when we see time and time again, our own commissions are proving that. Our own dashboards are proving that. And we would rather push out a public servant than publish the truth in this building. You can't tell me that you're here to celebrate the Jewish community. That the devil is a liar. And we're exposing that by having this conversation now. Because if you truly believe that our Jewish brothers and sisters are positive contributors to our community, and every community, even all the way down on the southwest side by me, where we have one of the lone black synagogues in Chicago Lawn, where I've had Holocaust victims who remember fondly back of the yards coming back from Austria when they were liberated, then we need to be real and truly commit ourselves to stating that if we are going to recognize you, if we are going to value you, then we better damn well start defending you. And that lip service, sadly, isn't unique. We talk about helping youth and turn a blind eye as they're causing madness in our city. We talk about the duplicity of these resolutions. But I, for one, Mr. President, know that I can stand up with a clear conscience and look every single one here today in the face, knowing that I've stood up with them when everyone else tried to make scapegoats out of all of them. When they would rather attack our colleague and bring people in to intimidate her from over the bench that separates us. We can do better. And yes, there are remarkable people listed and many more that are not. But if we truly wish to honor a community, then we need to stop playing games, stop pretending that we actually care in this building when we're pushing people out who are trying to raise the alarms about what's going on. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alderwoman Clay.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. I too rise in support of this resolution. I have the esteemed privilege of having two amazing synagogues in my ward, Temple Shalom and Anshe Emet. Rabbi Shoshana, who was here earlier giving our invocation, is one of my personal heroes. That woman has instilled so much power into me on so many levels. Before I got into this role, she sat me down. She said, "Are you sure?" And I said, "I'm sure." And after that, the partnership has been amazing. Because of our Jewish brothers and sisters, we have a community that is so multifaceted. When we were dealing with so many issues 3 years ago, they were the first to open their doors and say, "How can I help?" And because of that, we have had a community grow. We've had an amazing, diverse business. They have been super inspirational in making sure that our businesses are flourishing, and also just making sure that our young people have access. They have some great, amazing opportunities for our young people to learn and grow all over our city. So I just wanted to say thank you so much for your contributions, and I'm so proud to represent you in the 46th Ward.
Thank you. Alderman Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I rise also to support this resolution. I want to thank Alderwoman Silverstein for recognizing Mercy Hospital. Many of you know that Mercy Hospital was on the brink of closure. June 1st will mark 5 years that we were able to save that hospital. And I want to thank again Alderman Silverstein and the Jewish community for its investment in healthcare and making sure that everyone was able to receive quality healthcare. There's someone that's very special to me, Mr. Mayor, that's in the box today that I would like to recognize. John Oppenheimer, who turned 80 last month, could not be with us today, but his wife, who is a dear, dear friend of mine, is in the box today, and I just want to recognize Ann Oppenheimer. Ann, good to see you. And thank you for your continued support.
Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution? Very well. Again, thank you to all of the individuals who have shown up this morning and now close to this afternoon. I do want to just shout out some of the names that are with us. Thank you again for Rabbis Soroka, Ken, Mark Weiner, Eileen Adler, Fanny, Mark, Saran, Jane, Eric Sedler, Sarah Block, Natalie, Dan, Annie, Danielle, Jessica, Jan Swartz, Sandy, Allison Pierce Slavin, Yossi Held, and of course to our entire Jewish American community that calls Chicago their home. This body and this council speaks favorably for this resolution, as do I. As we know, Chicago is home to a very proud and vibrant Jewish American community that have made indelible contributions to our city and to help make this city the global epicenter as it is today. Their influence can be seen throughout our city through the arts, world-renowned institutions, museums, restaurants. Our city is made better due to the indelible contributions that have made its contributions, again, in our economy, science, of course, government, that have all touched every single corner of our city. I do want to recognize and thank Alderwoman Deborah Silverstein and all of our Jewish Americans who represent our city at the various levels of government. It is important to come together to celebrate our Jewish American community because it allows us to reflect on not just the hardships of the past, but looking forward to a brighter future. With the rise of anti-Semitism and violence against Jewish people, we must stand together to advocate for and protect our Jewish communities. By celebrating and recognizing the contributions of Jewish Americans, it is important to keep the vibrant history, culture, and traditions of our Jewish community thriving for generations to come. And with that, Chair recognizes Alderwoman Harris for the passage of this resolution in the omnibus.
Mr. President, I move these in an omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Thank you all. This is terrific. As you may be seated, as the box empties with our resolution honorees. We do have just a couple of more to go, so hang in there with us. But our third resolution is honoring our Asian American Pacific Islanders as we celebrate Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. Alderwoman Mana Hoppenworth has asked to open our remarks for this resolution, and then Alderwoman Lee has requested to provide the closing remarks. And with that, the chair recognizes Alder Mana Hoppenworth.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. President.
Good morning.
Esteemed colleagues, special guests, and to all today's honorees and your families. As one of two, half of the Asian Caucus with Chair Nicole Lee, it's an honor to stand here today to celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month in the city of Chicago. And I think one of the most important things that we can remember is that the AA-NHPI community is incredibly diverse. So we have a lot to celebrate today, and I thank you all for being here. We are a massive mosaic of immigration and refugee stories made up of dozens of countries and 50 distinct ethnic groups who speak well over 100 different languages. We are multi-generational Chicagoans, healthcare workers, teachers, organizers, entrepreneurs, artists, public servants, and small business owners, and we are deeply woven into the story of the city. Today, we are honoring Asian Americans who work often, happens quietly behind the scenes in neighborhoods, community centers, schools, churches, cafes, and organizing meetings. And we did honor Amisha Patel earlier. I want to also say that her generosity, all of her work, especially with the Grassroots Collaborative, inspired me. All of the work that she has done through alternatives for policing, treatment, not trauma. I don't think that anyone here has not been touched by her work, so I want to honor her today too. I had the pleasure of highlighting several of our honorees today, and I want to first start out with Sari Lee. And there she is. So Sari has been organizing all of their life around social justice issues, including abortion rights, unions, and more. And I want to point out that during Operation Midway Blitz, when many immigrant families across Chicago were living in fear and uncertainty, Asian American community leaders such as Sari stepped up as the deputy organizing director of One North Side and with other mutual aid groups. They organized Know Your Rights trainings, helped families prepare emergency plans, coordinated rapid response teams block by block to verify ICE sightings and support impacted residents. They made sure seniors and families still had groceries, medication, and trusted people were checking in on them. And relational organizing work does not make headlines every day, but it matters deeply. And it reflects something that we've seen over and over again in our neighborhoods when people are scared. Community organizers such as Sari help restore calm, provide clarity, and strengthens our resolve. So thank you, Sari. Please, thank you for all you do, and please let's give her a round of applause. Thank you. We also honor Dr. Kumar Ramanathan, who is not only a volunteer leader at One North Side and Asian Americans Advancing Justice, Chicago, but is also a political scientist at University of Illinois, Chicago, my alma mater. His research challenges the tired stereotype that immigrant communities are politically disengaged. In fact, his work confirms something many of us already know from lived experience. Immigrants care deeply about democracy and civic life. His research found that even non-citizens participate in their communities at rates equal to citizens in many spaces, organizing, volunteering, advocating for neighbors, and showing up for their communities in meaningful ways. And I think it's important to recognize that civic participation is not limited to voting alone. It's people like Dr. Ramanathan helping shape the future of their neighborhoods every single day. Thank you, Dr. Ramanathan, and thank you for being here today. We honor Andrea Chewy. Not only is she the Midwest Organizing Director of Asian Americans Advancing Justice Chicago, Andrea has also founded Chicago Asian Americans for Environmental Justice, the only Asian American organization in the Midwest focused on climate and environmental issues. Because no matter who you are or where you live, environmental justice affects all of us. The air we breathe, the transportation we rely on, the health of our neighborhoods, and the future generations who will inherit this city. Andrea Chu, you understand how deeply representation matters in those conversations. Thank you for not giving up on the strength of our diversity across languages, geographies, and generations. Thank you, Andrea. We honor another from the great 48th, Hina Muhammad. A neighborhood mom of public school kids, supporter of the arts and all things local. She's also the executive director of the Illinois Accountability Commission, whose leadership helped document the impact of federal immigration enforcement across Chicagoland and Illinois. Former Border Patrol Commander-at-Large Gregory Bovino summed up the federal approach to Operation Midway Blitz in saying, we are going to turn and burn. We are going to go throughout Chicago with reckless abandon. The commission's findings raised serious concerns about racial profiling, excessive force, and the broader harm these operations caused to families and communities, including fear that kept people from going to work, school, or doctor's appointments. HINA's statewide work on accountability reminds us that every person, no matter who they are or where they came from, deserves dignity and due process. Thank you, HINA, for your ongoing work to protect human rights, and thank you for being here today. My final spotlight is for Iman Bien. With her father, she helped found Chinese Mutual Aid Association more than 4 decades ago to support refugees and immigrant families arriving in Chicago. That work began in Uptown in the 48th Ward and continues across the city today through housing, workforce development, education, and social services. CMAA has helped thousands of immigrant and refugee families build stability and opportunity here in Chicago. And that legacy says something really powerful about this city, that so many people who arrived here looking for support eventually became the people providing support to others. That is our Chicago story. Thank you. Thank you, Iman, for being here, and thank you for Ria also for leading the helm at CMAA today. As the first Filipino to serve in this chamber, I know how meaningful representation can be, but it is not where we stop. It is not enough. What matters is what we do with that representation, how we open doors for others, how we build trust across communities, how we protect people when they are vulnerable, and how we'll continue creating a city where everyone feels like they belong. So today, during AANH PI Heritage Month, I hope we celebrate not only culture and history and food and coffee, but we also celebrate the service of organizers and advocates of immigrant families who helped strengthen the city for generations. To all of today's honorees, thank you for your leadership, your compassion, and your commitment to Chicago, and happy AA and HPI Heritage Month. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution? The chair recognizes Alderman Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. I do also like to rise in support of this important resolution, recognizing the heritage of many Chicagoans across the country. I'm proud to rise in support of this resolution honoring Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander, the Heritage Month of people who make us proud every day. As a former representative of the Chinatown area, I tell you, it made me extremely proud to see the only Chinatown in the country that continues to grow because of the leadership of many people in this box. I am extremely grateful for the support and the contributions to our city that make us proud, from railroads to the beautiful culinary art and the many contributions of many leaders in our community, small business owners, and many people who make our city proud every single day. As someone who has children, triplets, who also share that heritage, I tell you, it couldn't make me more proud to see so many beautiful people here today, and the many that make us proud. It is the community with the fastest growing population in our city. Something to be proud, celebrate, and continue to support. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Alderman. The chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Also rise proudly in support of the resolution recognizing Asian American Pacific Islander Month. As the 40th Ward, we try really hard to enter into the Asian caucus. As far as our population, we've worked through the remap to grow. Very proud to have Chinese Mutual Aid Association and Japanese American Service Committee in the 40th Ward. But even more proud of the partnership in this moment. I think we all know what it feels like when we have families come into this country that is viewed and othered, and the amount of work we all have to put in just to be considered some level of equal. And then to have the weight of the model minority myth put on all of us and having to live up to it. It's so much of a weight to carry just to have our children have a better life than we do. And so when I think about everyone that I've had the opportunity to partner with in the community, especially in the moment where the federal government is actively attacking all of us, I am incredibly grateful for all the work being done, not only in making sure our city government is working well, but that we're doing everything possible to hold the federal government accountable, and that we're making sure we're protecting our neighbors who need it the most. It is an unfortunate and real opportunity that when we're all under attack, we can all come together. And so I thank you so much for that partnership, because everything you do at every stage, whether it's opening up a business or just talking to your next door neighbor, it means so much. And as much as we have challenges that we're going to endure together, I'm glad that we're able to do that together. So thank you all so much. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Alderwoman Clay.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. This is extremely meaningful to me because there are so many, I think everybody in the box I know on a different level. Because in certain parts of my life, whether it's Hina Mahmood, who met a young, ambitious 15-year-old who asked a ton of questions, who would always say, Angela, you advocate for yourself. Angela, you stand up for yourself. Angela, you will be somebody. And I'm on this council floor speaking to one of the women who have made my life immeasurable. Kumar, who has done so much for me outside of here because I'm on my city time, has been an amazing neighbor in the 46th Ward and has used his voice to go above and beyond for our communities, right? Asian Americans advancing justice, everybody who touches that organization is super special. One Northside is home. Home. I hope y'all hear that. I also want to recognize the contributions of one of my mentors, Mabel Bernard. There are two folks here who are representing. Bethel, can you stand up so my good people can see you back there? Mabel Bernard was an instrumental piece of my work as a young person. When I was 20 years old, this woman took me to the top of the Sears Tower and said, all of this can be yours if you work with community. She had an amazing vision for our city, and she was impeccable to the life of our Asian American brothers in this city. So I just want to say thank you and appreciate you for being here and carrying her legacy. To you all in the box, thank you for doing this hard work with us. Thank you for being family. Thank you for being community. This is legit what we strive for, is to have people doing the hard work and have leaders making sure that they represent you. So thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. You're welcome. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Ramirez.
Hello, good afternoon to everybody in the box. I'm lucky enough to have the best seatmate in Alderwoman Lee. She's a mentor to me. She's the chairwoman of the Women's Caucus. And so she's a great leader in representing what we're celebrating today. And so in her leadership, I'm so glad that we're able to work together. Our maps, we're closely in proximity. We have Chinatown right east of us. And in our ward, in the 12th ward, we're a majority Mexican Hispanic ward, but we've seen throughout the past 5 to 10 years that a lot of folks, in Chinatown nearby are actually coming to the 12th ward. So it's important for me to work alongside so many of you in the box, alongside Alderwoman Lee, about sharing cultures and being folks that are inviting. This last year and this year for the Lunar New Year parade that happens in the 12th ward, we actually incorporated ballet folklorico, which is a traditional Mexican dance alongside the traditions of Chinese culture. And I hope that we can continue doing that, sharing culture, inviting folks to come into the 12th ward as new neighbors. And then also along Archer Avenue, we have 2 new businesses. We have an anime store that just opened within the past couple months, and a convenience store, Feng Bao. And so I bought a bunch of treats for the 12th ward office for us to share. And so I'm so glad to be doing this work with all of you, and especially with Alderwoman Lee. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution before we pass it to Alderwoman Lee to close? Very well. Seeing no hands, the chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome.
And thank you all for being here today as we celebrate Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander Heritage Month here in the city of Chicago. I'm so proud to stand here as the first Asian American woman to represent on the city council and the first woman ever to represent the 11th ward, home to Chinatown, my home neighborhood, and generations of immigrant families who've helped to build this city. I'm especially honored to welcome several extraordinary community leaders who are with us today. When I call your name, please stand and sit back down. I've worked you all into my speech. I don't have individual things for everybody. So Tuan Nguyen of Viet 5 Coffee. Viet 5 Coffee in the 34th Ward. I'll give you a plug, Bill. Viet 5 Coffee, go get some if you haven't had it. If you know, you know. Karen Chu from Project Vision. Rhea Yap from Chinese Mutual Aid Association. And from the Chinese American Service League, Paul Liu and T. Wen. These leaders represent something important about our AA and NHPI communities in Chicago. We are not one story. We're many stories, many languages, many cultures, many immigrant journeys, many generations, all making our lives here in America. And yet across those differences, there's a shared belief in community and family and hard work and making sure that the next generation has opportunities better than the last. I especially want to recognize Tuan Nguyen, my friend, and the work that he's done through Viet 5 Coffee. His story is one of resilience, redemption, and deep respect for his Vietnamese heritage. Through his business, he's created opportunities for returning citizens and members of the disability community. He's actually been awarded several prizes for this as well, proving that entrepreneurship can also be a vehicle for dignity, second chances, and inclusion. His work reminds us that success is not just measured by profit, but by how many people you lift up along the way. Thanks a lot, Tuan. Organizations like Project Vision, Chinese Mutual Aid Association, and the Chinese American Service League support people at every stage of life, from new immigrants learning English and navigating city services, to working families seeking childcare and healthcare, to seniors aging with dignity and connection. Their work reaches far beyond Chinatown. They serve families across Chicago and across ethnicities, across generations, and across neighborhoods. In fact, Chinese American Service League serves clients in all 50 Chicago wards. Chinese Mutual Aid Association celebrated a 45th anniversary today. I would be remiss if I did not acknowledge Emin Vien as well. I happen to be a board member of Chinese Mutual Aid for many years and actually served as its executive director for a short time. So I am also here because of Chinese Mutual Aid Association. And today, this council has an opportunity to match words with action. Later today, we're going to pass a first-of-its-kind ordinance to disaggregate Asian American data within programs in the Department of Family and Support Services and the Chicago Department of Public Health. And thank you to Chinese American Service League, AAAJ, and other organizations that helped to shepherd this ordinance forward. We are going to begin to disaggregate data so that we can show where the needs are in our community, that we are not monolithic within the Asian American community. This matters because we can't serve people properly if the data renders us invisible, and we're here to be seen. When we lump dozens of ethnicities and languages into a single category, we miss disparities, we miss needs, and we miss people. We're also going to advance today more than $1 million in support for transformational, affordable housing led by Apnagar. I know they're not in the box, but they are in the room, and I thank them so much for all the work that they've done and its partners for creating 100% affordable housing for survivors of domestic violence and gender-based violence. This project reflects another truth about our communities. Dignity and safety matter. Survivors deserve stable housing, culturally competent support, and the opportunity to rebuild their lives. These actions are about more than celebration. They're about recognition, investment, and inclusion. Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander communities have helped shape Chicago for generations as small business owners, healthcare workers, laborers, educators, public servants, artists, organizers, and neighbors. Our communities continue to grow, continue to contribute, and continue to believe in the promise of this city. So this AA and NHPI Heritage Month, let's celebrate the richness of our diversity, of our communities, and ensure that we are working together to build Chicago as a better city for all of us to live in. Thank you very much. This is historic. We've never had Asian American legislation like this, 2 in one day, and to all of you, thank you for all that you do.
Thank you. And thank you to all of the alders who have spoken favorably towards this resolution. Again, to Siri Lee, Dr. Kumar, Andrea Chu, Hina Yamin Veen, Tuan Nguyen, Paul Liu, Thai Nguyen, Ree Yap, Karen Chio, and all the individuals that are with us today joining to celebrate the Asian American Pacific Islander Heritage Month. You know, Chicago is certainly home to a very proud and vibrant AA/NHPI community. Culture, tradition, history, have greatly contributed to the fabric of our beloved city. They have achieved greatness across many fields and are making great strides in every level of government, both here in Chicago and really across the entire country. I do want to recognize again and thank both of our alderpersons, Nicole Lee and Mana Hoppenworth, and all of our Asian American and Pacific Islanders who represent our city at various levels of government. You know, our city is what it is today because of our diversity and the incredible rich mixture of culture and traditions that together have made Chicago a truly welcoming global city. So this month and every month, let us continue to come together to celebrate and uplift and support our AANHPI community and embrace our shared humanity that defines, of course, the great soul of Chicago. Thank you all again, and with that, I ask Alderwoman Harris for the passage of this resolution in the omnibus.
Mr. President, I move the passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Congratulations, you all. Well, thank you. We are down to our final resolution. So as these incredible honorees depart the box, we were prepared for our final resolution this City Council, and it's a resolution honoring Haitian American Heritage Month. Very well, for this resolution, Alderman Yancey has requested to have opening remarks. And if there are any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution, just please lift your hand and I will recognize you. Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. President. To the City Council and distinguished guests, it is my honor to recognize May 2026 as Haitian American Heritage Month, along with members of the Chicago Aldermanic Black Caucus. The 15-year Haitian Revolution, which ended in 1804, made Haiti the first sovereign state in the Caribbean, only the second republic in the Americas, and the first country in the Americas to officially abolish slavery, and the only country in history established by a slave revolt. May 18th is Haitian Flag Day, and a constant reminder of Haiti's story, which begins with revolution and lives with the resolve and resilience of her people. Viva Haiti.
Thank you very much, Alderman Yancey. The chair recognizes Alderman Ronnie Mosley.
Thank you, Mr. President. You know, the Haitian community impact on Chicago is nothing new. It's in fact woven into our city's foundation and still present today. Let me share with you just some of the ways that it shows up in our 21st ward. I know John Claude, the owner of Leor's Cafe and business commissioner of SSA 45, is present with us. Mayor, I think you will agree, the best oxtails in the city of Chicago, and the only Haitian restaurant, dine-in restaurant on Chicago's South Side. It shows up with Pauline, who's here, who's every day, she leads youth engagement in the 21st Ward. And after hours, she is an entrepreneur bringing forth Max candles that's lighting the way, and you can take some of that light home with you today. Also, I want to give a shout out to Lizzie G, who does a lot of anti-bullying campaigns throughout our schools in the 21st Ward, and Fonzie and Gerald of Boudreaux Gallery and Architectural. So today, City Council, we are honoring and celebrating a heritage that is rooted in resilience and excellence. And I want to say thank you to the Haitian community for that foundation. I also want to say thank you to our Illinois Attorney General, Kwame Raoul, who, through his excellence, has ensured that our state has maintained over $8 billion to make sure that vital services and resources are still here in our state. So thank you for this world-class city of Chicago. Thank you for your resolute spirit, and may it continue on with us each and every day forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to be associated with this resolution. Today, I want to thank everybody who's sitting in the box for your contribution. Again, as Alderman Mosley said, it's historic for us. So today, I have my good friend sitting in the box, Paul Montez, who is fighting so hard for the Jean-Baptiste du Sable Park. So I want to hope that we can continue to move that project forward. We've been working on it for 8 years now. Seems like a lot longer, but 8 years now we've been working on it. So, and I want to thank Alderman Moore for, again, being that person who has taken the lead on starting that project when it really began. So appreciate his. And then Fonzie and Gerald, again, I want to thank them. And I want to thank the huge population of Haitian residents that live in the 8th Ward in the Burnside community. They are fabulous. They continue to be an integral part of that community and the wind beneath my feet. So I thank you all today, and God continue to bless you.
Thank you, Alderwoman. Alderman Robinson.
Mr. Mayor, thank you. I also rise to support this resolution. I was pleasantly surprised, Mr. Mayor, to walk into my ward office and to have a book there, Haitians in Chicago. I would like to ask that my colleagues please check out this book, Haitians in Chicago. It gives a great history of our city and the connection to the Haitian community. We certainly know that our founding father, who created Chicago and has allowed us to be able to be the greatest city in the world. With all of the disconnect that is coming from our nation, I think it's important, Mr. Mayor, that Chicago continues to support and honor the Haitian community. There would be no Chicago without our brothers and sisters that are from Haiti. And so I want to thank you all for continuing to be excellent, continuing to make sure that history be told here in the city of Chicago and the nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. You're welcome. Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I stand definitely in support of this resolution. As it was stated, no Chicago without Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable, no business district without Jean-Baptiste Point du Sable and the leadership of the Haitian community. For the sake of time, I am so proud of my brother, my friend, Ronnie Simeon High School alum, Mosley. He said it all and spoke very well. It touches my heart when I hear young men like that speak. And so I just echo everything that he has said. And then just want to give a special shout out to the Council General, thank you so much for all that you're doing to uplift Haiti. And to my friends in Chicago here, and I have many, but the main two for me that's always uplifting throughout this city, Patrick Brutus and Cindy Montez, thank you so much. I love you both, and let's continue. And let's continue to push. And I have to get back to Lior's. And thank you for bringing that great restaurant. I was there for the pre-opening, and I haven't been back because of my schedule. But I will get back, and Ronnie Mosley going to treat me. God bless you.
All right. For incoming OIG, it's under $25. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. As the proud chair of the Black Caucus, I say, sac passe. Yeah. I was so honored to join you, our Consulate General, as well as the other dignitaries of so many organizations that were represented on Monday for the flag-raising ceremony. While it rained a little bit on our parade, certainly it was such a historic moment. And I know that Alderman Yancey and the rest of the Black Caucus, Alderman Mosley, as well as more, and all of us, a part of the Black Caucus, will ensure that we will continue on the tradition so that thousands will see the pride that we have for Haitian Heritage Month. I'm so sorry I missed the oxtails, collard greens, macaroni on last week for the reception, but certainly we know that this community not only makes us proud, but it's making the 21st Ward proud. And Alderman Mosley, as an honorary daughter of Haiti, thank you, Cindy Newman, for that honor. I am just so delighted and look forward to continuing on congratulating this community. And on behalf of the Black Caucus and City of Chicago, I say, Bandai Binai Chicago, Bandai Benai Haiti. God bless you all, and God bless Chicago.
Thank you. Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I, too, want to be brief and stand with this resolution. I just want to congratulate the Haitian community on Haitian Heritage Month. I acknowledge and celebrate your proud and rich history in the city of Chicago and across the world, actually. And I just want to also acknowledge Paul Montez and my friend and former work buddy in the Department of Planning and Development, Patrick Brutus. Today is a great day to honor the population and the community, and congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Alderwoman Dow. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this resolution? Farewell. Seeing no other hands. Again, we want to thank our Consul General for being here today of Haiti, Jean-Joseph Lien. Thank you, Patrick Brutus, for your leadership. Cindy, Jean-Claude Ariel, Brandon from Lior's Cafe, Pauline, Claude, Rolande, Wadamara, all of the individuals who are in the box. We thank you. This body has done an incredible job celebrating and honoring Haitian Heritage Month. Chicago would not be the city that it is today with all of its glory without the individual that established this beloved city, this trading post that became the global capital of the world. And so we are proud of the vibrant Haitian American community that continues to play an important role in every single corner of our city as community leaders, every industry, at the local level of government, every level of government, business leaders, entrepreneurs, of course, organizers. You know, there are communities, of course, that are, often left in fear because of the immigration enforcement, and it's been unjust. But the Haitian community has stood strong, even after being berated by the President of the United States of America, spreading evil and vicious lies against an incredible group of people that have established a long history and tradition of revolution throughout this globe. And so on behalf of the city of Chicago, we will continue to come together and celebrate and lift you up to ensure that the legacy of liberation through the lens of Haitians will live on. So this month, and quite frankly, every month, let us continue to embrace our Haitian siblings and, of course, our shared humanity. And so thank you very much. And with that, Alderwoman Harris, I would ask for a motion for the passage of this resolution in the omnibus.
Mr. President, I move this resolution in the omnibus.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Well, this was great. I know this was a lengthy resolutions and acknowledgments, but it's important that as a city we continue to celebrate the vibrancy of our city, which our people play an incredible role in doing that. With that, I would ask Alderwoman Harris for a motion to return to the regular order of business.
Mr. President, I move that we return to the regular order of business.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. The chair recognizes Alderman Hall. Very well, Madam Clerk, could you please add Alderman Hall to the regular quorum roll call? Are there any other members that wish to be added? The chair recognizes Alderwoman Fuentes.
That would also like to be added to the purposes.
Very well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Could you add Alder Fuentes to the roll call? Alder Robinson. Very well, Alder Robinson would like to be added to the roll call. Alderman O'Shea. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Please add Alderman O'Shea as well. Are there any other alders that missed roll call and would like to be added? Very well. Seeing no other hands, thank you all for your patience today. Next up, communications.
Communications from His Honor the Mayor to the Honorable the City Council of the City of Chicago. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Corporation Council, I transmit herewith an ordinance amending the municipal code regarding social media amusement tax. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance would be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Chief Financial Officer, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the approval of ownership transfer pursuant to the Chicago Metered Parking System Concession Agreement. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance would be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Chief Financial Officer, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the appointment of a successor, servicer, and execution of agreement of assignment acceptance consent relating to the City Council Assessment Improvement Bonds Refunding Series 2022 Lakeshore East Project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Housing, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the issuance of financial assistance for the development of Abrams International Village Project. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith ordinances authorizing the execution of intergovernmental agreements with the Chicago Board of Education to provide TIF funds for improvements at specified schools. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Park District to provide TIF funds for improvement at Madigan Park. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Finance. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of redevelopment agreement with Axiom Flame LLC to provide neighborhood opportunity funds. Your favorable consideration of the ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Budget and Government Operations. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of 2026 Service Provider Agreement with the Greater Southwest Development Corporation for Special Service Area Number 3. Your favorable consideration of the ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of interim 2026 Service Provider Agreement with the Greater Southwest Development Corporation for Special Service Area 59-2022. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing Class 7B property tax incentive for properties located at 2640 and 2646 West Madison Street. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management, I transmit here an ordinance authorizing acquisition of management of the property located at 630 West Harrison Street from GH Chicago LLC. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor. Referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, the request of Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management and transmit here with an ordinance authorizing the execution of a lease agreement with Logan Square Preservation, a nonprofit corporation regarding the city-owned property located at 2420 North Sacramento Avenue. Favor of consideration this ordinance be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, the request of Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinances authorizing the sale of city-owned lands. Your favorable consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, the request of Commissioner of Fleet and Facility Management, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the execution of amended ground leases for senior housing buildings on our North Park Village campus. Your favorable consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Transportation, I transmit herewith an ordinance authorizing the establishment of curbside electric vehicle charging station pilot program. For favor consideration of this ordinance will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Ladies and gentlemen, at the request of the Commissioner of Planning and Development, I transmit herewith an ordinance amending the municipal code regarding transit-oriented development streets. Your favor consideration of these ordinances will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Ladies and gentlemen, I have reappointed Walter Schroeder as the member of Chicago Emergency Telephone System Board for a term effective immediately and expiring July 1st, 2031. Your favor consideration of this appointment will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Police and Fire. Ladies and gentlemen, I transmit here with appointments to various special service areas. Your favor consideration of these appointments will be appreciated. Very truly yours, Brandon Johnson, Mayor, for the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. I, City Clerk Ann Valencia, hereby inform the City Council that the following documents were filed in my office relating to the respective subjects designated as followed. Executive Order Number 2026-2, known as Investing in Youth Leadership to provide community-based peacekeeping and establishing working group to develop a peace book program. Amendment Number 6 to Central West Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project and Plan. Amendment Number 4 to the Pilsen Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project and Plan. Office of Inspector General's Audit of Department of Finance Management of Outstanding Debt. Office of Inspector General Audit City Council Office of Financial Analysis Report Requirements. Office of Inspector General's Audit of City Metered Water Billing. Office of Inspector General Public Safety Section Follow-up Report regarding demographic impacts of Chicago Police Department's hiring process, and the expression of opposition to proposed zoning reclassification of property at 1704 North Milwaukee. I, City Clerk Valencia, informed the City Council that all those matters which were considered by the City Council at the regular meeting held on April 15, 2026, required by statute to be published in a book or pamphlet form, or one and more newspapers are published in pamphlet form on May 20, 2026 by being printed in full text and printed pamphlet copies of the Journal Proceedings of City Council, City of Chicago. Issuance of City of Chicago Second Lien Water Revenue Bonds, Project and Refunding Series 2026. The City Clerk informed the City Council that the ordinance authorizing the issuance of City of Chicago Second Lien Water Revenue Bonds, Project and Refunding Series 2026, which were considered by the City Council on April 15, 2026, which were requested to be published in pamphlet form, was published in pamphlet form on April 17, 2026 by being printed in full text and special pamphlet, published by authority of the City Council in accordance with the provisions of Title II, Chapter 12, Section 50 of the Municipal Code of Chicago as it passed on July 27, 1990. I, City Clerk Valencia, also transmit herewith the following miscellaneous communications and reports requiring City Council action. Zoning reclassification of particular areas referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, Building Standards. Claims against the City of Chicago referred to the Committee on Finance. Amendment of ordinance with the reclassified area shown on map number 1F at 212-232 West Erie Street, 659-679 North Franklin Street, 217 West Huron, which referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Your Honor, that concludes reports and communications from the Mayor and other city officers.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez has requested to participate in today's meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. You able to confirm if she's joined us online?
Alderwoman.
I'm here, Mr. President.
All right, can I get a motion for the participation of Alder? It's been moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Please add Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez to the quorum roll call. With that, next up, our committee reports. We'll start with the Finance Committee. The chair recognizes Chair Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for the City Council's Committee on Finance, which held a committee meeting on May 18, 2026. The following items received a due pass recommendation from the committee. Item number 1 is an ordinance amending Section 2-32-085 of the Municipal Code regarding the Voluntary Charitable Payroll Deductions Program. Mr. President, unless someone wishes to speak on this item, I move passage of this item by a roll call vote.
Very well, seeing no hands. Thank you, Madam Chair. Members, please use your e-vote application to record your vote at this time.
Oh, the voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. The voting is now open. Raise your hand if you need support. I will now call on those that have not used their e-device. Alderman Robinson. Yes. Robinson is a yes. Alderman Hall. Yes. Hall is a yes. Alderwoman Coleman. Coleman is a yes. Alderwoman Taylor.
Yes.
Taylor is a yes. Alderman Mosley. Mosley is a yes. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez.
Aye.
Rodriguez Sanchez is a yes. Alderman Gardner. Gardner is a yes. Alderwoman Clay. Clay is a yes. Alderwoman Haddon.
Yes.
Haddon is a yes. All right, the voting is now closed. 50 to 0.
Very well, thank you. There are 50 yeas, 0 nays. The matter is passed. Alderman Mitchell, on the motion to reconsider.
Mr. President, move to reconsider
All
the
those
vote.
in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. No, this motion fails. Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 2 is an ordinance authorizing the issuance of multifamily program funds for the mixed-use development 4% project at 3959 North Lincoln Avenue in the 47th Ward in an amount not to exceed $11,007,814. I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 3 is an ordinance authorizing the issuance of multifamily program funds for the mixed-use development 9% project at 3959 North Lincoln Avenue in the 47th Ward in an amount not to exceed $357,186. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
So ordered.
Item number 4 is an ordinance authorizing an intergovernmental agreement with the Chicago Board of Education to provide TIF funds for improvements at Mollison School at 4415 South King Drive in the 3rd Ward in the amount not to exceed $5 million. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 5 is an ordinance authorizing the First Amendment to the redevelopment agreement with Westside Health Authority to modify the disbursement structure of tax increment financing assistance for the Aspire Center project at 5500 West Madison Street in the 29th Ward in an amount not to exceed $12,250,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 6 is an ordinance authorizing the redevelopment agreement with the Workshop Arts Collaborative, LLC, to provide tax increment financing assistance at 3741 through 49 West Lawrence Avenue in the 33rd Ward in an amount not to exceed $1,550,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 7 is an ordinance authorizing the First Amendment to the redevelopment agreement to provide tax increment financing assistance and the modification of the disbursement structure for the United Yards 1B project at 4700 South Ashland Avenue in the 20th Ward in an amount not to exceed $1,813,375. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 8 is an ordinance approving amendment number 3 to the redevelopment plan for the Canal Congress Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project and Plan to provide for the redevelopment of the expanded area in the 28th, 34th, and 42nd wards. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 9 is an ordinance designating the expanded Canal Congress Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project area as a redevelopment project area pursuant to the Tax Increment Allocation Redevelopment Act in the 28th, 34th, and 42nd wards. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 10 is an ordinance adopting tax increment allocation financing for the expanded Canal Congress Tax Increment Financing Redevelopment Project area in the 28th, 34th, and 42nd wards. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 11A is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Access Living versus City of Chicago, case number 18CV 3399, in the amount of $2,250,000. I move passage of this item by the same motion with the exception of Alderman Lopez, who wishes to be recorded as voting no on this item.
Hearing no other objection, so ordered.
Item number 11B is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Jose Gonzalez as Special Administrator of the estate of Jose Almanza Martinez, deceased, versus City of Chicago, Officer Ashton Smiley, and Officer Michael Carrion, case number 24L14052, in the amount of $3.5 million. I move passage of this item by the same motion, with the exception of Alderman Quinn, Lopez, Curtis, Scott, Taliaferro, Villegas, Spizzato, Riley, and Silverstein, who all wish to be recorded as voting no on this item.
Chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
I'd like to be recorded as a no as well.
Very well, please add as a no, Gardner as a no. The chair recognizes Tabares.
Recorded as a no.
Did we already have her name? Tabares, please add Tabares as a no. Chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Recorded as a no as well.
Thank you. Please add Alderman Beal as a no. Alderman Chico.
Recorded as no, 2.
Well, thank you very much. Alder Napolitano.
I'd like to be recorded as a no, please.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Cardona.
To be recorded, no.
Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to this settlement because, as we heard during the Finance Committee, the Traffic Review Board found that we had done nothing wrong. Our officers stopped pursuit, and yet the criminal, the parolee with cocaine and drugs in his car, continued on for another 2 blocks, where he ultimately, recklessly killed someone. Our taxpayers should not be on the hook for this. The city of Chicago should fight this because it's the right thing to do. But yet we are again offering a settlement to cover and pay for the decrepit actions of people who do not care about life in the city of Chicago. We need to say no. We need to say no loudly, because we cannot continue to pay settlements, especially when we're cleared of wrongdoing. When our own commissions say that we did what we needed to do, and yet we're still going to offer them money. We're still going to say that we're going to take the responsibility. And my heart goes out to the family. But the criminal who was trying to evade capture, trying to evade going to jail because he knew he was violating his parole, gets to walk away without any liability, without any restitution to the family he shattered with his recklessness and his disregard for life. We tell our officers to respect the sanctity of life. And yet here we are saying that even when you do that, we're still going to reward the criminal and let them off the hook. We had a discussion about how do we go after, how can we apportion judgment, I think was the title. And we're still waiting for that kind of conversation. We've heard the need for Springfield to get involved and for the law department to step up and say that we're going to fight the appellate court decision from March that's handicapping us in this moment. We should do that before we start writing any more checks. So with that, Mr. President, I will be voting no and encourage all of my colleagues to do the same.
Very well, thank you. There is a motion on the floor for the passage. Chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would actually agree with the alderman from the 15th Ward if we had an opportunity to make decisions in a vacuum. Unfortunately, we do not. You're correct in the fact that the traffic board did clear the officers of their actions. However, the traffic board is not the state of Illinois, it's not the courts, and we have to operate in the system that we are in. You are correct that the law in Springfield does need to be tweaked, but we also have to think about the preservation of our taxpayers in these conversations as well. Our Corporation Council has done great work in bringing forth settlements after they've done all that they believe that they can do and bring forth something that makes sense and financially for the taxpayers. And again, I agree that even though in some cases when you look at it, it doesn't seem to appear to be right, but we also have to understand what the law is and operate within the framework that has been given to us. So no matter how we land this plane, I think the risk of exposing our taxpayers to even further damages is something that we have to think about in our fiduciary responsibility. And I appreciate the work that Corporation Counsel has done to try to bring these numbers down as best she can and her team. But at the end of the day, we still have to make these payments, and I don't think it's on us to decide to roll the dice per se with the taxpayers' money. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'm also a no, but my no is no indictment on Corporation Counsel. The facts were presented to us. They don't add up to me, as they do to many of my colleagues. So I don't know if I'd call it rolling dice. I think it's rolling the dice by paying this off. So I say, let's fight this. We're being wronged here. I want to protect the taxpayers also. I guess we have my esteemed colleague from the 28th Ward. We have a different opinion on how we protect the taxpayers. So I'm a no, but it's nothing against Corporation Counsel. I know you work very hard. I know it's an unfair fight. It's a couple of you against a whole army of Dewey, Screw 'em, and Howe, and it's a tough task to do. So I am a solid no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chairwoman Dow, on your motion.
Yeah, excuse me.
Yes, yes, Alderwoman Dow, Chairwoman
I just
Dow.
wanted to say that this case is not cut and dry. I appreciate the comments from my colleague, Alderman Chairman Irvin. The Traffic Review Board is not the end-all, be-all decision maker for the police department. We do have a series of general orders which were not followed in this particular case. And related to the actual person who hit the car, he's judgment-proof, so there's nothing to go after. So I would also congratulate the law department for doing the work that needed to be done and looking at this case very closely. They don't know about the cases that you win, the ones that we do fight and we do win. And I think at some point we need to be able to give that information to my colleagues so that they can see both sides of the coin. With that, I believe one of my colleagues might have called for a roll call.
That is correct, and thank you for that. We'll make sure that that information is provided. There's a roll call vote for item 11B. 11B. Very well. Madam Clerk, thank you for making the e-vote application available. Members of the council, please record your vote at this time.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-device. The voting is now open. I will now call on those that have not used the e-device. Alderman Hall. Hall is a yes. Alderwoman Taylor.
Yes.
Taylor is a yes. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez.
Aye.
Rodriguez Sanchez is a yes. Alderwoman Haddon.
Aye.
Alderwoman Haddon is a yes. The roll call or the item is now closed.
There are 34 yeas, 16 nays. This motion passes. Alderman Mitchell, on a motion to reconsider.
I move to reconsider the
All
vote.
those in favor of reconsidering this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. The motion fails. The chair recognizes Chairwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 11C is an order authorizing the Corporation Council to enter into and execute a settlement order in the case of Arnold Day versus Kenneth Boudreau, case number 19CV7286, in the amount of $13 million. I move passage of this item by the same motion as was applied to item number 2.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 12 is a communication transmitting reports of cases in which verdicts, judgments, or settlements were entered into for the month of April 2026, and these will be placed on file with the clerk. Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Committee on Budget and Government Operations, the chair recognizes Chairman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the council. Reporting for your Committee on the Budget and Government Operations, which held meetings on April 27th and May 13th. The committee has a series of reports recommending passage of the following items. From our April 27th meeting, item number 2 was a communication recommending a call for hearings on the status of the city's progress implementing efficiencies and other programmatic reform options identified in the Financial and Strategic Reforms Option Report. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
From our meeting on May 13th, item number 1 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning an annual appropriation ordinance year 2026 amendment within Fund 925. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Item number 2 is a communication recommending a proposed ordinance concerning a redevelopment agreement with Southside Community Arts Center to provide Neighborhood Opportunity Fund assistance for the renovation of a property at 3831 South Michigan in the 3rd Ward.
Sorry, did you make the motion?
Yeah, I'm sorry, I was going to ask if Chairman Dow had anything she wanted to add.
Okay,
No,
Alderwoman
I make
Dow.
the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Items 3 through 5 are transfers of funds within wards 10, 13, and 31, all of which are for year 2026. I make the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you. For the Committee on Contract and Oversight and Equity, Chair recognizes Chairwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for the Committee on Contracts, Oversight, and Equity. We held a meeting on Monday, May 18th at 12:30 p.m. And the following items was heard. Approval of the Rule 45 report for the month of January, February, March, and April 2026. I move that the City Council concur in the recommendation of the Finance Committee and pass this item by the same roll call as item number 1 on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 2, amendments of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-45 by adding new section 2-45-150, establishing an online database to track MBE, WBE utilization compliance. That number was S02-024-0012-388. I move passage of this item by the same roll call as item number 1 on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 3, S02-025-0018-753 by Alderman Rosanna Rodriguez Sanchez was held in committee. Item number S02-026-0023320 passed as a substitute Amendments to the 2025 program agreement authorize execution of the new technology service agreement with Local Initiative Support Corporation, introduced by Mayor Brandon Johnson. I recommend passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Final item was a subject matter hearing. No votes taken by Alderman Villegas. The City of Chicago Middle Eastern North African Business Enterprise Research Study. Mr. President, that will conclude my report at this time.
Thank you, Madam.
I move passage of these items by the same motion if there's no objection.
Which items, Madam Chair? You didn't have any additional items, right?
No.
Okay,
That was
very
the
good. So this
subject matter
concludes
hearing.
your report.
Yes.
Very good. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Now for the Committee on Environment, Protection, and Energy, the Chair recognizes Vice Chair Knutson.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Environmental Protection and Energy, which held a committee meeting on May 11, 2026. The committee has 2 reports and recommends the passage of the following item. Item 1 is O2026-0022796, Amendment of Municipal Code Section 10-32-055 to limit the height of non-tree plants in native and pollinator gardens to 36 inches. I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
The second item was a subject matter hearing on Commonwealth Edison's annual summer preparedness. No votes were taken on this item. Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. For the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight, the Chair recognizes Chair Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon, members of City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight, which held a committee meeting on Tuesday, May 19th. The committee recommends passage of the following 2 items. The first item is appointment 2026-0025389, which is the appointment of David Glockner as Inspector General. This item passed unanimously amongst all members present. I move passage for this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
We're happy to do that unless there's any members of this body that would like to provide some remarks. Very well, seeing no hands. There's a motion on the floor. Hearing no objections, so ordered. Congratulations.
No. It's quick.
Chair recognizes Chairman Martin.
Mr. President.
I do apologize. Alderman Moore, the moment did pass, but if you want to just, you good? I'm good. We're all good. That's very good. Chairman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 2 is substitute ordinance 2026-0024036, which amends Municipal Code Title II by adding new chapter 2-200 titled The Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr. Fair Access to Democracy Ordinance and establishment of the Reverend Jesse L. Jackson Sr. Working Group on Access to Democracy. This item passed unanimously amongst all members present. Unless someone wishes to speak, I move passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Seeing no hands, one hand. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry to rain on everybody's parade. I wasn't at the meeting. It's not something I believe we need. I think it's unnecessary oversight and expense, so on and so forth. So I would like to be recorded as a no.
Very well. Despite the division, the chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too wish to be recorded as a no.
Please add Alderman Lopez as a no. The chair recognizes Alderman Gardner.
I too would like to be a no.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Napolitano.
I'd like to be recorded as a no.
Very well. With those 4 noes, despite the division, here are no other objections. The chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea.
I didn't want to speak on this, but now I have to. What
Go
was
ahead.
frustrating to me, Mr. President, was the hearing lasted well over an hour. There were numerous people on this panel. At various points during the meeting, they referenced working with the Chicago Board of Elections. Many, many, many times. I sat through this. Finally, when I was called upon to ask a question, I asked the entire panel, all these people who've been working with the Board of Elections on this, are any of the commissioners here from the Board of Elections? Nobody knew. I said, can any of you name any of the commissioners? Nobody on this panel could name a single commissioner from the Board of Elections. I then asked, is the executive director from the Chicago Board of Elections here? Nobody knew. I then asked, can any of you name who the executive director is of the Chicago Board of Elections? Nobody knew. Mr. Mayor, we continue to add to government. We continue to make up fancy platitudes that make it sound like we're doing something. Nobody as part of this panel can answer basic questions as to who from the damn Board of Elections they've been working with. I'm a no vote, and I wish people would start being straight and do a little bit of homework and actually working together instead of having fancy lines in the newspaper.
Alderman Sigcho Lopez, you are recognized.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I also wasn't planning to speak, but in line of this rhetoric that we have gotten here in City Council, when we speak on both sides of our mouths, on one side, we have people who are taking action when we set a federal government that is ready to take the 14th Amendment rights. That's what we're up against. In the midst of these attacks on our city, and we have recognized Reverend Jesse Jackson on multiple occasions on this council. So to hear that we in this council are not taking any steps to protect the right to vote. We just saw what happened in Tennessee. One black district taken away by white supremacy. And what are we doing then here? But oppose the bare minimum to talk about fair and accessible elections? Shame on this council for that rhetoric. I encourage us to rather be working with the Rainbow Push, with Chicago Votes, to encourage more people to vote, especially young people. It's a damn shame what I hear every day in this council. Then be part of the solutions that you want to see. Criticizing is cheap. This federal government is going to rig the elections in November. Make no mistake about it. So choose a side. You on the side of history when Reverend Jackson was fighting to encourage voting rights and protect them, or you on the side of the fascists taking those rights away. So in this moment in history, every local government has a responsibility to do everything in our power to protect rights that have taken blood, sweat, and tears of many people. So I'm proud to stand on the right side of history, on the history of voting rights, in the history of our city, and the legacy of Reverend Jesse Jackson. That's what we are here to do. If we want to review this ordinance and we part of that and encourage more young people to vote, then let's be part of that in every ward. But do nothing is not an option. Do nothing in a moment like this is a shame. I encourage all of us to take action word by word and start working with actions to protect the legacy of Reverend Jackson and the leaders of the civil rights whose lives were taken by the same group of white supremacists trying to take the voting rights. I'm never going to stop.
Alderman Sixto Lopez, direct your comments to me, please. There will be order. Order. Alderman Sposato, order, please. Alderman Sposato, please. Alderman Sixto Lopez, can you please conclude, sir? Alderman Sposato, please, sir. Some decorum. Alderman Sixto Lopez, direct your comments to me, sir. Alderman Sixto Lopez, direct your comments to me.
I am not going to be disrespected as a city council member. There's got some decorum and some respect. I don't like many things that people said here, but yet I listen quietly. And I'm not going to be disrespected during the time that I have to speak, as my community has elected me to speak, and especially in a time like this. So again, this is the kind of rhetoric, this is the kind of actions that we see being silent, do nothing. Communities like us are being disappeared. They're shooting people in plain broadside light. They have the audacity to tell me to stop. Mr. President, I rise in support of this important resolution and urge us, if there are things to work on, let's work on them. But do nothing is not an option in time of fascism. Thank you, Mr. President.
Alderwoman Coleman.
Thank you, Mr. President. I never thought I'd be quoting my neighbor here in the 15th Ward, but the devil is a liar. I want to just uplift State Representative Kim Dubuclet, as well as Speaker of the House Chris Welch, who originally passed this particular legislation in the Illinois legislature, and I want to commend your office. While there were some kinks that had to be worked out in this ordinance back in March, I want to commend you all for taking the time, listening to the feedback from not only the Black Caucus, but other members of City Council, and ensuring that this passage, good job, Chairman, for carrying this through your committee. And I want to remind my colleagues, for those that have a problem with the Board of Elections or not having the collaboration and partnership, let's keep that same energy when they come before us in the budget season. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato. Was there anything else that you wish to add, sir?
I just would ask for a roll call vote, because this is 2026, not 1976. Thank you, sir.
The chair, there's a motion on the floor for a roll call vote. Mr. Parliament, does that... So with a roll call point, that ends the discussion. And so, but just a second, you all. Okay, so he didn't call the question. Thank you for the clarification, but he is requesting a roll call. Very well. The next person that is on the list to speak, the chair recognizes Alder Wagasback.
Thank you, Mr. President. I actually was not going to speak until I saw the interaction between my colleagues there. I sat through that committee hearing, and I did read the ordinance. Alderman O'Shea was correct. We did ask about the Board of Elections, and there was no response. In fact, there was silence. The Chief of Policy said that everything that the Board of Elections does is ad hoc. And I would remind those of us who sit here during the Board of Elections hearing when they come for the budget, that's not what I hear. What I hear from the Board of Elections is that they are doing robust work in terms of language access, in terms of outreach, in terms of public service announcements. And what we heard yesterday was, no, whatever they're doing is just ad hoc. When Alderman O'Shea followed up on some of the questions that I had as well about the Board of Elections, it seemed to me that nobody can answer any of those questions. No one could say that they had actually had the opportunity to have discussions in depth about what the Board of Elections, the commissioners have done or will do with this. So I don't disagree that the state passed something and said, hey, this is an opportunity for us to work on things. But in this instance, there clearly was a poorly drafted and contradictory ordinance put before us that did not meet the level needed to make sure that we have an ordinance that will do what it says or what the drafter said it was going to do. So it's not about creating this situation here where dissent over a poorly drafted ordinance is something that should equate to divisive language that should be halted on the opinion of one person in this council. One of the other comments that was made yesterday, probably by one of the drafters, was if you don't pass this, we will have a knife to your throat. And that kind of set me back a little bit when I was sitting in that committee meeting, because I heard that and I thought, the same people who want me to vote on something recognizing the achievements and what is hopefully to be the long-lasting legacy of Jesse Jackson said, if you don't pass this, we will have a knife to your throat. What kind of language are we talking about in our committee meetings and in here where we can't have a decent discussion and allow people without fear of retribution, like we see in DC, without fear of having somebody push back on the opinions that I have? I don't get it. I don't understand why we get to this point. And I'm not going to sit here and yell and scream about it, but I'm also going to say that I took offense to that. And it carried through to the discussion today. That kind of rhetoric just doesn't have any place in those committee meetings, and it doesn't have any place in this room. There are significant disagreements between some of the people in this room. What my opinion is on this actual ordinance, which doesn't meet the standards of a good ordinance, to say that the Board of Elections, which we have voted for to have a budget of $7 million, plus tens of millions more for other elections, aren't doing their job. That's what it was read out yesterday, that they're not doing their job. So is the opinion of the mayor and of the council members that we should get rid of the Board of Elections? I don't think so. But shouldn't they be at the table to decide what part they should play in this new ordinance? Yes. The fact was they were cut out of the conversation. Other entities were cut out of the conversation. So my opinion was, don't diminish what Jesse Jackson Jr. has done for this city, for this country, but embolden it more by actually sitting down with the people who've been carrying that torch to make sure that our elections here in Chicago have been free, fair, have been open, have been improving on all aspects of the Board of Elections, whether it's language access, the ability to get into a polling place. When each one of us have issues with polling places, we call the Board of Elections. You can't tell me you don't. And the accessibility issues have improved over the years for everyone. So to hear what was happening yesterday, to blow off the Board of Elections as if somehow they haven't done their job over the last few decades and they haven't improved, was pretty embarrassing. So I would just say that the responsible thing to do today is either vote no on something that doesn't come up to the responsibilities that have been undertaken by the Board of Elections, or send it back to the committee so it can be improved. And the people, like the chief policy officer who testified yesterday but really couldn't, will go back to the Board of Elections and do their job, and tell us what the cost is, tell us what the problems are, and tell us how they're going to improve this. But until then, I think everybody needs to chill out a little bit in making accusations against those of us who might not want to vote for an ordinance that is simply not ready for prime time. And that's what this is about. So please, when you're talking about dissent, don't bring up this rhetoric issue as if somehow a yes or no vote means you're evil or you're not. I think we've had enough of that in here, and we need to get back to working on the issues as they are presented before us, what the laws are, who's doing the work, and less rhetoric. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Alderman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I believe in voter access and improving democracy, but I don't think that this ordinance goes far enough. I think we let off the hook the United States Postal Service and put all of the requirements for securing mailboxes on property owners and landlords. They are not the only ones that are a culprit in having mailboxes that are not secure. They don't deliver the mail on time. They don't fix mailboxes. When they're supposed to put in a new key, it takes forever to get them to pay attention to the calls that we make from our respective wards. And so I would ask that when this is approved, that whoever the C director or whoever needs to reach out to the post office and make them do their job. I raised this in the briefing. It was not addressed in the ordinance, and so I want to raise it here. And hopefully your administration will look at that. Thank you.
You're welcome. Chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate the opportunity to speak on the matter. I was also in the committee hearing, and I think in the interest of trying to get the temperature back down, there are a couple of things that I think we wanted to clarify. If the standard for this council was to not move legislation that wasn't ready for prime time, we'd only be doing permits and street namings. Everything we work on tends to be unfinished. The fact that it's legislation means that they're living documents we continue to work on. And so I think the proposal to create an advisory council in the moment we're in is a fair one to make. We understand that there is a real fear, and had been a fear, that ICE or federal agents might show up at polling locations during these elections. The President of the United States has intimated and said as much as we're heading into more elections. So there's a real concern, not in what the Board of Elections is currently doing, but in the moment we find ourselves in and what we need to do to prepare. Because if we're having a hard enough time holding the post office accountable, what do you think we're going to do when the federal government comes down? So to having the conversations about that is important. Our colleagues who say we can do better are also correct. There should have been more engagement with the Board of Elections to discuss what's currently happening and how to improve it. So it's absolutely fair to raise that up as well. I just wanted to correct a little bit shared by my colleague, Alderman Wagasback. There was a comment made about a knife to a throat. The actual comment was, if there isn't anything done to help improve the situation, it would be like putting a knife through the throat of the Reverend's legacy. Now, I would say the language in itself is inflammatory. It can be interpreted in different ways. I don't think it was viewed or meant to be as a threat, but because we have heightened tensions in this moment, there's a lot of different ways to look at the situation. Now, you add on top of that campaign season, Lord knows we had a candidate on public comment and everyone on the mic wants to make it even more of an issue. But if we're talking about just improving our current situation, it is fair to do so. Board of Elections does come before a budget every single year. And every single year, we talk about what they're not doing. Language access in the city of Chicago is deplorable, even in the time where we were trying to protect our undocumented neighbors. It's still horrible. We've been talking about it for 4 or 5 years plus, and it hasn't been improved. So it is fair to say that it needs improvement. And we've had the conversation through multiple budget seasons about consolidating our Board of Elections with the counties or someone else's. So to act as if those conversations have never happened and it's brand new to talk about trying to improve the current Board of Elections is just being oblivious to conversations we've already had as a council. It is fair if you want to vote yes or no because you think there needs to be more work done. But to kind of raise the stakes and say you're either a fascist or not based on your vote, I get we're on our feelings. This is still a council. We have to figure out how to think like adults here. And I would appreciate that we all do so and have this respect for each other, even when we don't agree on things. I'll be supportive. Just because people vote no doesn't mean I think they're fascists. there's plenty of people who do other things for us to think that way. Thank you, Mr. President.
Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, good afternoon, members of the City Council. So I just want to make sure that we're fully understanding and that the public fully understands what exactly the substitute says. And bless you, whoever's allergies are kicking in. But before I speak to what the substitute is, let me just say this. First off, there are a litany of more appropriate ways we could remember a man who has meant so much both to this room and to this city. And this ordinance ain't it. First and foremost, it's not. But when we look at what's in here, a lot of the rhetoric doesn't necessarily match what we're talking about. For example, the first item, past definitions, deals with whether or not public employees' information can be made public. We're talking about, now obviously some of this is common sense, like we don't want people's social security numbers made public, but it also talks about addresses, non-work phone numbers, social media accounts, financial information, consumer information. So I guess if any of you give a review or go to a store, we can't be posting where that is. I guess our salary webpage is going to come down because now we're no longer going to allow anyone to see what city employees' salaries are. Sexually intimate visual depictions. So if I give my husband a hug, now someone is breaking the law if they share that. And any information that provides access to a person's teleconferencing, video conferencing, or digital meeting room. Incidentally, as it continues on, it says that all of that is unlawful if you disseminate, disclose, or publish any of that which I just described. Which means in this setting, again, if I were to give my husband a hug, you just committed a crime if you took a picture and tweeted it out. Per this. The enforcement for this, and this is just for government employees. Government employees. The enforcement of this is a fine between $500 and $5,000. Let me put this in perspective. Do you know what the fine is for the teen takeovers? Do you know what the fine is to the parents who turn a blind eye to what's going on the streets in the city of Chicago? Or the fine for wearing a mask while you're stealing someone's ATM right out of their gas station? It's not $5,000. But we are creating this document to put our own selves, and indeed government as a whole, even further from the people. If that's not fascism, I don't know what is. Because all of us are supposed to be approachable. All of us are supposed to be accessible. And we are now creating a barrier between us and the people under the boogeyman that we're somehow going to be doxing each other. Now, truth be told, there are some people running around this building who absolutely should have the light shine on them because they are working contrary to this country, to this city, and to this room. And if their information went public while they're out burning flags and parading people past security, so be it. But this is not the way. An advisory council to have yet another conversation to give the appearance of yet doing something yet again. How many advisory councils do we have here in this room? There are more advisory councils elevating people up, giving them a platform to which nothing gets done in this city. Some well-intentioned, some too long in existence, but yet we are adding yet again something to discuss something that does not apply to the city of Chicago, county of Cook, state of Illinois. Because the last time I checked, this state, this county, this city has some of the most accessible voting options in the nation. You can literally walk right in without being registered, register and vote. We all know what the rules are for campaigning, well established. Some of you even still have the blue cones in your office. We know what the rules are. There's no boogeyman trying to take that away from you. And as one of my colleagues said, if we really want to have a discussion about what's impacting voting here in the city of Chicago, county of Cook, and state of Illinois, there are other more important things that I think the good Reverend would have wanted us to go after. For example, why are we disenfranchising hundreds of thousands of people by allowing the post office to get off the hook on no longer using a correct postmark date? Our seniors, our homebound, now have to plan at least 2 weeks because we can no longer guarantee that the ballot's going to get there in time. That's an issue. That's not here. Why are we allowing the federal government and our election regulators not to thoroughly purge the lists of individuals and work more collaboratively to find out who's really on our rolls? We talk about low turnout. All of our stats are wrong anyway. Because a third of the people don't even belong there because they're either dead, moved, or duplicates and have been inactive for 10 years. But the law says we have to keep waiting and keep waiting. That's not in here. But that falsely makes communities look as though they have poor turnout, when in fact they have great turnout if you got rid of everyone that doesn't belong on the rolls. And there are many other issues that we could address when it comes to voting. 85% of us wear dual hats in this room anyway, as both aldermen and Democratic committeemen. We know firsthand what it is to run an election. We know firsthand what it is to have accessibility issues, and we also know what it's like to have to struggle to find polling places that appease the requirements of the American with Disabilities Act, of which we get 0 waivers. Another issue that we're having. But that again is missing. That again is not here. Those are the conversations we should be having. Those are the charges we should be putting forward, regardless who's sitting at 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Because many of these things are systemic, recurring, and have been happening through multiple administrations and are finally coming to a head. This is not the way. Because at the end of the day, once this commission puts together a list of what we need to preserve democracy in the most democratic state in the union, who's going to get the report? At which point did our authority for this commission mandate other governments to take action? There are better legacies. There are no better legacies than the good Reverend Jesse Jackson Jr.'s. We should be using that, if we are going to use that, on things that make sense and that would make him proud. And quite frankly, Mr. President, this falls short of that mark. Thank you.
Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I will try to carry on after Alderman Lopez made great points here, but often ordinances or resolutions are introduced and a name or organization is tied to it for marketing purposes, in my opinion. In this case, Reverend Jesse Jackson, who I have publicly praised on this floor several times, his name is on this piece of legislation. Often when you place powerful names on an ordinance, it ensures electeds will vote for it in fear of being ostracized as a racist or other names, as we just heard earlier. Just as in 2021, where the marketing for the Illinois Safety Act was passed, and we recently saw, just very recently, how that allowed a suspect be released onto our streets, kill an officer, and gravely wound another officer, how that impacted our city, how it impacted these families. So out of respect for Reverend Jesse Jackson and his life's work, I'm strong enough, and many others in this room, as I've just heard, our colleagues, are strong enough to stand up, regardless of your race, and vote no on this poorly crafted ordinance. Thank you.
Alderman Quesada.
Democracy is a fragile thing. It's not just being attacked by people in office at different levels of government, but it also happens at the grassroots, right? Social movements come from all different sides of the political spectrum and philosophy, and we have to do our very best to use our tools and our capacities to help keep our democracy safe. I believe what my colleague was saying is that threat, at its very nature. And I think it's important to uplift the fact that we have a very strong civic culture here in the city of Chicago. And there are over 30 organizations, including the League of Women Voters, who have worked on this ordinance and who support this ordinance. And it's because of those organizations, because of those civic leaders that have been doing the work much longer than I've been alive, working with our Board of Elections for over 100 years. That is why I support this ordinance, and I urge and I vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Alderman LaSpada.
Since we're all piggybacking on other people's words, everything that Alderman Quesada said, but I will add, if the work that we want to be about is purging voter rolls and doxing public employees, the White House is already on board with that. You've got a great ally in D.C. for that work, or you could even join the Bears in Indiana. There's so many places that are working so hard to undermine democracy these days. I am proud to stand with and for legislation that is a rebuke to those energies. Thank you, sir.
Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll make this really, really quick. Piggybacking once and again, I think we should go back to the conversation that we're constantly having in budget or in finance when we're making these judgment settlements, and it's the effect that it has on our taxpayers. So in that regard, why don't we do a proper cost analysis or have a cost analysis at all done before we make any type of movements, and so we can tell our taxpayers how this is going to affect them, because that's what we're always talking about in this room. Of the decisions that you make here, how it is going to affect the taxpayers. That goes for the judgments that we make and the rulings that we make in ordinance, resolutions, or anything we pass in this office. So until we do that, we shouldn't be voting yes or no. We shouldn't be voting at all. I think we should just do our due diligence first. Thank you, Mr. President.
The motion on the floor for the chair recognizes Alder Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just for reference for all of our members of the City Council, COFA has an ability for any member to request a fiscal impact statement on any piece of legislation. It is something we moved on for over a year now, so anyone here can do that. You can absolutely look it up and ask for it before it comes up for a vote. Thank you very much.
Alderman Rodriguez.
He does have a great haircut. You're supposed to laugh, I don't know. To the piece of legislation, 22030 states it is unlawful for any person to disseminate, disclose, or publish any personal identifiable information of a government worker without their consent if that person acts with the intent to cause death, bodily injury, etc. And nothing in this section, in section B there, states shall prohibit any activity protected under the Constitution. It also allows, this legislation also allows a private right to action for government workers. It's very consistent with many pieces of legislation that this council has voted on over the years. Look, who is in the White House does matter. And we know that this individual in the White House, and potentially some in the future, may try to strike an authoritarian tone in our elections. We know that folks in Georgia and Florida and elsewhere, their lives have been threatened as poll workers. We're not going to allow that here in the state of Illinois. Today, in the city of Chicago, today, I brought Ron Mustin here. He's a federal voting rights activist. I will be damned if I'm going to vote against something that moves us forward in protecting the right to vote. That's what this is about today, and I urge a aye vote. Thank you.
Alderman Robinson.
Mr. Mayor, thank you for allowing me this opportunity. Let me thank my colleague, Alderman Martin, for bringing this forward. I worked with Alderman Martin when I was in the Illinois General Assembly, and I can tell you, if there's anybody that is in this body that will make sure that all voices are heard, it's certainly him. And so my colleagues that mentioned that there were groups that were not included, as a legislator, there's no perfect legislation. And certainly we can do better. And I believe that we will. When I was in the Illinois General Assembly, Mr. Mayor, I worked with Republicans, and I knew who they were. I knew the towns that they lived in. I knew what they hid in their closets in their homes. And I was extremely excited to come to this body because I knew my colleagues. 49 of us, 77 neighborhoods that represented minorities across this city. There's no neighborhood that does not have an African American or Hispanic in their area. But I'm disappointed today because all of us should be able to express ourselves, express what's going on in our communities, express that racism still exists, although one of my colleagues mentioned the 1970s. Clearly, we are not watching the news. Clearly, we are disconnected. What's happening in Chicago, what's happening in our nation. My colleague from the other side of this building, or the side of this council, her community continues to be targeted. We talked about anti-Semitic rhetoric. But when other communities talk about racism, all of a sudden, we are ostracized. We are disrupted. Again, when other communities cry out about what's happening in their community, we're silenced. But when the African American community or the Hispanic community cries out, we talk about the 1970s. This is the City Council of Chicago, the greatest city on the planet. We are the example for the country. The Supreme Court's recent decision to gut the Voting Rights Act is an affront to everyone who marched, bled, died to make that law possible. Colleagues, have you not been watching TV? Have you not been listening to the radio? Where have you been? We have made some strides since the 1970s. But if we don't get our act together, we're going back. And it is our responsibility as the representatives of 77 neighborhoods to do what's right and set the example for the United States of America. So to my colleagues that want to hang their hat on groups not being added, brought to the table, our job is to figure it out. Our job is to make sure that everyone's voices is heard, not ignored. So I'm absolutely disappointed in my colleagues today. And I hope that we can take a moment, pull it together, and listen to one another. And when we say that our communities that we represent are hurting, and the laws are trying to be reversed, and our history is trying to be whitewashed and taken away, if you don't believe that, if you have issues, talk to us. Ask us to come to our wards. Come over to our houses. Come to our churches. Come to our synagogues. Folks are watching us. Kids are watching us. We need to do better. We need to set the example of what this country should be doing. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Chairman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few final points before I call a vote. One, our turnout's really bad here in Chicago, and it's been getting worse. 1983, our turnout in the election that put Harold Washington in office was over 82%. 2023, it was below 40%. We've got work to do in getting people to exercise their right to vote when it is under attack. And we have dozens of groups who stand ready to work with one another and to work with us to figure that out. I know that there was conversations around the importance of advisory boards and maybe the work that they need to do that hasn't been happening. And I agree with that. But to be clear, some of them are in fact doing good work. I think about our recent budget and the work that was done to preserve funding for domestic and gender-based violence. That was work that was spearheaded by our gender-based violence task force. So we do have examples of advisory boards that do important work. When it comes to the Board of Elections, there should have been a representative there yesterday. And I'll acknowledge as a chair going forward, I need to do a better job of ensuring that all of the important departments are represented. I will say that I did get a message forwarded to me from Adam Lasker, who's the general counsel for the board, yesterday evening, mentioning he had a personal issue that prevented him from being more engaged in recent weeks, but did say, and I quote, "In regards to the ordinance, the Board of Elections still prefers to maintain an impartial and neutral position. While the matters addressed in the ordinance may become beneficial to election workers and to Chicago's voters, these specific matters do not fall within the scope of the board's statutory administrative functions." So I think that's something that needs to get out there. And then lastly, with regard to Jesse Jackson's legacy, it is large enough to cast a shadow on this entire building. And I don't think that it is the province of this body to make a decision about what that legacy should look like. That should be led by his family. That should be led by his colleagues at Rainbow Push, one of whom testified at the committee hearing recently. So let us listen to them. Let us listen to the family's emissaries as they're continuing to recover from the trauma of his loss. And let's move forward with this ordinance. And you have my commitment as people want to have more conversations about how to improve our election system. We'll have hearings in the Ethics Committee ensuring that leaders from the advisory board come and that we make meaningful progress in the coming election and ones to come. So call the question.
Thank you, Chairman. There's a motion on the floor for the passage of items SO 2026-002436. There's a motion, there's a call for a roll call. Madam Clerk, please make the e-vote application available at this time, and members, please cast your vote at this time. Sure. Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just wanted to correct something. Your administration, I understand, did do the federal outreach, and I got a text while I was sitting here, so I did not get the information that I requested, and I just wanted to acknowledge that publicly.
Very well. So no need to FOIA. The text did not come from me. Thank you.
The voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use the e-device. The voting is now open. All right, I will now call on those who have not used the e-device. Alderman O'Shea. Alderman O'Shea is a no. Alderwoman Taylor.
Yes.
Taylor is a yes. Alderwoman Tabarez. Oh, it went through? Oh yeah, got it, okay. Alderwoman Rodriguez Sanchez.
Yes.
Sanchez is a yes. Alderwoman Haddon.
Yes.
Haddon is a yes. The vote is now closed.
There are 42 yeas, 9 nays. This motion passes. Alderman, 8 nays. Thank you. Alderman Mitchell on the motion to reconsider.
I move to reconsider the vote.
Those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. This motion fails. Chairman Martin.
That concludes my report.
Very well. Thank you very much. Our next committee is a Committee on Health and Human Relations. This report out will take place or occur or happen or be delivered by the Vice Chair, Ramirez.
Great. Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Good
Reporting
afternoon.
from the Committee on Health and Human Relations, which met on May 7th at 10 a.m. and May 19th at 12:30 p.m. The committee reports the following recommendations. First, the committee considered a substitute ordinance regarding the city's data collection procedures for the subcategories of Asian or Pacific Islander. This item received a due pass recommendation. Mr. President, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Next, the committee considered a resolution calling for the immediate release of Salah Sur and to ensure safeguarding of immigrant rights. This item received a due pass recommendation. Mr. President, I move passage of this item by the first most favorable roll call.
The chair recognizes Alderwoman Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I first want to say that I condemn ICE in the strongest possible terms. ICE's policies have caused real pain and devastation for many families in Chicago, and our focus should be on protecting and advocating for immigrants in our communities who have been harmed by these policies. However, we should not be using the voice of this Chicago City Council to advocate for the release of someone with ties to Hamas. The FBI has identified him as a fundraiser for Hamas. Hamas, again, is an internationally recognized terrorist organization, and I would like to be recorded as no.
The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and again, good afternoon, members of the committee. I, too, join my colleague in opposition which is why we tried to block it the first time. And what I was discussing earlier today about the hypocrisy of saying we stand with the Jewish people while simultaneously calling for the release of someone tied to terrorism who tried to kill them. The individual that we're discussing isn't a Chicagoan. He's from Wisconsin. The individual that we're talking about spent 8 months in jail for throwing Molotov cocktails into the homes of IDF soldiers in Israel. The individual we're talking about is on the FBI's known or suspected terrorist list and has been known for decades before anyone gets the idea of saying it's a particular administration or regime. The State Department says he lied on his application to gain access to this country, initially lying through the Israeli consulate, and then lied again under the Clinton administration. And for all of us who represent people who've applied and been given green cards, we know lying on that application comes with results: revocation and deportation. Lying calls for revocation and deportation, because what we heard in committee was that he was disappeared, he was kidnapped, he's a freedom fighter, he's speaking truth, he's a dissenter, that the Trump administration is just coming after him because he's an advocate for the people. Most advocates don't throw Molotov cocktails into people's homes. So yes, Mr. President, this is Jewish American Heritage Month, but more specifically, this body has yet again decided to take on a conversation to support people whose sole goal is to create their own 21st century genocide because they simply cannot exist with Jewish people. I cannot say this individual needs this body's support and release. And I hope all of you do the same. Thank you.
Alderman Wagisback.
Thank you, Mr. President. It was just a point of order, actually. So the document that I got was just today, said that the committee met on May 7th and that this item was held in committee due to adjournment. And I think other people got a document that was updated that says it was a due pass recommendation. So could the chairwoman explain the discrepancy on these documents?
Vice
Thank
Chair
you.
Ramirez, thank you.
Yeah, as mentioned, we had to reconvene on May 19th at 12:30, but I would like support in making sure that they get a new document that states that.
Mr. President, I was referring to why some of us got one document and some got other documents.
Yes.
Thank you.
So if I can get some
Vice
support.
Chairwoman, you need
I can get some support to get new
the
documents.
document to individuals who did not receive the most current document.
That's correct.
Okay, from the clerk's office.
Correct.
Is the document available?
I have staff for the Committee on Health that I can.
So folks do have the document, but everybody does not have it.
No, Mr. President.
Just a second. Vice Chairwoman Ramirez? So you do have the document?
That's correct. So
Okay.
if I can speak to the staff of the committee and we can make sure everybody
That
gets a
everyone has
document.
it, because at least Alderman Wagisback did not receive the document. Does anyone else here not have the document? Okay, so there are a few folks who do not have it. Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move this matter be held in committee. There seems to be a lot of confusion about this back and forth. They either be referred back to committee or held in committee until further time we can get all the necessary information that's needed to move forward on this. So my motion would be to refer this matter back to committee.
There's a motion on the floor to refer this item back to committee. All right, it's been moved and seconded. All right, All those in favor of the re-referral of this item back to committee signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say nay. Any opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. This item will be referred back to committee. And just for clarification, this will be referred back to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Very well. The chair recognizes Vice Chair Ramirez.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. Now, for Housing and Real Estate, the chair recognizes Chair Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. Reporting for your Committee on Housing and Real Estate, which held a subject matter hearing on May 4th, 2026, and a regular meeting on May 13th, 2026. On May 4th, 2026, the committee held a subject matter hearing regarding various proposed legislation at the state and federal level that concern Chicago homeowners. We heard from State Senator Graciela Guzman and State Representative LaShawn Ford on their efforts in Springfield, including skyrocketing homeowners insurance as well as property tax relief. We also had advocates elevate their work on the Homes for Every Local Protector, Educator, and Responder Act, also known as the HELPER Act. There were no votes taken at this meeting. For the committee meeting on May 13, 2026, the following is the report recommending passage of 10 ordinances for a municipal code amendment, aldermanic introductions, and various land sales. Item number 1 is ordinance 2026-0024022, amendment of municipal code chapter 2-4 by adding section 2-4-130 regarding the annual report on homelessness and affordable housing. I move passage for this item by the first most favorable roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 2 is an aldermanic introduction from Alderwoman Clay, substitute ordinance 2026-0024086, amendment of municipal code sections 14X-8-802.2.2 and 14X-8-802.3.2 to modify dates for minimum temperature requirements in dwelling units, sleeping units, and indoor occupiable workspaces. Unless Alderwoman Clay, I think she's not here, but I move passage then on this item by substitute by the same motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Item number 3 is an aldermanic introduction from Alderwoman Haddon, the substitute ordinance 2024-00-12422, amendment of municipal code title 5 by adding new chapter 5-30 entitled Centralized Listing Portal Working Group Ordinance. I would like to recognize first Alderman Villegas and then Alderwoman Haddon as sponsors of this bill.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. I am urging an aye vote on this common sense legislation that should have been implemented a long time ago. And so what this ordinance does is it allows for a central database to be formed specifically around folks that are looking for affordable housing. And so if you're someone who's currently looking for affordable housing, you actually literally have to go to IDA's website or in some cases go to each ward to figure out what units are being built in that area that have affordable requirements. And I can tell you that that just doesn't make sense, especially coming from a family where we rented for 25 years and having to think about having to traverse the city to try to find neighborhoods that had these opportunities. And so I'm glad to see that we're putting forward this pilot program, but I would hope that we would do it a lot quicker than the 2 years that's being put forward, especially as we're trying to help those veterans that are that need this assistance and, quite frankly, have the opportunity and the means via the Veteran Affairs Supportive Housing Vouchers, which really deal with the homeless issue around veterans. And so I'm very happy to support this ordinance along with my colleague, Chairwoman Haddon, and I hope that that this pilot program concludes and that we get this central database up and running as soon as possible, so that way folks that are looking for affordable housing opportunities can do so in a quick, full manner. So thank you, Mr. President.
Alderwoman Haddon, and thank you. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. President. And thank you to the chairman for allowing me to speak. I too urge an aye vote by our colleagues on this item. I want to give a shout out to all the organizers and advocates with the Chicago Housing Initiative that are with us today. Thank you to the Department of Housing, to the mayor's policy team, of course, to the mayor, for everybody's work on this. I want to thank my colleagues for giving us input, attending briefings, helping us to make this better. And just, especially today, hearing the debate on all the other items we've had come before us so far. I want to remind my colleagues, we have a lot of opportunities for things to divide us, but we have even more work that our residents want us to do on things that bring us together. I appreciate working with Chairman Villegas and his team on this as well. We're solving problems that Chicagoans want us to solve. We are taking city-financed affordable housing. We're working with other levels of government, CHA, working with IDA. Thank you to IDA. We're using an existing tool that has been created, and we're going to use a full representative stakeholder group to work on improving a process. So we're organizing people to improve this process by which city-financed affordable housing is put into the hands of the Chicagoans who are financing it. Solving problems can be done oftentimes by addressing inefficiencies. Solving problems can be done through making us better and more efficient. Efficiency for efficiency's sake isn't problem solving. But I appreciate, again, Chicago Housing Initiative, all of our advocates for bringing us the problem of saying, we're paying for this and we can't find it. How do we find affordable housing? For the housing providers saying, how can we fill our affordable housing? Because the bureaucratic processes that we're working through right now aren't really working as well as they could. So I look forward to continuing to work with all of our stakeholders to provide this very clean, simple, common sense solution to make sure that Chicagoans can find housing quicker and more easily. And thank you all for your support.
You are welcome. Chair Sixto Lopez.
Thank you. I move passage of these as these items are substituted by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr. President. Item number 4 is from the Department of Housing, Ordinance 2026-00-24945, sale of city-owned property at 4321, 4323, 4324, 4327, 4329, 4333, 4335, 4339, 4341, and 4343 South Langley Avenue, and 724, 736, 738, and 744 East 44th Street in Ubuntu Village to Sunshine Management LLP under the Chai Block Builder and City Lots for Working Families in the 4th Ward. I move passage of this item by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
The remaining items are from the Department of Planning and Development. Items 5 through 7 are grouped together for convenience. They are for the market rate sale of city-owned properties under the Chai Block Builder platform in the 4th and the 24th wards. The ordinance numbers are Ordinance 2026-00-24951, -00-24952, and 00-24-948. I move passage of these 3 items by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Finally, items 8 through 10 are for the sale of city-owned property under the open space side yard Chai Block Builder platform in the 17th, 29th, and 16th wards. The ordinance numbers are Ordinance 2026-00-24-949, 00-24-950, and 24-953. I move passage of these items by the same motion.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights, the chair recognizes Chair Vasquez.
Thank you, Mr. President, members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights, which held a committee meeting on May 18th, 2026. One item was recommended for passage, SR 2026-002-3286, which is a resolution commending the Mexican Heritage Day Association for its efforts to call for February 2nd to be declared as Mexican American Heritage Day. I move passage of this resolution by the first favorable roll call roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Committee on License and Consumer Protection, the Chair recognizes Chairwoman Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. I'm reporting for the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. We held a meeting on May 5th, 2026, and the following items were passed by the committee. 3 ordinances regarding liquor moratoriums in the 15th, 29th, and 42nd wards. O2026-0024913 and others 0024480 and 0024894. Mr. President, I move that the City Council concur in the recommendations of the License Committee by the same roll call as item number 1 of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
O2026-0024893 regarding a liquor moratorium in the 42nd Ward. Alderman Riley has requested to speak on this ordinance.
Very well, thank you, Madam Chair. The Chair recognizes Alderman Riley.
Thank you, Mr. President. Pursuant to Rule 33 of the City Council Rules of Order, I move to accept a substitute ordinance for 02026-0024893, which has been circulated to all members of the Council by a majority vote. This substitute corrects a Scrivener's error related to incorrect cross-references related to a liquor moratorium in the 42nd Ward.
Very well, there's a motion on the floor to accept the substitute. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, say nay. In the opinion of the Chair, the ayes have it. Madam Chair.
Substitute O2026-0024893 regarding a liquor moratorium in the 42nd Ward. I move passage of this item by the same roll call as the item number 1 of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
O2026-0024076, Amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 4-156, regarding prohibition and penalties for violations of owning sweepstakes machines. I believe that Alderman Beal wanted to speak on this.
Very well, Madam Chair. The Chair recognizes Alderman Beal.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise to just talk briefly about this ordinance that was passed in committee and to give some clarity about what is really going on with the argument between the sweepstakes industry. First of all, there is no legal sweepstakes machine, according to the Illinois Gaming Board. The Illinois Gaming Board testified a couple of weeks ago in Springfield that there are no legal sweepstakes machines, period. The fact that Chicago is the only city in the state of Illinois that is allowing sweepstakes machines to operate illegally is a problem. We've been talking about these machines for a long time. The industry admitted that there are about 7,000 illegal sweepstakes machines operating here in the city of Chicago currently, that we are not getting any revenue from whatsoever outside of the sticker that the city clerk's office is issuing for $150. Now, we all know, I don't know, do we need to give leave for the body to have a baby on the floor, y'all? And so I just wanted to just rise and say just a few things about this industry, in that we legalized VGTs here in the city of Chicago in the last budget. And we put a modest $6.8 million in the budget in order to get the VGTs up and operating here in the city of Chicago. Because at the end of the day, once these machines get going, we're looking at between $60 and $100 million that we could generate here in the city of Chicago. That's real money. But the fact that we've allowed, again, I'm going to reiterate, the fact that we have allowed illegal machines to operate all across this city is a problem. Now, we don't need this ordinance at all, because if something's illegal, the department and the police department have the right to shut it down. But the fact that we have to have an ordinance instructing them to do that and to do their job, I think is a problem. Some people want to legalize sweepstakes machines. We cannot legalize sweepstakes machines here in the city of Chicago, and we can't get revenue from these machines. Why? Because the state does not license them. Now, if the state decided to license these machines, then we can try to enforce it here in the city of Chicago. But until then, this body does not have the legal authority to override the state by issuing a license and getting revenue from these machines. So the fight is not here in the city of Chicago, y'all. The fight is in Springfield. The fight, if they want to become legal, if they want to operate, that's fine. Go to Springfield and get a license. Go to Springfield and ask them to change the law so you can obtain a license. That's not the fight for us here in the city of Chicago. And so I just want to stress to my colleagues that don't let this industry twist words by saying, well, I got legal machines. If they were legal, go to the state and tell the state to give you a license. Tell the Illinois Gaming Board to give you a license. Then we can talk about you being legal. The fact that these machines are in gas stations, 7-Elevens, taverns, all across the city is a problem because they're not regulated. We passed VGTs to be regulated that you have to have a restaurant, liquor license, as such, in order to operate. Why do they get to operate willy-nilly, anywhere, everywhere, without regulations? That's a problem. And so all I'm trying to do is maximize the resources that we have here, because we passed legal VGTs. I'm trying to maximize the money we can get from VGTs. And until we do that, allowing a black market to operate is going to undermine the legality of VGTs. And so I understand some of my colleagues have reservations. I understand we're trying to protect people, certain stores or whatever. But if they're operating illegally, we don't have an obligation to protect people who are operating illegally. I'm sorry. That is not what government does. Government goes after bad actors. So with that, Mr. President, me and Alderman Lopez are going to defer and publish this for a month and come back and discuss this next month. Thank you, Mr. President.
Alderman Lopez, you confirm that? Very well. This item will be deferred and published.
I know.
The chair recognizes Chairwoman Silverstein.
Number 2 said yes.
Mr. President, this concludes my report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, the chair recognizes Chair LaSpada.
Thank you, Mr. President. Reporting for your Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety, for which a meeting was held on Tuesday, May 12th, 2026. The committee passed the Rule 45 report from April. Before the committee, there were also 281 routine traffic items, all of which passed. If there are no objections, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote from the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider the vote.
Hearing none, so ordered.
That concludes my report. Thank you.
Thank you. For the Committee on Police and Fire, chair recognizes Chairman Taliaferro.
Good afternoon, Mr. President.
Afternoon.
Members of the City Council reporting for your Committee on Police and Fire, for which a meeting was held on May 6, 2026. There were 3 items before the committee: the appointment of Angelique Guzman as Commissioner of the Community Commission on Public Safety and Accountability, the appointment of Anjanette Young as Commissioner of the CCPSA, and a call on the Chicago Police Department and the Department of Assets, Information, and Services to rename the 3rd Police District as Police Officer Dorrell C. Brandon 3rd District Station. Mr. President, Ms. Alderwoman Maria Haddon has asked to speak to the items regarding the CCPSA appointments.
Very well, thank you, Chairman. The chair recognizes Alder Haddon.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Chairman. I just want to thank both of the nominees, Ms. Guzman and Ms. Young, for submitting themselves to this application process, for being willing to serve in this capacity for this very important role. Speaking personally, having worked with Ms. Young for multiple years, I know her commitment to community safety, to constitutional policing, and to having the city of Chicago really work on our relationships so that we can have the best city with the best public safety departments and the best police department we can have. Her tireless advocacy, both through her personal experience and her background, professional background, I think make her a fantastic candidate for this role. So I'll appreciate Ms. Young, you putting your name forth, and the selection of the committee on this. And for Ms. Guzman, thank you for stepping in to this role to be an important youth voice. I hope my colleagues support both these nominations. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. The chair recognizes Chairman Talifaro.
Mr. President, if there are no objections, I move the passage of these items by the first most successful roll call vote in the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing none, so ordered.
That concludes my report.
Very well. For the Committee on Transportation and Public Way, the chair recognizes Chairman Mitchell. Chairman Mitchell. Oh.
That's a whole lot of.
While the box is filling, Alderman Desmond Yancey has asked to participate in the remaining of this meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Madam Clerk, can you confirm Alderman Yancey's presence online?
Alderman Yancey, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Very well. Can I get a motion for the approval of the participation of Alderman Desmond Yancey? It's been moved. Is there a second? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed say nay. And the chair, the ayes have it. Chairman Mitchell.
Mr. President and members of the City Council, reporting for your Committee on Transportation and Public Way, which held a meeting on May 13th, 2026. The following items passed by the majority vote of those members present. Item 1, page 2, item 1, appointment of William Cheeks Jr. as the Commissioner for the Chicago Department of Transportation. Appointment 2026-0025-158. Before I proceed with the rest of the agenda, I would like to give an opportunity for my colleagues to opportunity to speak on this item.
Alderman Moore.
Thank you. Why are you laughing, man?
I was looking right at you. I wasn't going to miss you this time.
I'm going to be short. I stand in support of this appointment, Mayor. This is a great selection that you've made. You pick a person by the works, not only what they're going to do in the future, but what they've done in the past. And working with William Cheeks in the past at the Water Department, I can speak definitely not only for this city, but on behalf of the residents of the 17th Ward. We thank you for your services that you have given over time, and we appreciate you coming back. You've always been there anytime I've called for my residents in emergency situations. And I just want to say thank you, and I look forward to working with you, and we're going to make sure you have the support that you need to make sure that this department runs even better. Thank you so much.
Alderwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of this appointment to say what a great appointment Mr. Cheeks is going to be. I'm glad that you're back. You have been there before. You got a lot of history in that department, but more than that, you bring fairness and equity to the table. So I appreciate you and and I do know you to be a man of your word. And so I am happy to know that after I speak to you about issues, that you will take care of the issues and work on them, and that speaks again to fairness and equity. So thank you and congratulations on your appointment.
Alderman Mosley.
Thank you so much, Mr. President. I too stand in support of this appointment. Looking forward to continue the great work of the department under this leadership. You know you have a home in 21 as we expect to see you often. So thank you so much, Mr. President.
Alderwoman Silverstein.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too stand in support of this nomination. Congratulations to you. I know William and I go back many, many years. And I have to say that anytime I was having trouble finding somebody to help me with my issue, all I had to do was call you. And you took care of it right away. And I thank you for that. And I look forward to continuing to work with you in the future. And I also would like to say that since you are a resident of the 50th Ward, I know you, as Alderman Mosley said, you'll be in his ward a lot. I know you'll be in my ward a lot. So happy to have you here, and congratulations to all of you.
Thank you. Alderwoman Coleman.
Mr. President, Commissioner, I remember my first CIP briefing in 2019, and you were sitting at the end of the table, and at the time, you were the only familiar face that I knew, and so to see you 7 years later in your rightful place, coming after your predecessor will be no easy task, but you have an all-star of a team here, especially in Deputy Commissioner Sam Alexander here, our Commissioner of Water Management. Thank you for wearing your pink and green, dedicated to Alderman Harris and I today. But the stellar team, and it's so refreshing to see CDOT and water together. And we know that the collaboration and the partnerships will be, you live in 50, you'll be in 21, but I know 16 is your heart. Congratulations, Commissioner.
Alderwoman Hatton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just adding my enthusiastic support for this appointment. Commissioner Cheeks, thank you so much. I know we had a fantastic meeting. I look forward to all of the experience, professionalism, and just knowledge that you're bringing to this role. And we'll echo Chairwoman Coleman's sentiments. It's great to see even more collaboration between Department of Transportation and the Department of Water. And also, I will, of course, we've got to point out, it's great to have some northeast side representation in the commissioners' seats as well. So thank you, and thanks to your whole team.
Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is a great appointment. Glad to see William back in city government. As was mentioned before, the collaboration with Commissioner O'Connor is going to really put a lot of people to work. Commissioner, I would only ask that, your department is an infrastructure department, but it's also an economic development department, where you have an opportunity to put minority, women-owned, veteran-owned business firms to work. And I would ask you to take advantage of the mentor protege program that you have at your disposal, so that way we can make sure that Chicago headquartered firms are participating on these billions of dollars of infrastructure. So really looking forward to working with you, and you have our support tremendous. So thank you and congratulations.
Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too support this appointment. Not sure why, Bill, but we're glad to have you. I see some familiar faces there. My old neighbor's sitting in the back over there hiding, and of course that water guy's up there too. So you're inheriting, I feel, an awesome department. So should be a smooth transition. I wish you the best. Anything you need from me, I'll try not to call you. I'll call your deputies and so on and so forth. But I get great service from CDOT, and I'm expecting just as good service which you do. So best wishes to you. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise in support of this appointment. This is a terrific appointment. Commissioner, you've hit the ground running. So I'm very excited about that, excited about what comes in the future. So appreciate it, and great appointment. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Alderwoman Mitz.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too want to rise to congratulate you on this appointment and thank Mr. Chief. when you first got an appointment, you know your first stop was in the 37th Ward. I don't want you to forget that. Make that be your first stop all the time. Thank you.
West Side, Alderman Conway.
Commissioner Cheeks, we had a wonderful meeting. I really want to thank you for everything you're doing. We had a great conversation about bridges and bike lanes, which I appreciate. So I really want to thank you for coming back to the city and taking this on. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Commissioner.
You're welcome. Alderman Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to support this. Welcome home. Yeah. Oh my God. You know, sanitation, water, and infrastructure is my life. And thank you for coming out the other night before your appointment, even to talk to my residents. I just can't wait to work with you more. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. President. Great appointment.
Commissioner Cheeks, I've never seen Alderman Curtis this emotional, so thank you. Alderwoman Dow.
Thank you, Mr. President. I too rise to support this nomination. Commissioner, you have a deep knowledge of CDOT. You've got a great team. I look forward to working with you. And what I always say about you, you speak softly, but you carry a big stick.
Alderman Robinson.
Mr. Mayor, I also rise to support the appointment of Commissioner Cheeks. I also want to take a moment and thank our Water Commissioner for being here today, and someone who, as a new alder, I have worked very closely with, Mr. Mayor, and I just want to give him some kudos for being here today, and that is Sam Alexander. We have tough jobs in the city. And when you have folks that answer the call at all times, it is very appreciative to allow us to do our jobs. And so to the Commissioner, thank you for answering the call. Look forward to working with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seeing no other hands, the chair recognizes Chairman Alderman Irvin.
I thought there were a few to go. Wonder why I didn't have this much conversation with the Inspector General, but I'll leave that alone.
Look, Alderman Moore tried. Alderman Moore did try. It was on me.
But no, let me just say this. The work that Commissioner Cheeks has done in the past, if that's any indication, we know you're going to do great work for us in the city. But let me just say this. We all have our various challenges in our communities, and of course, we all want everything yesterday. I pray that you have some strength. I see you have your family. This may be the last time you see them. But we hope that you know and understand the challenges, not just on our infrastructure, and I know that you can. You got a lot of work before you. There's a lot of things that we need to get done in this city. Our infrastructure is crumbling, the bridges that people have talked about, but we know that you're the guy that can get this job done. So we appreciate everything. Appreciate you coming back into service to take care of the business on behalf of the people of our city. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
You are welcome. I believe that is all. The chair recognizes Chairman Mitchell.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know you just made the comment about Derek Curtis emotional, but I don't think I've ever seen Commissioner Connors as happy about an appointment in this one. Since the appointment, I've heard nothing but good feedback about Commissioner Cheeks coming back, and I look forward to working with you. I think you are the right person for this time. And as you can see, the support you have, we expect big things from you, and we'll be right there to support you. I don't know if he has anything he would like to say.
Okay, we could offer up leave. Leave for the body. Very well. Leave from the body, Commissioner, soon to be appointed Commissioner. Would you like to address the body?
No, I would vote first. Yeah.
We have to vote first?
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
All right. Okay.
All right.
If there are no objections on this item, I move passage of this item by the first most favored roll call vote on the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Congratulations, Commissioner. All right, we'll hear from the happy groom.
Thank you. Is this on?
Yep, you're good. It's on. We can hear you.
Thank you, Mayor, for this appointment. I appreciate the opportunity to serve under your administration. Thank you, everyone here. I'm glad to be back. I appreciate all the support that everyone has given me. I'd like to let the citizens of Chicago know that I'm here as a lifelong resident to help everyone in the city. It is within my authority or my jurisdiction responsibility. I will do my best to get it done for the citizens of Chicago. Alderman, if you feel like you want to call me, call Sam. And I'll get to it. But no, please feel free to reach out. I will be contacting each one of you. Come out and do a ward tour. Let me know whatever issues, transportation issues, are you're feeling in your ward, and we'll do our best to resolve them. Thank you.
Thank you again. Congratulations, Commissioner. Any other items, Chairman? Yes.
Introduced by the local alderman from wards 18, 19, 22, 23, 25, 27, 38, 39, 42, and 42 through 45. Pages 5 includes items substitute ordinance 2025, 0019499, a vacation ordinance located in the first ward, item ordinance 2026, 0024644, a dedication ordinance located in the 29th ward, and item ordinance 2026, 0023406, a vacation ordinance located in the 45th ward. If there is no objection, I move passage of these items by the first most favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For the Committee on Workforce Development, the Chair recognizes Chair Rodriguez.
President and members of the City Council, reporting for the Committee on Workforce Development, which held a meeting on Tuesday, May 12th. There were two items on the agenda. R 2026-0024901, a calling on U.S. Congress to pass and President Donald Trump to sign the Living Wage for Musicians Act of 2025. This passed the committee with the due pass recommendation. I move that the first most favorable vote, the Committee on Finance and unsuccessful motion to reconsider, be applied to this item.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. The second item was SO 2026-0024043. The amendment of Municipal Code Chapter 6-105, modifying timelines for employer allowance minimums in hourly wage occupations receiving gratuities. This passed the committee with a due pass recommendation. I move the first most favorable vote of the Committee on Finance be applied to this item.
Chair recognizes Alderman Quinn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I stand in support of this compromise as someone who's worked hard to reach this deal, but mainly as an alderman operating on a border ward. While it's not perfect, this compromise ordinance will help level the playing field for restaurants constantly competing with the suburbs. Chicago restaurant owners face numerous challenges in surviving today's environment, between the cost of food and tariffs to property tax and rent increases. They face an uphill battle. I witnessed that struggle firsthand as I constantly look to recruit new restaurants in the 13th Ward. We've built up the Cicero Corridor Avenue well, but it hasn't been an easy task. This compromise won't solve all the problems, but I believe we will alleviate some of the issues our city restaurant owners face. Many hours, discussions, and negotiations have gone into this compromise ordinance, and I feel good about the work that was done collaboratively with all sides. In some respects, it reminds me of the compromise we reached regarding ADUs last September. As a council, we were on different sides of that issue as well, but we worked to find a deal that worked for every neighborhood in our city. I see this as the same positive and collaborative process with a strong result. I want to thank my colleagues who joined me in leading honest, open, and fair negotiations, including Alders Burnett, Alders Fuentes, Chair Rodriguez, Chair Villegas, Alder Nugent. The compromise makes sense for the city of Chicago, for our restaurant owners, and for our servers. I will vote in support of this ordinance. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Mr. President and members of the council, I stand today to say that I oppose this pause. To freeze the wages we promised to working class people of the city is not just a policy delay, but quite frankly, it's an economic betrayal and a moral failure. Mind you, this is a pause to get to a minimum wage, you all, a minimum wage. I don't look at this as from an academic perspective, but I think about this from the people that I represent on the west side of Chicago. When you think about the families in Austin, Garfield Park, North Lawndale, that the same residents that we see hustle and grind on a daily basis, but we also see the challenges that they face. And this body has dedicated years to deal with the structural barriers of black and brown Chicagoans that looked out for the prosperity, but we cannot at the same time say that we want to help them, but at the same time not provide the assistance that they desperately need. And the economic logic of pausing this just doesn't add up. When you look at the numbers, Chicago's median income is about $78,000. The gap, and I'm not going to call it a gap because it's a canyon, the median wage for black Chicago is $36,000 a year. $36,000 a year. But when you look at the Asian and the white families, that number is over $100,000 a year. When you look at the Latino families, it's $60,000 a year. Now, how can I represent communities at a level of $36,000 a year support something that barely lifts people out of poverty? Again, we want black Chicagoans to survive, pay high rent, high groceries, and all of that on a third of what other communities are seeing. Again, and when you break it down even further, when I go into Garfield at $38,000, North Lawndale at $37,000. These are communities that are predominantly black communities on the west side of Chicago, and for us to sit back and say that we want to not allow them to reach a minimum wage, meaning that if they could pay you less, they would. And that's what we're doing today, saying that we don't want to allow people to get to a minimum wage. Again, I know that the art of compromise is one thing, but there's a difference between compromise and caving in. This is a cave-in on the people on the south and west sides of Chicago, and I don't see how people could support not letting people get to a basic minimum wage. Again, but The ghost is saying that the businesses are going to leave, the lights are going to get turned off. What about the lights of the residents that we represent? What about their lights? What about their bills? What about their groceries? Will they be able to afford to stay in our city? But again, the real issue and the real cost that I think about, and this is something that the previous mayor said all the time, that the cost of neglect is not free. And again, poverty is the most expensive condition that we have to maintain. It strains our public health resources. It fuels some of the trauma and violence that we talk about. And when we're trying to lift people out of poverty, again, those dollars go right back into the community. They don't go tax, sheltering, and all that type of stuff. That money comes right back into our communities. And unfortunately, I think we are being short-sighted in our decision today. Now, granted, we're going to pause for 2 years for some people, 4 years for other people, an 11-year ramp for somebody to get to a basic minimum wage in this city. Again, raising the minimum wage helps our city. Like I said, that money gets spent in our communities. And these are some of the poorest of the poor in Chicago. In just a little research, I did not believe that we've got a community in this city whose median income is $16,000. $16,000 median income. And we want to tell those folks that we don't want them to get to a basic minimum wage? Come on, y'all. I know you're silent because I can't believe that we are doing this to some of the poorest people in our city. I want to remind us, and I'll go back and look at, I look at a little bit of history, and actually one of my staff persons who calls me from the 1900s, because he's born in the 2000s, says that, brought up some striking points about today's conditions and the conditions in France in the late 18th century. And he talked about the parallels between revolutionary France and the parallels actually in the city of Chicago. And when you look at it, there are some similarities here, because at that point in time, France was in a very similar situation: severe fiscal crisis, debt, sound like Chicago, wealth disparity, one group holding all the capital, economic segregation, deep disinvestment in certain communities. Kind of sound like Chicago. Severe resource differences. There, it was about grain. And the irony is they talk about let them eat cake, and that's always a historical misnomer when you actually look at the history of how that phrase came about. But what we're telling some people is to let them eat cake. We know that your rent is skyrocketing, inflation is up, you don't have access to the same health care and things that other communities, but we'll catch up with you in 11 years. We'll catch up with you down the road. Ladies and gentlemen, while everybody in this room that sits in this body is above the Chicago's median income across every community, the people in our communities aren't there. And while we can understand the arguments, and I have no ought against anybody that's arguing for their constituency, be it the business community, be it a ward, but I do not understand how those of us who have people living in poverty can take the position that we would not allow for them to have a wage that potentially lifts people up out of that same poverty. So again, while I had intended to defer this item, I do want to let this thing play out, because I just don't understand how we could treat the least of those of our communities in such a way. And I find it ironic that come October or September, when the budget director sends out those slips, how many of us will pause our wages that we see on an annual basis, but yet we want to pause the wages of some of the poorest Chicagoans that exist? I'm going to close with this. There's a guy I grew up with who found himself in a situation in the Cook County Jail. He was from the area I was from, and where we lived at, we had a bunch of Blackstones. But he found himself in Cook County Jail, surrounded by a group of people that were from an opposing group. He decided to join that group for temporary survival, because when he got back home, he got wore out at Center Court in Eckersall Park. People, do not abandon your values for a temporary fix, because you got to come back home. We got to come back to those communities that we represent. We've got to come back to the communities that elected us. We've got to come back to the communities that asked us to come down here to do the business of the people, not to kill them. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes Alderman Lopez. And are there other alders that wish to speak to this item? Hold your hands up, please, so that we can get them recorded. Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and again, good afternoon, members of the committee. I'd like to thank my colleague from the West Side for his brief remarks on this topic. And I just want to go on record as that saying I don't view you as Louis XVI, and we're not going to be preaching off with his head simply on this matter. What I do want to mention is that I think I may be unique in this room, because I believe when we passed this, I was unique at that time as being the only person who's ever had a career based on tips. And forgive me if I'm wrong, if there's somebody else whose life before this body was gratuity-based. But mine was. For 12 years, I worked for an airline as a skycap. And yes, my base wage was a whole lot lower than everybody else's. My base wage, I don't even think, hit $16,000 when I started. I wasn't in poverty, because what that wage suppression allowed was for more hours, and if I wanted to work, more opportunities to put myself before customers who were willing to tip me. What we did, trying to negate that opportunity, is create a situation where people whose jobs are tip-based didn't see their overall income rise. They saw their hours shrink. They saw their opportunities to earn diminish. And they saw, yes, that hourly rate went up, but I guarantee you 9 out of 10 people who work for tips are not working for that hourly rate. Because people who know that if I'm serving, if I'm valeting, if I'm doing whatever I'm doing so that I get a gratuity out of the service being provided, the more people I help, the more likelihood I'm going to make money. The more money, usually, well, when I was employed, it was cash only, the more dollars in my pocket to do whatever I needed to do, way beyond whatever that $14,000 salary was that I had. And if you only looked at my $14,000 salary, you'd say, wow, he must be living in abject poverty. Now, rest assured, I did report my income. Mostly. But even then, that wasn't the totality of the experience that I was living or what many of my colleagues were living. And that is what we're trying to rectify today, because in many instances, yes, there are some people who are wanting both guaranteed minimum and tips. That is a wildly different conversation than what we're talking about. Because if we're going to say to a restaurant that you need to pay a server, a waitress, $16 an hour without the credit for making the difference, then you best be prepared to tell the consumer that their pricing is going to double, that the service that you're providing is going to increase exponentially. And I'm only using the restaurant industry, but that applies to everything that we do in life. Get a mani-pedi, tip them. Get your hair cut, tip them. Valet your car, tip them. There's an entire universe of tipped people out there who are hurting by what we did in this room, thinking we were solving an issue, ultimately creating another. Because if we were only dealing in a world where tips were completely excluded from the conversation, then my colleague from the West Side would be 100% correct. Then yes, we should not be trying to fight this. But that's not 100% of the case. We're conveniently omitting one important fact, which is that people are still getting tipped. The total compensation that they are getting for what they provide, I'm certain, is far beyond the $16 that we're saying. But if a company can't afford to pay that price, they are going to do what they do every single time they have an expense. They start cutting costs. They start tightening the belt. They start making personnel decisions on how many hours we can give or how equitable we can be with who's on what shift, or how do we start doing all of these things. And then you have people who will see, going back to how I started, their opportunity to make money, to put themselves before a customer, evaporates. $16 an hour doesn't mean squat if you have no hours. If you have no opportunity to impress the customer base with your skills. This is a compromise that we were promised years ago. And to be fair, I didn't like it the first time, but was told that we were going to come back and address this. Well, we are here to address this, and we're doing it in a thoughtful way, because yes, there are different levels, but we have to be cognizant of the reality of the tip working universe and do it in a way that doesn't hold harm everyone that is trying to make their living based on gratuities. Thank you, Mr. President.
You're welcome. Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. Believe it or not, I'm all about compromise. I actually wasn't happy with this compromise either. I let the Restaurant Association know that I wasn't happy with this. I will support it, however. I'm glad there's a compromise. I commend my colleagues that worked hard for a compromise, and once again, I will support it. But the damage we've done already, people have no idea, the tip workers and the restaurants. I'm a border ward. As my colleague said, it's really tough for us getting people to come here, come to my ward, and go across the street to Norridge or Elmwood Park. Why would they want to come here? I don't know. They could go across the street. I, too, was a tipped worker, not for a living. As side jobs. As a kid growing up, I was a tip worker, and when I got a real job, I still continued to work part-time. Even as an adult, as a fireman, I worked 2 or 3 jobs to make a better life for my family, and my side job was a tip worker, a bartender, a waiter, a delivery man, whatever it was. But if we want to help people, everybody, the thing to do is we need to educate people on tipping. So since this whole thing that they're getting more money and everything, I don't know if there's any tip workers behind me over here. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't. They would tell you, you go to any restaurant, any decent restaurant, that their tips have gone down, okay? They don't get the tips they used to. They don't get the 25 or 30 they used to get. They get more 18 to 20% tippers. So, and guess what? Everybody tips on the credit card, okay? Tip your servers, whoever, and tip them cash. They get that fast money every day, makes an easier life for them. Nothing like getting money every day, especially if you're struggling. But we can't compare the person, man or woman, works part-time at Denny's 20 hours a week to the person that works full-time at Gibson's that makes big dough. Most of these server jobs are not meant to be careers for people. They're side jobs. So my wife was a stay-at-home mom. That was our choice, and I don't regret it. But guess what? When the kids got a little bit older, starting high school, she got a job at a local restaurant, working part-time, 4 days a week, Tuesday through Friday, 3 hours a day, making squadouche, but it helped, okay? He was a tip worker. You don't make any money working lunches. Anybody will tell you that. You make all your money when, everybody? Weekends and holidays. That's when you make your money. So it's a big sacrifice to be a server or a cook or whatever. The cooks are the ones that really get screwed. I mean, they don't get anything. At least some servers could actually make a living. So, so I just want to remind everybody, be a little bit more generous when you go out there, tip in cash. When you have your fundraisers, take care of everybody. Don't think everything's included. Go to a banquet hall, take care of the server. And I've tried my best, and I don't like singling people out, but I'm going to single three people out that right there were with me, and that's Riley, O'Shea, and Quinn. They all happen to be Irish, no coincidence. Have sacrificed a ton of money throughout these years. A ton. Those guys, probably you guys realize, and I'm sorry to give you this news flash, but in the 15 years I've been working with you three guys, you probably lost $250,000, not counting probably. His wife's watching. You probably gave up 250 grand, plus about 30 grand a year the rest of your life in pension money. So we have made the sacrifice. I have made the sacrifice, not to the level they have, but I have made a sacrifice to try to help the city, not take my raises. I am the 10th lowest paid alderman now. There was a time I was 3rd or 4th. Now I'm the 10th lowest paid alderman. So I've made that sacrifice. But the main thing is we have to bring this industry back. You talk to any servers, you talk to any restaurants, life is a struggle for them. These people are still going to get the minimum wage. They still have to match it. If you're a restaurant owner, you know, if your worker doesn't make enough money in tips, then you have to make that up. So I just would encourage everybody, you want to help this industry, you feel for these people as I do, you've done it some point in your life, probably, I know my seatmate over here did it, paying for college. Be a little more generous, everybody, okay? Try to tip in cash. Walk around with some cash in your pocket, so if you go out to eat, you can tip them in cash, and be a little more generous. If you think you're doing somebody a favor, if your 20% is $8.39 and you tip them $8.39, give them $10, all right? Come on, all right? So, but with that, Mr. President, I support this. Not that happy about it. I let the Restaurant Association know, but it's a good compromise. I wholeheartedly commend. I won't mention who you all are. You know who you were that we're working on this. Compromise is a good thing. I 100% support this. So thank you, Mr. President.
Alderman Villegas.
Thank you, Mr. President. First, I want to thank Alderman Fuentes, Alderman Burnett, Alderman Quinn, Alderman Nugent, Alderman Rodriguez as well for having a discussion around this. You know, I've said before that this, in my opinion, has always been a solution in search of a problem. Only because 99.96% of these restaurants were in compliance. That means 0.04% were not in compliance. And those that were not in compliance had 3 vehicles to try to rectify the issue. They had the U.S. Department of Labor, the Illinois Department of Labor, and the Office of Labor Standards. And in those 0.04% cases, they were all settled. And so as these owners tried to get away with this, they were caught. And as a result, had to pay or risk losing their license. So again, this was 99.96% of restaurants were in compliance. In Illinois and in Chicago, there is minimum wage. We have to pay minimum wage. There is no sub-minimum wage. It's minimum wage. Now, how you get there is what we're debating here. The average tipped worker in Illinois makes $28.40. It's about $60,000 a year. 28 times 2080, about $58,000, $60,000 a year, versus the $1,660, which would be $34,000 a year. And we saw what happened in Washington, D.C., where the mayor said, hey, you know what, this has been a bad policy. We lost too many jobs. Businesses are closing, and they repealed it. To date, since we're 10,000 jobs below pandemic, and in 2025, we lost 21 jobs in the hospitality industry. So again, it's okay to say, hey, you know what, we tried this, it didn't work, let's pause for a second, and let's fix this, and allow the economics to play out. Here, what we've seen in the city, we've seen a requirement on your schedule. We've seen a mandatory paid leave, mandatory sick days, and we've seen an increase now in the tip credit as well as property taxes. Not to mention the things that are outside of our purview, meaning the tariffs, the insurance, all these things that are outside of our purview. So we're trying to figure out how to give these job creators an opportunity to make sure that can stay in business and employ people. 10,000 jobs below the pre-pandemic in this industry. So again, I applaud my colleagues for figuring out, is this perfect? No. But this gives us an opportunity to go back and say, okay, let's try to fix this. And I think this pause does that. And again, I want to thank my colleagues for getting to the table, having long calls to get to a point where it's compromised. So I urge an aye vote on this, and thank you for the hard work, everyone.
Thank you. The chair recognizes Alderman O'Shea.
Thank you. Several weeks ago in this body, when we were on this topic, it was stressed that we collaborate, that we bring people together. Well, that's exactly what Sam Toy and the Illinois Restaurant Association did. They worked with several of my colleagues, Alderman Burnett, Alderman Fuentes, Alderman Quinn, Alderman Nugent, Alderman Villegas. And was just mentioned, this isn't perfect. But I serve as Alderman of the 19th Ward, an integrated community with restaurants like Sanders Barbecue, Afro Joe's, Flippin' Flavors, Ain't She Sweet Cafe, The Drip Bakery, Soul Food Lounge, La Katrina, Americanos, Andy Sunflower Cafe. Every one of them is owned by a Latino or a Black. Every one of them I've heard from over the last several years. Things like, Matt, my wife and I are looking at Oak Lawn. We're looking at Evergreen Park. We're looking at Blue Island. Those are my neighboring suburbs. We don't want to leave Beverly. We don't want to leave Morgan Park. We don't want to leave Mount Greenwood. We love this community. We can't continue to operate like this. And the people that work for them, they're primarily minorities. So it's been said here many times, border wards face an even more difficult battle. This is compromise. This is people sitting down. This is people finding middle ground. If the restaurants don't exist, or the restaurants leave and go to the suburbs, nobody's got a job. I believe we just saved hundreds, if not thousands, of jobs. That's all I have.
Okay. Thank you. Alderman Burnett.
Thank you, Mr. President. I really want to first say thank you to all of my colleagues for trusting me to lead this conversation on compromise. 6 months into this job, and you all made it seem possible that we can get somewhere to get it done. And by no means was this easy. There were conversations up until midnight the day before to get something in paper, well into the morning, hours before the actual committee, to get something on paper that everyone was okay with. And I say okay because it's been noted by everyone, no one's happy. There is a lot of frustration on both sides of the aisle. And I want to say thank you to Sam and Mary Kay from the Restaurant Association, as well as Richard from the One Fair Wage team, and the One Fair Wage team. Because everyone understands the importance in this moment to compromise to protect workers. When you have a report coming out from restaurants saying that 94% will either cut jobs or cut hours, reducing people's ability to have health care, this is a serious issue. We are a restaurant city at heart, and our food's good. It's not the best food in the world. I'm sorry. Wait, hear me out. But it's the service. It is the service in Chicago that makes our restaurant stand out. So we have to make sure that all of our workers are protected in this season. Yeah, I was giving a little, I know, it was building up for the moment, apologize. Our food's great, don't get me wrong, it's still best food in the country. But this is a really great opportunity for us to take the time to examine the issues and challenges that are happening in the restaurant industry today. Between the national issues that aren't our fault at all, the tariffs, the increased gas prices, the changing technology, we need the opportunity to study how all of these cost impacts are making our restaurant industry struggle. Because things are changing. Whether we like it or not, they're changing. The technology, Alderman Sposato mentioned the credit cards and the fees that they pay and making restaurants pay in order to just do basic payment opportunities. There are a lot of new additions post-pandemic that are encumbering our restaurants in the city of Chicago because of it. So let's take the time to do the right diligence, and more importantly, let's make sure that we figure out how to hold these bad actors accountable. There is rate stuff that goes on. By all means, there's one in my ward that's still in litigation to this day. And we have to figure out how we make sure that our workers are protected and that they aren't going 2 years trying to get their back pay for a job that they did 3-4 years ago. That's not acceptable. And it's on us to figure out how we make sure that those restaurants and those bad actors are being held accountable for their actions. But today is an opportunity to meet the need of both the workers and the restaurateurs who are trying to employ people in communities, whether it's downtown, in Garfield Park, out in Lawndale. We need our restaurants. They are the places where our community go to feel like home. It is our identity. And if we don't have them, we aren't connected. So I thank you to everyone who has worked so hard to making sure that we got here. Alderperson Fuentes, Alderman Quinn, Alderwoman Nugent, Alderman Villegas, and Chairman Rodriguez. This has been a team collaborative effort. I truly mean it. It gave me hope on what government can actually be. Because we all know where we were a month ago, and it wasn't cordial. So thank you all for this support, and I please ask my colleagues to support this endeavor on behalf of everyone.
Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this item? Alderman Moore.
The food is the best in the world.
All right, thank you for that. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this item? All right, seeing other hands, Alder Fuentes would like to close, and before the chairman closes.
Thank you, Mr. President. When compromise is reached, people don't leave happy. I know I'm not happy about this. I'm quite heartbroken. As someone who introduced the One Fair Wage ordinance to this body almost 3 years ago, I did it because I understood one thing. The hospitality industry is inequitable. Women in particular have to consistently face sexual harassment to get tips to make that livable wage to be able to pay their bills at home. That not all restaurants are able to send their tipped workers home with an average hourly rate of $25 an hour. That so many tipped workers in the city of Chicago do not report wage theft because we currently have a system that takes about 2 to 3 years to reach a verdict on whether or not they're going to get their back pay from that reporting. There is a system that doesn't allow folks to have confidence that when they report that wage theft, that there won't be any retaliation. We fought for one fair wage so that no matter the color of one's skin or the zip code that they reside in, that they can take a wage home that will pay their bills and support their families. That is why we passed one fair wage, and I still to this day believe that that's important. I do. I still believe today that the commitment we made 3 years ago to phase out the sub-minimum wage and to have folks make a minimum wage with tips on top is still the thing that this municipality must do. But we all came in with concerns, and we have all heard from the business sector, and we heard each other the last time that we voted down an ordinance that sought to eliminate one fair wage in its entirety. This compromise is an ordinance that will listen to the business sector and say they need a beat. They need a beat because of the tariffs that our president has put in place that has increased the cost of food, oil, gas. That they need a beat from insurance companies that are doubling their policies overnight. That they need a beat to make sure that they can keep their doors open and keep their folks employed. And this pause makes a promise that once business owners have that beat, that our tipped workers will get a wage increase. And that we will not capitulate on that commitment that they will get a raise. I don't love the compromise, but it brings two sides to the table to meet in the middle. And the alternative is that we keep a tip credit and that the conditions that we are fighting against continue to exist. And so I ask the body for a couple things. Allow this to be the last time that we litigate this. Let us take the pause. Let businesses have the beat. And then let's give our workers the raises that they deserve. Let's lean on our state colleagues to figure out how we hold insurance companies responsible for the level of increases that are pricing them out of the ability to even be owners of the hospitality businesses that they have in our wards. And when tipped workers report to us that someone has stolen their wages, let us fight like hell to make sure they get their fair pay. And so today, we're going to pass this compromise, but that's not the end of our work. There's so much that we need to do for workers in the city of Chicago. Because our business owners are facing rent increases, so are our workers. Our businesses are facing utility increases, so are our workers. And we also have an obligation to them. And I'm a person of my word. We reached a compromise, and that compromise I will support today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chairman, before you close, Alderman Knudsen has requested to participate in today's, this portion of the meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Madam Clerk, can you confirm his
Alderman Knudsen.
presence?
I'm present. Thank you.
Can I get a motion for the approval? It's been moved and seconded. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. All right, our final speaker here for this item, Chairman. Sorry, Alderman Bill is back. He wants to speak.
Thank you.
Alderman Bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just wanted to speak on this briefly because I know it's been a long day for everybody. However, I just want to play the tape back from when we first talked about this issue. And I want to, first of all, commend my colleagues for understanding that we were hurting business. And if you hurt business, you hurt jobs in the end. Without business, there are no jobs. And so when this ordinance was passed initially, we asked very pertinent questions about had we done any research, had we done any background, had we done any, had we talked to people about the impact of this ordinance? And the answer to that question was no. It was no. So we can't pass ordinances in this body without doing research, without doing some type of impact study on what it's going to do to business, what it's going to do to jobs. And so we had to learn the hard way with this ordinance. We had to wait to lose jobs. We had to wait to lose businesses. We had to wait to see how harmful this ordinance was to decide, oh, let's compromise. Well, if we had just done the work in the beginning, we wouldn't be where we are today. And so let me just remind everyone that if we do that, we can make better decisions, and we won't have to wait until people are lost their jobs and lost their wages before we decide to do something in this body. So I just want to implore everybody as we move forward that we cannot continue to pass ordinances because I have a gut feeling or, I made a promise during the campaign that we need to do something for this. That ain't how government works. Do your research. Get the data, let's make an educated decision before we move forward. So I want to commend my colleagues for understanding that we made a bad mistake and we had to regroup and compromise. So thank you, Mr. President.
Chairman Rodriguez.
Let's talk about the data. I'd like to. Since July 1st, 2024, the implementation of one fair wage, the city has issued 1,574 new retail food establishment licenses, RFEs. The RFC renewal rate is not just steady, it's grown by a wide margin. In 2022, 23, and 24, 81% of RFE licenses were renewed. That rate increased in 2025. 50% fewer RFEs were canceled. Alderman, in 2024 that were in 2023. At the same time, there have been net gains in RFE licenses in the city of Chicago. Almost 700 in the last 2 years. Every study that's done indicates that when we set an 8-hour workday, that when we raise the minimum wage, that when we create better working conditions for workers, businesses thrive. The state of California, it's happening. Now look, this president has created unprecedented damages to our economy. I've heard that from our businesses. The fact is, we had an excellent committee meeting. I was absolutely floored by hearing both from Saru from One Fair Wage and then Sam from the Illinois Restaurant Association. Both were extremely articulate, brought facts. And listen, I got to step back and say, I got to hear people out, and I've got to understand. So in this environment, under this president, at this time, I'm very happy to have worked with Alderman Quinn and others, principally with Alderman Fuentes and Burnett, in reaching this compromise. I know Alderman Villegas and Nugent were also very involved as well. Look, I get the sentiment from my colleague on the west side. I'm with you. I'm glad we talked this morning. I'm glad we talked it out as well. I'm hearing you. I'm with you. But I'm also with my small businesses, and I'm also with my workers. And I've got to listen to them. And right now, they're calling for a compromise, and they're also calling for us not to roll back the full platform for us to get to this full minimum wage, which I'm very much committed to. And with that said, Mr. President, I renew my motion.
Very well. There's a motion on the floor for the approval of this item, which the call was for the move of the passage by the same roll call that was previously applied to the first item in the Finance Committee, as well as the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider. Chairman Alderman Irvin.
I'd like to be recorded as a no.
Alderman Irvin would like to be recorded as a no. Very well. Hearing no other objections, seeing no other hands, so ordered.
That concludes my report.
Thank you, Chairman. For the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, Building, and Standards, Chair recognizes Chairman Villegas.
Good afternoon, Mr. President, members of the City Council. Presenting two reports for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on May 6, 2026. The following items were passed by a majority of members present and are grouped for convenience. Page 1 contains document number R2026-00233384, a resolution renaming the Austin Satellite Senior Center as the Lillian Drummond Austin Satellite Senior. And I move for passage of this item by the same favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider. Mr. President, my colleagues from the 28th and 29th Ward would like to say a word.
Very well. The Chair recognizes Alderman Talifaro.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. Ms. Lillian Mama Lil Drummond passed away in January 2026 at the age of 104. She was a matriarch, the true matriarch of the Austin community, and she left a very, very rich legacy. Part of that legacy included her advocacy for bringing the Austin Satellite Senior Citizen to the Austin community. And from that satellite center, she advocated for resources. She advocated for rights of seniors and others on the west side of Chicago. So I believe it's not only appropriate, Mr. President, I believe it's very deserving to rename the Austin Senior Satellite Center in her honor. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. The Chair recognizes Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. I echo the comments of Alderman Taliaferro of the 29th Ward. Ms. Drummond was actually a neighbor of ours early when we lived in the Austin community in the 70s, was a force of nature then, until her dying days was still a force of nature. So as the chairman has stated, this is a befitting honor for such a great woman who served the Austin community for all of those years. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you. Chairman Villegas.
Mr. President, on that, I move passage of this item by this last most favorable roll call vote of the Finance Committee report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains two historical landmark designations. The first is located in the 3rd Ward at 4644 South Dearborn for St. Paul Christian Methodist Episcopal Church. The second is for 30 North LaSalle, located in the 34th Ward. I move for passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 through 2 contain various large signs over 100 square feet in area 24 feet above grade in wards 1, 3, 25, 27, 28, 32, 42, 45, and 50. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Lastly, pages 2 through 20 contain various map amendments in wards 2, 3, 8, 11, 15, 20, 21, 25, 26, 27, 30, 32, 33, 34, 36, 39, 40, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, and 50. I move for passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection, with the exception of document number O2025-0016791, located at 215 North Racine in the 27th Ward, which will be held in committee.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Mr. President, that concludes my first report. Mr. President, the second report, members of the City Council, reporting for the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards, which held a meeting on May 19th, 2026. The following items were passed by a majority of the members present and are grouped for convenience. Page 1 contains documents number O2026-0024-064, the amendment of Municipal Code Chapter 17-9 regarding waste-related uses, recycling facilities, container storage, freight terminal, outdoor storage of raw material, composting manganese-bearing material, and I move for passage of this item by the last favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance report and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains document number O2026-0024-923, the amendment of Municipal Code Title 17 by modifying Section 17-3 0207 in regards to gas stations. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains document number O2025-0018-447, the amendment of Municipal Code Chapter 17-7 that establishes the Cicero Avenue Light Equipment Sales Rental Overlay District. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains document number O2025-002-1852, the amendment of Municipal Code Title 14 regarding stop work order criteria, as well as excavation work on private property. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains document number SO2025-00175770, the amendment of Municipal Code Section 17-0301 regarding regulations on public place of amusement licenses. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 1 also contains 3 historical landmark designations in the 43rd Ward for the Roger Brown Home and Studio located at 1926 North Halsted, Burn Hall located at 2219 North Kenmore, and Cortell U Commons located at 2324 North Chalmers. I move passage of this item by the same motion if there's no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Moving on to page 2, contains 3 fee waivers for historical landmark property in the 4th Ward, located at 3309, 3311, and 3313 South Prairie Avenue. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Page 2 contains various large signs over 100 square feet in area 24 feet above grade in wards 1, 11, 23, 25, 27, 28, 29, 35, 41, 42, 45, 48, and 50. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection.
Hearing none, so ordered.
Lastly, pages 3 through 11 contain various map amendments in wards 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9, 13, 16, 21, 22, 26, 27, 32, 36, 39, 44, 47, and 49. I move passage of these items by the same motion if there is no objection, with the exception of document number O2026-002460, located at 1313 to 1315 West Ancona Street in the 27th Ward, which will be held in committee.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Oh, that's not in mine. Happy to report that the backlog is complete, ladies and gentlemen. So, Mr. President, that concludes my report.
Very well. The Committee on Economic Capital and Technology, Chair recognizes Chairman Curtis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members of the City Council, reporting for the Committee of Economic Capital and Technology Development. On Monday, May 11, 2026, the committee held a meeting to recommend passage of the following items. Items 1 through 6 on the report are appointments of the following people to the following special service areas: Eric Kersimer and Jean Salvatore, SSA number 17-2025, Central Lakeview, Wrigleyville. Jose Cruz, SSA number 24, Clark Street. Lindsay Moyer, Adam Rosario, and Loretta Stewart, SSA number 82, Division in Dearborn. I move for passage of these items by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered.
Thank you. I am excited, Mr. President, and honored to report out item 7. On this report, an ordinance for Class B tax incentive with the United Center joint venture for property at 1931 to 1935 West Madison Street, 1950 to 56, 1830 to 1859 West Adams, 21 South Damon Avenue, 1728, 1859, and 1925 West Monroe Street. Mr. President, I'm proud of this item because
You make your motion first, Chairman.
I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion.
Now, you may speak to the item, Chairman.
Yeah, what I was saying, I am so proud of this item because in the hearing, there was alders and many groups that was saying that they wasn't a part of this project. And in the amount of 10 days, everyone came together, compromised, and got this done within the 10 days. So congratulations to the 1901 and Alderman Burnett.
Thank you. Alderman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think there's a lot of media reporting about the tax breaks that's being given here, over $50 million. It gave me some pause at first, but then after talking with Alderman Burnett, which is very important for people to know this, and this is what the media is not reporting, is that the current parking lots over there, due to some previous arrangements and past administrations, are not currently paying property taxes. And so once we get this done, not only with that, the parking structure and the property that's coming there will be paying property taxes, but the many jobs for residents that live throughout this city, it'll be beneficial to them. And so I want people to know that that's not a concern, who is concerned about property taxes being passed on to them. So I think this is a great opportunity, and I thank Alderman Burnett and everyone else who worked on this. Thank you.
Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Chairman. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. President and members of the City Council. I, too, wish to congratulate my colleague on this project. And I also wish to speak to what the chairman referenced, which was our concerns about Latino participation, and to see that not only are we addressing the concerns mentioned at committee, but also putting pathways together moving forward so that we are being fully inclusive of all demographics in this city, I think is a great thing that we can all champion and be proud of. So I commend my colleague and your team, as well as the development team, for bringing that to fruition. Thank you.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor for the passage of this item. Seeing no other hands, hearing no objections, so ordered. Chairman Curtis.
President, item number 8 on the report is a support of Class L tax incentive with 30 North LaSalle owner LLC for property at 30 North LaSalle Street. I move for passage of this item for first favorable roll call vote of the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 9 on the report is a substitute ordinance amending SSA 34 Uptown regarding service provider agreement with Uptown United and the 2026 tax levy. I move for passage of this item by the first favorable roll call vote on Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered.
Item 10 on the report is a substitute order for the city controller directed to activate provisions of MC 11-12-470 leak relief pilot program. This item was passed in committee on a vote 8-2. I don't know, I make a motion to actually pass this item by the first favorable roll call vote on Committee on Finance and associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Up. Alderman LaSpada.
Very briefly, I would be recorded as a no vote on that item.
Despite the division, hearing no other objections, so ordered.
Good. Thank you, Mr. President. That concludes my report.
Thank you, and that completes our committee reports. Agreed upon calendar. The chair recognizes Chairwoman Harris.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've received from the city clerk, Andrea M. Valencia, a total of 114 items proposed for the agreed calendar. consisting of congratulatory, commemorative, tributary resolutions from Clerk Valencia and the following alderpersons: Alderperson Hopkins, Alderperson Robinson, Alderperson Harris, Alderperson Chico, Alderperson Quinn, Alderperson Lopez, Alderperson Coleman, Alderperson Moore, Alderperson O'Shea, Alderperson Taylor, Alderperson Mosley, Alderperson Rodriguez, Alderperson Tavares, Alderperson Cicho Lopez, Alderperson Fuentes, Alderperson Cruz, Alderperson Conway, Alderperson Villegas, Alderperson Nugent, Alderperson Vasquez, Alderperson Gardner, Alderperson Clay, Alderperson Manna-Hoppenworth, and 2 additional from Alderperson Emma Mitz from the 37th Ward. With that, I move these in the omnibus. Thank
Very
you.
well. Thank you. Here, no objections, so order. New business. We'll start with the first ward.
Zoning amendments, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Traffic regulations, traffic control signals, and traffic signs, which are referred to the Committee on Pedestrian and Traffic Safety. Exemption from physical barrier requirements for commercial driveway alley access to parking facilities, which are referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Laspada has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 17-6, by adding a new Section 17-6-0500 to establish a new I institutional zoning district, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderpersons Laspada, Fuentes, and Knutson have proposed ordinance for amendment of municipal code by repealing and replacing Section 2-8-300 in its entirety regarding basis for ward redistricting, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Laspada has proposed various proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Dowell has proposed a resolution to call for hearings on the 2026 primary election updates, vote by mail, and absentee voting procedures, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderpersons Hall and Hopkins have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 8-8, by adding a new Section 8-8-150 to allow superintendent to notify relevant social media companies when probable cause exists that social media posts promote disruptive youth gatherings in Chicago, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Hall has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Titles 2 and 7, by adding new Chapters 2-113 and 7-60 regarding pharmacy access, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderperson Hall also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-022 and 4-60-023 to disallow additional alcoholic liquor licenses and packaged goods licenses on portion of South Halsted Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Mitchell has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Titles 2, 9, and 11 regarding fines for illegal dumping and adding a new Section 2-14-132 authorizing impoundment of vehicles used in fly dumping, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Mitchell also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-073, by decreasing maximum number of lake vendor liquor licenses issued during any license period from 31 to 30, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Chico has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds from the 10th Ward wage allowance account to the automatic expense account for the year 2026, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Lee has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds from the 11th Ward automatic expense account to the wage allowance account for the year 2026, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Lee and others have proposed a resolution for submission of a public question by referendum to Chicago voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general election on if Chicago should develop permanent festival and outdoor event space for large-scale events, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Quinn has proposed a resolution for submission of a public question by referendum of Chicago voters at the November 3rd, 2026 general election on whether Chicago should restart use of gunshot detection technology that informs first responders when gunshots are detected, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Gutierrez has proposed ordinance for dedication of public ways bounded by West 50th Street, South Pulaski Road, West 51st Street, and West Kamensky Avenue, and vacation of portions of West 51st Street from West Kamensky Avenue to South Pulaski Road, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Gutierrez also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code at Section 4-60-022 to disallow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of West 55th Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Lopez and others have proposed order for the prohibition of the Department of Law from using certificates of innocence issued during State Attorney Kim Fox's term as evidence to justify city settlement cases, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Two committees called, the Committee on Public Safety and the Committee on Police and Fire. The matter is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Lopez and others also have proposed a resolution for expression of support for U.S. partnership with Taiwan and for formalization of Trade and Tourism Office, which is referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Alderperson Lopez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Title II by modifying Chapters 2-78 and 2-84 regarding appointments of Chief Administrator, Police Board members, and Superintendent of Police, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderpersons Lopez, Gardner, and Silverstein have a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 8-32-065 to establish noise-sensitive zones for places of worship during service hours, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Lopez has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Chapter 7-38 by adding various sections regarding mobile coffee vendor requirements and inspections, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderpersons Lopez, Beal, Napolitano, Riley, and Gardner have proposed ordinance for the City Comptroller directed to promulgate rules and regulations for creation of quarterly property tax rebate program, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderperson Lopez has a proposed ordinance for establishment of a universal TIF neighborhood improvement program ordinance, which is referred to the Committee on Finance. Alderperson Coleman has a proposed ordinance for closing of the public alley in the area bounded by West 69th Street, South Bell Avenue, West 68th Street, and South Hamilton Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Moore has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Mamie and E.L. Till Road, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Curtis has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Mimi and E.L. Tills Road, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderman O'Shea has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Honorable Martin McGarry Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Mosley has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds from the 21st Ward wage allowance account to the alderman expense account for the year 2026, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson DeBarris and others have proposed a resolution to call for hearings regarding Cook County court system operations and impact on city's annual budget, appropriations, resource allocation, operations, and overall public safety, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson DeBarris has proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Mimi and E.L. Till Road, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson DeBarris also has a proposed ordinance for a renewal of designation of the 4th, 28th, 29th, 30th, and 32nd precincts of the 23rd Ward as restricted residential zones prohibiting additional shared housing units and vacation rentals, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Cicho Lopez has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 551 West 18th Street, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Cicho Lopez also has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 2404 South Walcott Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Burnett has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at various locations, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Burnett also has an honorary street designation for Honorary Fred Weiss Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Burnett and Alderperson Laspada have proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Section 4-60-023, to allow additional package goods licenses on a portion of West Chicago Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Irvin has a proposed ordinance for supportive extension of Class 6B tax incentive for the property at 1951 West Hastings Street, which is referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Alderperson Cruz has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Jennifer Zacharias Carlson Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Wagaspack has a proposed order for issuance of permit for signboards at 2023 West Fullerton Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez has a proposed ordinance for honorary street designation as Zahara Maysoon Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds from the 33rd Ward wage allowance account to the alderman expense account for the year 2026, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds within the Committee on Health and Human Relations for the year 2026, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez also has a proposed resolution for expression of solidarity with Irish Americans and allies who support Good Friday Agreement and the people of Ireland to determine their future in referendums, which is referred to the Committee on Health and Human Relations. Alderperson Conway has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at various locations, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderman Quezada has a proposed ordinance for a designation of 3231 North California Avenue, 2752 through 2762 West Melrose Street as a low affordability community, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Human Relations. Alderperson Villegas has a proposed resolution to call on the Illinois General Assembly to advance legislation to create safeguards for safety and mental well-being of children in face of growing use of artificial intelligence technologies, which is referred to the Committee on Economic, Capital, and Technology Development. Alderman Villegas also has a proposed resolution to call on the Illinois General Assembly to pass the Power Act to ensure establishment of environmental, water, and energy standards for new hyperscale data centers in Illinois, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Villegas also has a proposed resolution to call for hearings to assess status of lead service line replacement efforts, which is referred to the Committee on Energy and Environmental Protection. Alderperson Villegas also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Titles 4 and 11 by modifying various sections and adding a new section 4-228-218 regarding purchase, collection, transportation, and disposal of airbags not attached to motor vehicles, which is referred to the Committee on Public Safety. Alderperson Villegas, Yancey, and others have a proposed resolution for submission of a public question by referendum to Chicago voters at the February 23, 2027 primary election on if Chicago should withhold funding from its sister agencies that do not enforce debt repayment plans for outstanding debt owed to the city, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Nugent has a proposed ordinance for an honorary street designation as Ken Fowler Way, which is referred to the Committee on Transportation and Public Way. Alderperson Nugent also has a proposed resolution for submission of a public question by referendum to Chicago voters at the February 23, 2027 primary election on if Chicago should create permanent monument celebrating Chicago's global contributions to music and arts, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Nugent also has a proposed resolution for submission of a public question by referendum to Chicago voters at the November 3, 2026 general election on if Chicago should make contributions to the city's pension funds in first quarter of year to reduce long-term debt, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Vasquez has a proposed resolution to call for hearings on data and databases utilized by City Council Office of Financial Analysis, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderman Vasquez, Alderman Gutierrez, and others have a proposed resolution for expression of support for preservation and expansion of deferred action for childhood arrivals, DACA program protections, which is referred to the Committee on Immigrant and Refugee Rights. Alderperson Riley has proposed orders for the issuance of permits for signboards at various locations, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Riley also has a proposed resolution as a tribute to the late Sam Cianis, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Riley and Alderperson Wagasback have a proposed resolution for submission of public question by referendum to Chicago voters at the February 23, 2027 primary election on if Chicago City Council should establish and fully fund its own independent legal counsel separate from the city's law department, which is referred to the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderperson Knutson has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 2-156-070, prohibiting use or disclosure of confidential information by current or former board or Office of Inspector General employees for prediction markets or event-based contracts, which is referred to the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight. Alderperson Lawson has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 17-12-1105-B, authorizing zoning administrators to install static roof signs on West Waveland Avenue and on North Sheffield Avenue facing into Wrigley Field, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Lawson also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 17-9-0109A to require special use approval for all gas stations or additions that would add 7 or EV supply chargers, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Lawson also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 17-3-0500 regarding reclassification of pedestrian retail streets, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Lawson also has proposed ordinance for a zoning reclassification maps numbers 5F, 7F, 7G, and 9G at 3,000 through 3432 and 3600 through 3800 North Clark, and amendment of Municipal Code Section 17-3-0503D, establishing pedestrian streets and retail streets on portions of various public ways, which are referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. Alderperson Clay has proposed an ordinance for designation of 3611 through 3625 North Halsted as a low affordability community, which is referred to the Committee on Housing and Real Estate. Alderperson Martin has proposed an ordinance for amendment of the annual appropriation ordinance to transfer funds from the 47th Ward automatic expense account to the wage allowance account for the year 2026, which is referred to the Committee on the Budget and Government Operations. Alderperson Martin also has proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code, Chapter 2-92, by adding a new Section 2-92-591, prohibiting city departments and agencies from procuring disposable food service containers composed of polystyrene foam, which is referred to the Committee on Energy and Environmental Protection. Alderperson Martin also has a proposed order for the Department of Business Affairs and Consumer Protections, directing them to formulate a plan for one-stop shop business licensing and permitting portal, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Haddon has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-023 to disallow additional packaged goods licenses on portion of West Howard Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Haddon also has a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-023 to disallow additional packaged alcoholic liquor licenses on portions of North Clark Street, which is referred to the Committee on License and Consumer Protection. Alderperson Silverstein has a proposed order for the issuance of permits for signboards at 6191 North Lincoln Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on Zoning, Landmarks, and Building Standards. And a proposed ordinance for amendment of Municipal Code Section 4-60-022 to allow additional alcoholic liquor licenses on portion of West Devon Avenue, which is referred to the Committee on License, Consumer Protection. Your Honor, that concludes the presentation of aldermanic introductions.
Thank you. For the approval of the journal, Chair recognizes Alderman Mitchell.
I'm not aware of any corrections to the journal from the April 15, 2026 meeting and move that it be approved.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Alders Irvin, Hall, Hopkins, and Rodriguez have all asked to participate in the final portion of our meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Can we please confirm their attendance online?
Alderman Hall.
President, thank you so much, you all.
Alderman Rodriguez.
Here.
Alderman Irvin.
Yeah, Alderman Irvin is present.
Alderman Yancey.
Hopkins.
Oh, sorry, Alderman Hopkins.
President.
Right. Can I get a motion to approve their remote participation? Been moved. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. For unfinished business, Alderman Mitchell.
Mr. President, I'm aware of one piece of unfinished business. It was filed by Alderman Martin, and I defer to him.
Very well. The chair recognizes Alderman Martin.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Colleagues. Pursuant to Rule 41 of our Rules of Order and Procedure, I'm calling for a vote on SO 2025-00155584, which was deferred and published on April 15th of this year. I want to start by acknowledging that I understand that some may feel that this ordinance does not solve the entire problem of rising extremism. We have one proposal here, but one proposal rarely accomplishes that. But that cannot be an excuse for inaction in its entirety. This ordinance has been carefully workshopped for more than a year with input from dozens of organizations, legal experts and advocates as well, and it reflects extensive feedback and has earned the support from a broad coalition, including our police department, community leaders, and First Amendment advocates. Now, some have raised concerns that the proposal does not apply to every single employee or every elected official. But proposals like this must remain sensitive to distinct legal and constitutional considerations. Here, it's important to emphasize that members of our police department occupy a unique role. They carry government-issued weapons, they exercise the power of the state, and they are empowered and entrusted to enforce our laws every single day and in every single part of our city. This distinction matters. As for elected officials,
Removal is governed by state law, not local law, and it raises profound questions about democratic representation and the will of voters. These issues deserve serious deliberation and should not be invoked at the 11th hour as a reason to halt progress in its entirety. I want to emphasize that anti-government extremism has been a growing problem across our country for years. However, the Trump administration has been systematically rolling back progress in combating extremism and going well beyond the January 6th insurrection. The Trump administration, for example, has dismantled Biden-era directives to root out extremism in both our military and our federal law enforcement. The Trump administration has also cut funding for programs that track domestic terrorist threats from white supremacist groups and anti-government extremists. And most recently, the Trump administration is proposing to put together a $1.8 billion fund to compensate people who were investigated by the Department of Justice. It's important for us to recognize that our great city is not immune to these challenges either. In 2024, our Office of Inspector General found that the city's handling of extremism in its police ranks has fallen short of commitments made by city leadership. And in doing so, the office referenced current and former police officers' associations with the Proud Boys, the 3%ers, and Oath Keepers. The office also recommended that city leaders craft and implement a plan to prevent, identify, and eliminate extremist and anti-government activities across the police department. The substitute ordinance before you aims to heed that very call by prohibiting CPD members from actively participating in extremist organizations. Active participation is a very high bar. It means fundraising for an extremist organization, recruiting or training someone to participate in those activities, using city property or sharing confidential information with those organizations, or knowingly wearing clothing or displaying tattoos with extremist symbols with the specific intent to uplift those organizations. And when we're talking about extremist organizations, also a high bar, seeking to overthrow government by unconstitutional or violent means, or engaged in hate-based and bias-based behavior like hate crimes. Critically, these definitions are content neutral, meaning that they give no weight whatsoever to someone's political leanings, left, right, or otherwise. In addition, the substitute ordinance empowers COPA to investigate allegations of associations with extremist organizations, as well as directing OPSA to review CPD applications for the same considerations. I want to emphasize, we did not put this together overnight. It took 14 months of work incorporating feedback from the police department, the HR department, COPA, OPSA, CCPSA. And I'm proud to have earned the support of the police department and these other departments. Indeed, we almost voted on a substitute in March, but we didn't yet have the police department's support. So I asked Chairman Rodriguez, please hold this, and let's give it some more time. And ultimately, we earned the department's support, and I'm grateful for that. Now, in conversations with several of you, you asked me, could this substitute ordinance be expanded to apply more broadly? I want to emphasize my initial ordinance sought to do just that. It applied not just to the police department, but to officials, to all supervisors, as well as to employees with access to sensitive information, buildings, infrastructure, and systems. However, following multiple conversations with our law department, it became clear that we simply couldn't win a lawsuit that was likely to be filed against that original version. Now, you all have a summary of those legal considerations. I passed out a one-pager before this meeting, and it explains the incredibly high bar that is in place when government, any state or local government, seeks to constrain First Amendment rights, free speech and a free association from its employees. And simply put, my ordinance could not exceed that high bar, that original ordinance. However, courts have routinely recognized, including the federal appellate court here in Chicago, that governments have more leeway when it comes to law enforcement professionals, highway patrol, corrections officers, members of our police departments. These law enforcement members are treated in a unique way by our First Amendment because of the unique role they play in public safety. As I mentioned earlier, they engage all members of the public, they respond to the most urgent public safety calls, and they frequently do so carrying firearms. Now, if we pass this ordinance today, I want you to know we're not going to be out on an island. The Biden administration had nearly identical rules in place for federal law enforcement and the military before the Trump administration rescinded it. Thankfully, there are other governments who have kept those policies in place. The state of California, the state of Minnesota, Washington state. So if there are colleagues in this chamber who believe that more action is needed to address extremist violence, I welcome that work. And I hope that others in this body bring forward additional ideas, additional reforms. But refusing to act because one proposal is not a silver bullet, that's a mistake. We should do what we can, where we can, and with the legal tools that are available to us, and we should do it now. So I move for an adoption of this ordinance by the first most favorable roll call vote and the associated unsuccessful vote to reconsider in the Committee on Finance.
Very well. There's a motion on the floor to accept this item. I'm hearing no objections. Okay, the chair recognizes Alderman Taliaferro.
Mr. President and members of the council, I'll be very brief in my request. I rise to speak on the substitute ordinance, but mostly from a procedure perspective rather than from the context itself. Our rules of order are very clear, Mr. President, and they state that the Committee on Police and Fire should have jurisdiction over all matters that relate to the Chicago Police Department and the Chicago Fire Department, excluding items of domestic violence and items of contract collective bargaining. This matter was not heard before the Committee on Police and Fire. Instead, it was heard in the Committee on Workforce Development. That prohibited the 18 members of the committee from carefully considering this item. It prohibited them from debate, but most importantly, it prohibited them from voting on a committee level. And for that reason, if it is within our orders, Mr. President, I move that this item be re-referred to the Committee on Police and Fire. But I do want, before closing, I do want to caution us as a body, when it comes down to introducing matters before the committee, to stop the practice of finding a committee that's more favorable but lacks jurisdiction. That tends to rob those that are sitting on committees of an ability to vote on matters on a committee level. So I renew that motion to re-refer this matter to the Committee on Police and Fire.
Point of information, Alderman Martin.
Two things, Mr. President. One, many of our committees, as we explained in the Committee of Workforce, have overlapping jurisdiction. There are times where the Committee on Police and Fire and then the Committee on Public Safety have taken up matters associated with the Inspector General's office, which is also the province of the Committee on Ethics and Government Oversight. So, as I mentioned at the outset, where the ordinance started was much more broad, beyond the police department. So the Committee on Workforce was appropriate, and it continued to be an appropriate jurisdiction, even with the substitute ordinance. In addition, I would say that my understanding under state law is that deferring and publishing an item requires a final vote, and that in this situation, it would be improper to...
It is out of order, Alderman. It is out of order. The chair recognizes Alderman Sposato.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, that was one of my things, so I don't have to talk about that being the inappropriate committee. But I would like to say, at the meeting, we had 3 so-called experts. I don't know what meeting everybody else was at, but one of the experts, actually, none of the 3 experts could define what extremism was, hate group or whatever. I gave pretty easy examples for them, and they all said they'd have to take it case by case. Certainly, police said they were neutral on it, but then about an hour later, we all got an email saying that they supported it. So I don't know what that means. At the meeting, they were neutral on it, but an hour later, we got an email saying they support this. So my big problem is, once again, singling out the popo, the bad police. Everything's got to be about the police, the evil police. So if it's everybody, I have no problem with it. Every city, starting with us, if it should start with anybody, it should start with us. So all city workers, I'm 100% behind it. Singling out the police once again, I can't support this. I'm a hard no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Alderwoman Nugent.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I just want to make sure I understood it. It was my understanding that procedurally it would be okay for it to be re-referred to Chairman Talaferro.
It's not for final action for the next regular meeting when the report is being made. So upon the request of any two alderpersons, any report of a committee of the council should be deferred for final action for the next regular meeting. So the deferred and publish per this section 3.14-35, that once it's deferred and published, it is for final action.
Okay. So recognizing that, I think the most appropriate place, in my opinion, would be for this to be re-referred to Chairman Talaferro's committee. And Mr. Mayor, I would appeal that decision. I would request an appeal of this decision because I do believe it should go to Chairman Talaferro.
The rules are, thank you, Alderwoman, this is unappealable. It's pretty straightforward. Upon the request of any two alderpersons that are present, any report of a committee of the council shall be deferred for final action. So that has already happened. So this is the final action that we can take per our own rules. The chair recognizes were there anything else, Alderwoman?
Sorry. I move to appeal the chair.
It's unappealable. The chair recognizes Alderman
Lopez. I
Lopez.
encourage my colleagues to vote no.
It's unappealable. The rules are pretty clear here. This is for final action. This body has been governed under this rule for multiple years. It is very clearly stated here. This is unappealable. For final action, the deferment of the item is for final action. You cannot take any other actions on it. The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and now good afternoon again.
Good afternoon.
Good evening, members of the committee. In accordance with Rule 33, I motion to amend and substitute this ordinance with what is being provided and passed out and has been provided electronically to the members so that this ordinance, which my colleague just stated, if you want to go broader, let's go broader. The amendment actually would cover all employees of the city of Chicago and get back to the true origin that he's professed. And I would make the motion to accept that substitute and call the question on that item.
The chair recognizes Alderman Martin.
I called the question, sir.
On the table.
All right, there's a motion on the floor to lay your motion on the table. Once a motion is being made, the body is allowed to lay that motion on the table. So the motion that you have put for a substitute motion on the floor to be voted, that motion has been superseded by another motion to lay your motion on the table. All those in favor of laying this item, there's a roll call vote to lay the motion that was initially placed forward by Alderman Lopez on the table. If you vote yes, you wish to proceed with the initial motion, which was to pass item SO 2024-001584. If you vote no, you wish to proceed with the initial motion. Please make the e-vote application available at this time.
Yeah, motion to lay on the table the motion to amend the substitute. Ready? Is it ready? Voting is now open. Voting is now open. Please use your device. If you're having difficulties, please let us know. I will now call on those who have not yet cast their vote. Alderperson Hopkins?
No.
Alderperson Hopkins is a no. Alderperson Yancey?
Yes.
Alderperson Yancey is a yes. Alderman Hall?
Yes, yes.
Alderman Hall is a yes. Alderman Mitchell? Alderman Mitchell is a no. Alderwoman Harris? Alderwoman Harris is a no. Alderman Chico? Not present in chambers. Alderwoman Lee? Alderwoman Lee? No. Alderwoman Lee is a no. Alderwoman Taylor?
Yes.
Alderwoman Taylor is a yes. Alderman Rodriguez?
Yes.
Alderman Rodriguez is a yes. Alderman Burnett? Alderman Burnett is a yes. Alderman Irvin?
Alderman Irvin votes yes.
Alderman Irvin is a yes. Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez?
Yes.
Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez?
Yes.
Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez is a yes. Alderwoman Mitz? Alderman Spizzato? Alderman Spizzato is a no. Alderman Knutson? Alderman Knutson? Alderwoman Haddon?
Yes.
Alderwoman Haddon is a yes. All right. Alderwoman Mitz? Alderman Knutson? Okay. Alderman Chico is not present in chambers. Okay. Voting is now closed.
There are 25 yeas, 22 nays. This motion passes. Anyone else wish to speak to this item? Alderman Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. There was just recently, we all attended the services for police officer Bartholomew, who was murdered in cold blood. We all came together for at least a couple days or a couple weeks, and we all said we support our police officers. We support the work that they do and how they risk their lives. There's no doubt no one in this room wants a police officer or a firefighter or anyone else being a part of an extremist group. Nobody argues that. But we continue to highlight our police officers, and we continue to place them under a special light to watch and critique every single move. And we simultaneously ask, why doesn't anybody want to be a police officer anymore? Why doesn't anybody want to protect the people of this city? Well, if we continue putting them under this scrutiny, and by all means, if we're going to do this, let's do this, as my colleague Alderman Spizzato said, let's do it for all city workers. Let's not just highlight, let's not just put the light on police officers and say, I'm going to watch every single move you do, which we all know, right? I can relate to that, right? We found out somebody watching every single move I make. How can I get them? Right? And then you get disgusted by it. It makes you want to leave your job. And once again, we ask, why doesn't anybody want to be a police officer? Well, we continue to highlight them, and we continue to nick and pick every single thing and every move they make, and we Monday morning quarterback every single thing that they do. If we're going to make it for the police officers, let's make it for every single city worker. Let's treat everybody equally, because it's about equality in here, right? Thank you.
Alder Tabarez.
When new CPD recruits graduate, they take an oath. They take an oath to the Constitution. It's the same oath we take as aldermen. It's because we're both public servants and we must follow the Constitution. Those who create laws have the same responsibility as those who enforce them. Other city employees have the same responsibility. They serve the public by cleaning our streets, managing offices, and making sure our city is working for residents. Rooting out hate and extremism from city government is a just cause. But that's not what we're doing today. This ordinance was pushed to focus on only CPD to hide extremism in other departments, including this council. It's a sleight of hand because we all know many in this room would be in trouble if we were made to follow the same rules as the Chicago Police Department. But why just the police? Some in this room have a history of supporting deadly and costly riots. Some have also supported anti-Semitic rhetoric and art displays on city property. If this ordinance covered the whole city, they'd have to answer for their actions too. That's why the only way this could pass is to focus on the Chicago Police Department. Either the law should apply to all or apply to none. Picking and choosing is wrong and only supports the real extremism we've seen happen in our streets. The administration pushed this measure to focus on police because we all know how they feel about law enforcement. Sickness, effing pigs. Even the former director of violence prevention and community safety said that this administration has, quote, a level of hostility toward law enforcement. This is how this ordinance went from good effort to combat extremism to a way to undermine the police and sow distrust in the communities they serve. Supporters for this ordinance are the anti-police organizations. They profit by making the public fearful and hateful of the police. Their goal is to make policing more dangerous and to use public safety funding to line their own pockets. The Workforce Development Committee called this ordinance to fast-track it instead of the Police and Fire Committee. The committee stacked the deck with anti-police advocates using their usual talking points. They say police should be singled out because they have the authority to kill. It's a common lie used by these groups. As every officer knows, Chicago police are more restricted in their use of force than the general public. That's not a pro-police talking point. That is the law. Finally, this measure is sure to end up in court. Even the law department admitted it. It's too broad and singles out one group over others. It's going to cost the city millions of dollars in court costs, money that we just don't have. Because the fact of the matter is, this may have started as a good effort from the sponsor to root out extremism, but now it's an effort from extremists to undermine the police. Voting yes on this measure does nothing to purge extremism from city government. It only deflects attention from actual extremists who seek to create divisions in our neighborhoods and make policing more dangerous by sowing more distrust in law enforcement. After just burying a police officer, and as another officer fights for his life, we cannot keep pushing measures that further divides the community and the police. I urge this body to vote no. Thank you.
Alder Vasquez.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. I appreciate the fact that we have such spirited debate. Officer Bartholomew was killed in 40th Ward. That day, we had to go, as somebody who shouldn't have been on the streets was on the streets and then was apprehended, then had to go to Illinois Masonic as we were trying to identify who was okay and who wasn't. So I take a bit of offense to anyone who thinks that having accountability in place means that we're against people who risk their lives every day to make sure other people are safe. It's offensive to lump that together. I appreciate earlier we had a whole conversation about people who want to speak out against anti-Semitism and how all it is rhetoric and they don't want to do anything about it. Last time I checked, the Oath Keepers are anti-Semitic as hell. So somehow talking about the Oath Keepers and wanting to root them out of our ranks seems to be a problem. When just earlier today we were talking about how we're speaking out anti-Semitism. So much so that they're willing to protect those who are currently wearing badges who shouldn't be officers to begin with. How does that help the police officer to do their job every day? How does that help anybody who does one of the most difficult jobs in government and has to walk out there in interactions that could get them killed every single day? How does that rebuild any level of trust between the public and those who have been hired to serve them to keep people in those roles who shouldn't be there in the first place? I don't get that. I don't get the equivocation about extremism because somebody may be at a protest against somebody who's anti-Semitic, racist, and happens to have a gun on them when they shouldn't have one in the first place. It's indefensible. So to watch everybody use these talking points as if that's not what people are trying to do is embarrassing. Yeah, it should be every single department. I agree wholeheartedly. And this one doesn't cover the whole department, every department. But it's a start. So if you guys want to work on the other ones, let's do so. But you guys want to talk about saving money as if we don't have police misconduct cases every single year, over $100 million every single year, because people who shouldn't be police officers in the first place are still on the force. So setting up filters to keep those folks out because they're known members of organizations that are, again, anti-Semitic, racist. Like, we don't want bigots in the police department. It's not a high bar. So I don't get how everyone here is like, well, you must be anti-police. No, I'm anti the racists. I'm anti the bigots. I'm anti the anti-Semites. I don't care what uniform they're wearing. I don't care if they're in council or outside of council. So yeah, everyone wants to talk about the difference in standard related to how we look at police officers compared to other roles. I understand how it feels because at the end of the day, you take away the uniform, these are still people. They're our neighbors who are serving a function in government. However, CDOT's not carrying weapons everywhere. Streets and Stand's not pulling somebody over, pulling them out of their vehicle. They're not patting them down. They're not doing that kind of job. When you are doing that kind of job, which infringes upon other people's rights potentially, there is a higher standard. And this city has a over century-long history of not getting it right and of people who shouldn't be officers being officers. So stop making it anti or pro-police. It's not about police at all. It's about people who shouldn't be wearing a badge to begin with. But if you want to keep lying about it and hiding behind a badge to protect bigots, you go ahead and do so. I'm just not signing up for that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Alderman Conway.
There are few things in this country that are more sacred than the First Amendment. You know, the First Amendment restricts the ability of the government to restrict people's views and association. And police officers have a tough job, the toughest job, in fact, and have an awesome responsibility as a result. Responsibility to carry a gun, detain someone, and as a result of that, the element of community trust is that much more important with our police officers. And you look at the last year. Last year, I think as we all know, Chicago made great strides in crime. Last I saw, we had 416 murders in Chicago last year. In Los Angeles, they had 230, almost half as many. And probably people ask, why did Los Angeles do so much better than we did? And I think a lot of people would agree that the reason for that is because the Los Angeles Police Department developed a community policing model long before Chicago did. Part of the reason we brought Charlie Beck in to be our superintendent for a period of time, trying to emulate that model. And frankly, the courts have recognized that awesome responsibility that police officers have and the additional community responsibilities that come with that. And I appreciate Alderman Martin's memo here, and he talks about this, or the law department talks about this significantly in the 4th paragraph, which I encourage you all to read. But as some of the quotes on here, our own 7th Circuit here, the federal court that we're in, said, quote, speech that might not interfere with work in an environment less dependent on order, discipline, and esprit de corps could be debilitating to a police force. The 8th Circuit nearby said, the police force has a significant government interest in regulating the speech activities of its officers in order to promote efficiency, foster loyalty, and obedience to superior officers, maintain morale, and instill public confidence in the law enforcement institution. I read that because it is clear that police officers are held to a higher standard than everybody else. Like it or not, that is the state of the law. And as a result of that, it is difficult for us to restrict people's views and restrict people's associations across all of government. Seemingly, it seems like the First Amendment probably doesn't allow it. Now, after today, we could perhaps revisit beyond that, but it is clear, based on the state of the law, that we can do it for law enforcement personnel, based on the awesome responsibility and the community responsibility that they have. So therefore, I'd ask my colleagues, based on that and based on the lot of work that's gone into this, that we pass this today. If we have more consultation with the Department of Law and come to believe that other government employees can be similarly restricted, we can visit that at this time. But it's clear, based on the amount of work that's going into, that we are on solid constitutional ground around the sacred First Amendment here. So that's what I ask of all of you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you.
You're welcome. Alderman Irvin.
Thank you, Mr. President. As I listen to this debate, the police department is a unique department in our city. And I think Alderman Vasquez hit on some points as it relates to their ability to detain, their ability to do other things. And the issue of bias, I think, is what everybody is thinking about and talking on. If you fill a pothole, it doesn't matter if you're part of an extremist organization. You don't have the right to take people's liberties. You don't have the right under the color of law to even take someone's life. So I think that ultimately what we're speaking on is trying to keep individuals who have the ability to take people's liberties, making sure that those people meet a standard that is different than those that don't have that. I think the law department has been very clear on people's First Amendments, and that's what I think Alderman Conway was alluding to. So I hope that we can pass this on today and move on beyond this. As it's been started, it was broad, it's been narrowed to meet the constitutional requirements that exist. So hopefully we can pass this today, and I will be supporting this measure. Thank you.
Alderman Yancey.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My father spent 39 years in law enforcement in the city of Chicago, with 25 of those as a sworn officer of the Chicago Police Department. So between being a cop kid growing up and now being a 54-year-old black man with that same kind of time frame of experience with the police department, one incident that happened to me about 16 years ago comes to mind as we're having this conversation. And the short story is I witnessed the Chicago police car, or Chicago police officers in their car using their PA system, driving around a black high school in a black neighborhood, singing the theme song to the Monkees, a television show from the 70s. And I don't think there's any question what it means when someone calls black people a monkey. Now, if this had been a water department car or a street to sand vehicle, I wouldn't have had to second guess what my response would be. But because this was a police car, the seat of power in this city and in the country, it was really difficult for me to not react in a way that didn't betray what my feelings were at that time. And when we talk about the role of the police being the thin blue line that separates the bad guys from the rest of us, when the blue line includes bad guys, it makes it really hard to think about how we mend the relationship between the police and the community. I mean, we're talking about extremism that whether we're talking about January 6th or whether we're talking about John Burge or whether we're talking about the millions and potentially billions of dollars in police settlements we're going to be passing or voting for in the upcoming years, this is all related to the same thing. It is all related to racism in our police system. And unless we figure out a way that is stronger than what Chairman Martin has proposed in his legislation, then this is the answer for today. Now, by all means, to the point of one of my colleagues earlier, if the spirit of this conversation is about trying to figure out how we're able to root out extremism and racism in all of our city departments, I'm all in. We got a couple months before our August break. I'd love to see a piece of legislation that gets presented that asks for that, and I'll sign on to that too. But in this moment, I can't believe that in 2026, we're having a conversation about one, whether racism exists, and two, whether it exists in the police department, and three, whether we have the power to do something about it. This is way past ridiculous. I urge all my colleagues to vote yes for this matter. Thank you.
Are there any other alders that wish to speak? The chair recognizes Alder Sposato, and then Wagaspack, and then Napolitano, and Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you once again, Mr. President. So I would like to start from the beginning. We started off with the end around on the Police and Fire Committee. Then when we had our meeting, we had three so-called experts there, and that was the CPD, that was PSA, and that was COPA. Anybody who was there, anybody who checks the videos, they could not answer a simple questions I gave them, which easy extremism questions, what people could be doing to show extremism or hate or whatever you want to say, and they couldn't answer. To the point that the police said they were neutral on this. Of course, an hour later, we got an email saying they're not neutral, they support it. We talk about the police, why nobody wants to be a police. Talk about lawsuits because of the police. Well, we forget one thing, and the finance chair could verify this for me, and I don't know what the percentage is, but many of the lawsuits we're paying for is in police chases. They're trying to do their job. They're trying to protect their community. They're trying to protect your community. They're trying to protect the people. They're doing whatever. And that with some technicality, because they chased a bad guy who was doing something really bad, he got in an accident, and now we're paying a settlement. Today, we just agreed to pay $3,500 to somebody because of a police chase. Now, I don't know. I wouldn't say they're bad police officers. I wouldn't say they're extremists. I don't know what they are. They were fairly young guys at about 5 years on the job. I don't know. I mean, in 2019, under Mayor Emanuel, we talk about people not wanting this job. In 2019, under Mayor Emanuel, January of 2019, we had a sign up for the police test. 4,000 people signed up. That was it. Now, this is a department that has a history of 30, 40,000 people sign up. Some of these guys with time over these officers, they could tell you when they took the job, there was probably 30, 40,000 people signing up. And once every 8 or 9 years, they'd have the test. Now, 2019, we had a test in January, 4,000, 2,000 took up. December, same thing, 4,000 signed up, 2,000 took the test. Now, the police department is at a point now, people are running away from this job. People aren't staying for their pensions. People are a rolling sign up. We're constantly vilifying them. Now, I'm not naive enough to say every police officer is a great guy and is a perfect person. I know there's some bad apples. I mean, that goes for every department, everything, starting with us. I think we have a higher percentage of bad apples in our council than we do in the police department. That's just me. Defining extremism, okay? So it's just not something I could support. Once again, I'll go right back to the beginning. Everybody, I'm for it. I'm sorry if you think, oh, this is a start, whatever. I can't start here. I'm not going to vilify. I'm not going to single a group out. Once again, I'm a hard no. Thank you, Mr. President.
Alderman Wagisback.
Thank you, Mr. President. We've had a lot of talk about extremism lately in the city, and I think on this ordinance, you know, I appreciate what Alderman Martin has done on it, writing up the memo from, I think, the law department. Yes, it's from the law department. You know, we have city employees, appointed officials, or elected officials near us who have spewed violence, induced rhetoric that would create violence, part of groups that would push hate-based behavior. We've had people assault city employees, both physically and verbally, promote organizations that support violence, as I stated, but they've done so on city time and in the city venue. And what happens here is that the response from the city is basically crickets, that it can be accepted, that we allow that kind of speech. I'm not talking about the police department. We allow the speech, the words, the digital communications that intentionally stir up hatred and anger and are designed to cause harm. So I appreciate what this does, but I think the law department really just falls short on doing their job here. And that is based on specific instances that I've experienced, that my staff have experienced. And I believe that we should, despite that, try to root out all the extremism in every department in the city. And there have been instances in the past where people have said things or done things in other departments that have put the fear of God into other people. It's not just the police department. Those of you who are around for a few years, if you look a little further back, you can see which departments did that kind of stuff that led us to have to remove people. Removal was not good enough. So I don't want bigots or racists in any department. I don't want violent offenders either that intentionally create the hate, incite violence that is experienced either by our constituents or by any of our staff. So according to the law department, when I read this, for those who say, hey, let's come back another day and redo this, according to this, the law department says you just can't do it. That we are not coming back to hold other officials, employees accountable for what they do on city time, in a city venue, or in the one case that was cited, Lalowski versus City of Des Plaines, off-duty. So I don't know if we're ever going to get to the point where we hold everybody accountable, but when I hear this type of rhetoric about, you know, we're going to come back to the table at some other point, I just don't believe it. So, and unfortunately on this one, I think the ordinance falls short. I think the law department has dropped the ball here in terms of holding people accountable that have done these acts where complaints have been filed with the Board of Ethics, with HR, with the OIG, and the only response is crickets. So, and this isn't just Chicago. We can talk all day long about all the other cities that have local school boards, libraries where extremists are coming in and dictating how they want government to run. It's not just exclusive to Chicago. And everybody is taking a look at that to say, how do we hold these people accountable? How do we root them out? It's not just police. It is every department, agency, institution throughout the United States. It is not exclusive to a police department like we're saying here. So I would urge my colleagues to not believe that we're going to go find some other pathway to get this done in the future and figure out a way to do it today. Thank you.
Alderman Napolitano.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think most of you already know where I stand on this, and most of you probably don't care what I have to say, and I'm okay with that. And most of you already know the way you're going to vote on this. But that being said, say about 5, 6 years ago, I pointed this out when many of you, not all of you, but many of you came in here and were championing the whole defund the police movement. We're actually stating it. We're actually running campaigns on it. We're talking about it left and right in here. And you thought it was a just cause until a lot of you found out that your community didn't want to defund the police. They wanted more police. And they were holding you accountable as elected to find a way to get more police on the job. So you had to segue away from the whole defund the police movement. But you didn't want to leave what a lot of you felt was a part of your political movement. So in doing so, instead of taking the money from the police, calling for defunding them, you started demonizing the police. We had riots, paid for riots, which I always mention, paid for riots, paid to be here to riot and destroy our city. And a lot of people in here didn't go after those rioters. You went after our police. And you wanted to make them the example. When we had turmoil in the city, and we were having buildings destroyed and monuments destroyed and coppers were getting hurt, you still went after the police. You still found a way to go after the police, not that kid from Minnesota with a mask on that's paid to be here to protest. You went after our Chicago police officers because your movement in your cliff notes, in your agenda book, is if we can defund the police, we could steal that budget. There's billions of dollars there, and we can allocate it to our pet projects, what we want to do. And we'll hurt the city of Chicago, we'll hurt that police department. And you stayed true to it for a long time. You know what you're doing here right now. You know exactly what you're doing here right now. You have an opportunity to do the right thing and make this about everybody. I was proud to wear that uniform. My father was, my whole family was, my brother, my uncle, my cousins, everybody was proud to wear that uniform. And they would want racism and hatred pulled out of the department. They would want someone to go after them and boot them because it makes them look bad. And it was stated already that we can't put the whole city in it because it's a large legal issue. Hell yeah, it's a large legal issue because you're not going to like what you see. Because if you go after every department, you're going to see it everywhere. But you're not going after them. All you want to point out is the police lawsuits, the billions of dollars of police lawsuits. Why is there police lawsuits? Because every one of you says every time it's the hardest job in the city of Chicago to go after crime every day, and a criminal isn't going to obey because we have terrible laws like the Safety Act that says they don't have to. We have terrible things like electronic monitoring that says I'll be out in a short period of time. My good friend and my colleague over here, Mr. Conway, pointed out a great point. He said they wanted to model us after Los Angeles and how it changed and crime came down. Crime didn't come down in Los Angeles. They've got 40, in the city of Los Angeles, they've got 40,000 gang members, 45 at tops. We have 117,000 here in Chicago. Chicago has more gang members and more crime than almost any other city in the world. More shootings, more people shot, more carnage than war-torn countries. And I'm sure someone's going to get up here and point out the white supremacy left and right. Left to go after white supremacy. Hell yeah, go after the white supremacists. Hell yeah. But go after them in every department. Alderman Martin, I think I like what you're doing here. I really do. I like this. But us not including everybody demonizes our police department once again and tells them, we're coming after you. My colleague, Alderman Spozzato, said only 4,000 people took this test. When I took it in 1997, 38,000, 40,000 people took it. All proud and excited to be a Chicago police officer to fight crime and make the greatest city, in the country, an even better city. And now you can't get 4,000. And why can't you get 4,000? Because every one of you, I'm sorry, let me take that back. A portion of you want to destroy that department. You want less people to take that job. You want to get that money. And what does it do to my ward? Send those coppers from 16 somewhere else. They don't have the homicides there, but I got the robberies, I got the burglaries, I got the car thefts, I got the home invasions, I've got every crime you could think of, I got stabbings, I've got breaking into businesses. Take the cops out of 41. We're not stepping over bodies over there. They don't deserve the cops. But yet, less are getting in the uniform. Less want to do the job. You're not going to back them. City's not going to back them. The Safety Act's not going to help them. An electric monitoring system is getting our police officers killed. 800 to 1,000, they don't even know where they're at. And yet, we're going to come in here and say for legal purposes, or we'll come back, which you won't. I've been here for almost 12 years now. You're not going to come back because you don't care. What you're doing right now is set for your election in 2027. Don't tell me you're not. Look what I did. So, if you do something like this, I hope my brothers and sisters on the street in blue don't want to be the police for you. I hope they want to be the police for me and whoever else votes no for it. And let's see how you do then. Let's see how you do when they decide not to show up right away or be proactive. Granted, you're trying to get rid of proactive policing. Let's see how they do. Have them pull back. Have them say, whoa, whoa, whoa. I'll just answer this radio after it cracks, but I'm not going to do proactive police work because I don't want to get signaled out. I don't want to be called a racist because I'm the only one in the damn city of Chicago that holds a city of Chicago employee number that is held accountable because we carry a gun. What about the guy with a 50,000-pound truck driving down the street? What if he's a racist and he runs over somebody? Or the electrician that wires something up wrong and they're a racist and they don't do their due diligence in their job? We're not going to hold them accountable. You know what you're doing and you know why you're doing it if you vote yes for this right now. Thank you, Mr. President.
Alderman Sigcho Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President. And first, let me thank Chairman Martin for taking this effort. This is an effort that is not new to City Council. In fact, I also want to thank Chairman Taliaferro, who co-sponsored an ordinance to address this back in December 2022. This is how long it's taken us to take on a simple matter of rooting out extremism from the very same institutions that are called to protect and serve. How has this become a controversial issue? How is demanding that those who are called to protect and serve do not join extremist groups that are dehumanizing and are involved in terrorist attacks? So when we demand accountability, and accountability now is met with resistance and excuses, how long do we have to wait to make sure that public servants paid with our tax dollars do not engage with groups that dehumanize, that commit acts of terror? It is incredible to me that we have come to this point. This same city council, a few years ago, was demanding changes. And the Inspector General report of 2024 is very clear. We had a task force formed to demand changes within the Chicago Police Department. So, in some occasions, we are okay following the recommendations of the Inspector General. In some occasions, we denounce anti-Semitism, racism, bigotry. But I guess it matters who makes those remarks. It's unacceptable. I'll tell you, we've been waiting for a long time to have a bare minimum of accountability for the same institutions that are called to protect and serve. And I tell you, Chicagoans don't feel that way when we don't lead by example. We should all be, above all means, extremism should never have a room in no institution paid with city dollars. So I urge my colleagues, I urge every single one of you, in this moment in time, the time to do right is now. We waited way too long. December 2022. The Inspector General Report 2024. We are in 2026 and still waiting. How long before our community sees justice? How long longer do we have to wait? I urge our city council members to take action for the safety of our constituents. Extremists, no matter where they come from, will not keep us safe. Long ago, we learned that resentment and hate will never keep us safe. I urge us to take action today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Are there any other alders that wish to? The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, members of the City Council. Today is a textbook example. I was waiting for you to come back in, sir. Of hypocrisy. Because I just heard everyone say, let's work together, let's make this more expansive, and 25 of you just voted against that. So I must have missed that part. But I was okay with that, because you know what? Sitting in the committee right now is the very same substitute that I tried to move half an hour ago. So we will have the opportunity, should the chairman and members of that committee choose to take this up, as they've all pledged to do, and make this apply equally to all city employees. And I look forward to their support in that effort. But I rise, Mr. President, because what I truly have difficulty accepting is that from individuals trying to ascend to the national stage are going to sit here and lecture all of us while associating with groups that are extreme themselves, groups which incidentally are advocating for the overthrowing of these United States. As I look right now at the website known as Behind Enemy Lines, it says, and I quote, "As the rulers of this country prepare for massive celebrations marking 250 years of the United States, those who stand with the people of the world must come together to denounce, disrupt, and expose any celebration of this bloodthirsty empire. Behind Enemy Lines is launching some nonsense. 3 months of anti-imperialist action exposing the crimes past and current of this empire, culminating in a week of action in Pennsylvania." I left out the details because I don't ascribe to them or their nonsense or any extreme nonsense. But I also wasn't burning a flag with them in front of City Hall. And while we talk about extremism, and we talk about extremism in law enforcement, yes, to my colleague from the 40th Ward, absolutely, root them out. To my colleague from the 41st Ward, his seatmate, absolutely, go look at the other departments, because if you think that on January 6th that only supporters run CPD in municipal government, you are widely mistaken. Which is why many of us were gladly willing to support the first version of this, which said everyone, and rightfully so. But the agenda took hold. The nonsense took hold. The campaigns took hold. And what we saw was I am reluctant to say a watered-down version, but a targeted version, just to win passage of those who are in the most extreme themselves. And as we have those discussions, we constantly hear the refrain, too, that there's no such thing as left-wing extremism, but we target right-wing. I say target them all, because there are just as many crazies on this side as there are on this side. They're all nuts, and they should all be dealt with resoundingly and uniformly. But yet, as my colleagues have said over and over again, that's not the case today. But I want to elevate something that was said, which is that none of us want to see any of these individuals, whether in law enforcement, in our departments, and most especially in the room that controls most of the lives of 2.7 million people, City Council, being members of extremist groups that have access to people's information, have access to people's homes, personal files, to their requests, their needs, with the propensity of weaponizing any of that to serve a purpose. Some of us know a thing or two about weaponization. We just had a very lengthy conversation about what we're going to do not to dox our employees, about what we're going to do to insulate people. And yet here we are back again saying, it's rules for thee, but not for me. Chicagoans don't support that. Chicagoans overwhelmingly want us to be all covered by the same rule of law, which is that if you are an extremist nutbag, you don't belong working for the city of Chicago. But that is not what we have here today. We're cherry picking, again, winners and losers, so that some people can walk around this building escorting their extremist friends throughout this body to intimidate people here, to harass people on all the floors, and to maintain that duplicity of some people are good and some people are not. We have an obligation to say no, as my colleagues have said, and look forward to joining that chorus when we vote. Thank you.
You are welcome. Are anyone else wish to speak to this item? All right, very well. Well, while we prepare to revisit the emotion that's before us, there are two more alders that have requested to participate in the meeting remotely for reasons stated in Rule 59. Alders Chico and Burnett. Madam Clerk, thank you. Can you confirm that both of them are online?
Alderman Chico.
Here, Clerk.
Alderman Chico is present. Alderman Burnett.
Here.
Alderman Burnett is present.
Can I get a motion for the approval of the remote participation of these two alders? All those in favor of the remote participation of those two alders, Burnett and Chico, signify by saying aye. Any opposed say nay. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. Now the initial, yes, Alderwoman Lee. No need to apologize. Yes.
I just speak on this before it gets called for.
Oh, sure, of course. The chair recognizes Alderwoman Lee.
Thank you, Mr. President. I've been sitting here going back and forth about whether or not to say anything about this. I echo a lot of the thoughts and sentiments of my colleagues on both sides. I think extremism is really the cause of so many of our issues today on both sides. It's not just extremism to the right, there's extremism to the left, up and down, left, right, and forward. And as I've talked to Alderman Martin, and I really applaud all of the work that he's put into this, because this is not something that is not well thought out. I do feel it's incomplete. I don't feel like it's fair that this is only applying to one group of employees of the city of Chicago. I was willing to put myself on the line, actually. I thought, if we can't get everybody put in here, we as alders should be able to be held to this standard as well. I understand that the rules are such that we cannot just remove somebody arbitrarily, but that doesn't mean that there can't be consequences somehow. And I know that that can't be done overnight, and I came to the party late on this one. I will call myself out on that one. But I can't in good conscience support an ordinance that does what I feel is unfair to one group of city employees, that being the Chicago Police Department, because if it's good enough for them, it should be good enough for me as well. And I am happy to work with Alderman Martin, as we've discussed, potentially looking at every level of employee and having consequences. It doesn't have to be full removal, but What we're saying with just addressing this one group is that it's okay for everybody else. And that just doesn't sit well with me. As much as I want to root out extremism everywhere, I don't think it's fair for this to apply to just one group. And for that reason, I'm going to be a no.
All right. Are there any other alders that wish to speak to this item? Very well. If no other hands. The initial motion on the floor, I believe, was for the passage of this item by the most favorable item that was passed in the Finance Committee and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider. Very well. With that being stated, there is a call for this item to be voted on, a roll call. So at this point, with the request for the roll call vote, thank you to our clerk. Please make the e-vote application available at this time.
Okay, voting is now open. Voting is now open. Please use your e-devices. Mark your vote.
Thank you for the fruit.
What are you talking about? Following the, no.
Please mute yourselves, those who are online. Please make sure you're muted.
Okay, I will now call on those who have not yet cast their vote. Alderman Hopkins.
Aye.
Alderman Hopkins, you're a yay?
Yes.
Alderman Hopkins is a yes. Alderwoman Dowell. Can I? I don't think I can. Per the rules, I'm unable to since you're on the floor. Alderperson Robinson. Alderperson Robinson is a yes. Alderman Yancey.
Yes.
Alderman Yancey is a yes. Alderman Hall. Alderman Hall. Alderman Chico.
No.
Alderman Chico is a no. Alderwoman Coleman. Oh, you just voted. Thank you. Alderperson Taylor.
Yes.
Alderwoman Taylor is a yes. Alderman Rodriguez.
Yes.
Alderman Rodriguez is a yes. Alderman Burnett.
They're trying to make us believe that the wrongdoers.
Alderman Burnett.
Yes.
Alderman Burnett, one more time, please.
Yes.
Alderman Burnett is a yes. Alderman Irvin.
Yeah, Alderman Irvin votes yes.
Alderman Irvin is a yes. Alderman Wagasback. Alderman Wagasback is a no. Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez.
Yes.
Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez is a yes. Alderwoman Mitz. Not present. Alderman Spizzato. Alderman Spizzato is a no. Alderman Riley. Not present. Alderman Riley is a no. Alderman Knutson.
Yes.
Alderman Knutson is a yes. Alderwoman Haddon.
Yes.
Alderwoman Haddon is a yes. Alderman Hall.
Alderman Hall is a yes.
Alderman Hall is a yes. Hall and Haddon are both yes. Yeah. Alderman Hall is a yes. Alderman Haddon is a yes. Okay, voting is now. Did you get Alderman Hall in? Okay. Thank you. Voting is now closed.
There are 28 yeas, 21 nays. This motion passes. Alderman Robinson on the motion to reconsider. Alderman Mitchell, no, I'm sorry, Alderman Robinson on the motion to reconsider. Did he leave? Okay. Give me Alderman Martin on the motion to reconsider.
I move to reconsider the vote.
All those in favor of the reconsideration of this vote signify by saying aye. Any opposed, say no. This motion fails. Alderman Mitchell, are you aware of any other unfinished business?
I am not aware of any further pieces of unfinished business.
Very well. For miscellaneous business, Alderman Mitchell.
I'm aware of one piece of miscellaneous business. Hold up. It was filed by Alderman Lopez, and I defer to him.
The chair recognizes Alderman Lopez.
Thank you, Mr. President, and good evening, members of the City Council. As we enter into the 7.5 hour of today's meeting, I will make this very simple. Pursuant to Rule 41, I am making a motion to discharge from the Committee on Committees and Rules R 2025-0018197, the submission of a public question by referendum to Chicago. This referendum question, simply put, asks whether or not the voters want us to create a commission to create a charter for the city of Chicago. This does not create a charter. It simply says, shall we put together a room full of people and move forward? Right now, we can do this here via ordinance, or I can share with you the fact that we have nearly 40,000 signatures already to put this on the ballot in November. We have two ways of doing this, and I would rather City Council take the driver's seat to make that happen, but to do that, we need to discharge from committee. So with that, Mr. President, I move to discharge said legislation from the committee.
Thank you. There's a motion on the floor to discharge the item R 2025-0018197 from the Committee on Rules. All those in favor, the discharge. All right, there's a roll call for this item. Would ask that our clerk provide the e-vote application so that our alders can record their votes.
We were prepared. We had it ready to go. It's why. He's on it. Okay. Ready? Voting is now open. The voting is now open. Please use your e-vote device to mark your vote. Oh, yeah. It's okay. It's okay.
No.
Okay, I will now call on those who have not yet cast their vote. Alderman Hopkins.
Aye.
Alderman Hopkins is a yes. Alderwoman Dowell. Alderwoman Dowell is a no. Alderman Yancey. Alderman Yancey. Alderman Hall.
No.
Alderman Hall is a no. Alderman Chico.
Yes.
Alderman Chico is a yes. Alderwoman Taylor. Alderwoman Taylor. Alderman Rodriguez.
No.
Alderman Rodriguez is a no. Alderman Burnett.
No.
Alderman Burnett is a no. Alderman Irvin.
Alderman Irvin votes no.
Alderman Irvin is a no. Alderman Taliaferro. Not present. Alderwoman Cruz. Not present. Alderman Wagasback. Thank you. Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez.
No.
Alderperson Rodriguez Sanchez is a no. Alderman Conway, have you cast your vote? Yes. Alderwoman Mitz. Not present. Alderman Spizzato. Alderman Spizzato is a yes. Alderman Riley. Alderman Riley is a no. Alderman Knutson.
No.
Alderman Knutson is a no. Alderwoman Haddon.
No.
Alderwoman Haddon is a no. Alderwoman Silverstein. Alderwoman Silverstein is a no. Alderman Yancey. Alderwoman Taylor. Silverstein's a no. Is it in there? Voting is now closed.
There are 15 yeas, 30 nays. This motion fails. So this item will remain in the Committee on Committees and Rules. Alderman Mitchell.
Where am I? Yeah, I forgot where am I? Hold on, man. I forgot. I lost.
It's all right.
Oh. Except for the ordinance setting the date and time of the next meeting, I'm not aware of any further miscellaneous business.
Very well. For the date and time of the next meeting, Alderman Mitchell.
I've handed up an ordinance to the clerk setting the date and time of the next meeting.
Thank you. Clerk, please read the ordinance.
Be it ordained by the City Council of the City of Chicago, Section 1, the next regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Chicago shall be held on Wednesday, June 17th, 2026, beginning at 10 o'clock a.m. in the council chambers on the second floor in City Hall, 121 North LaSalle Street, Chicago, Illinois. Section 2, this ordinance shall take effect and be enforced from and after its passage.
Thank you. Alderman Mitchell.
I move passage in the omnibus.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. For the omnibus, Alderman Mitchell.
I move that matters in the omnibus be passed by the first most favorable roll call vote by the Committee on Finance and the associated unsuccessful motion to reconsider.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. Alderman Mitchell on a motion to adjourn.
There being no further business before this body, I move that we adjourn.
Hearing no objection, so ordered. This meeting is adjourned. Thank you all.